The Hogwarts professor mixed into Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Snape vs. Captain America. Spell Training Room. Captain, are you interested in fighting Professor Snape? Lockhart walked to the machine and said to Steve next to him. After hearing this, Steve was stunned for a moment and said, Professor Snape? I heard from Carter that it was the Professor of Potions, right? As he spoke, he looked at the hook-nosed man in black wizard robes behind Lockhart. Hello, Professor Snape. Steve said enthusiastically. I heard from Carter that I will have to trouble you more in the future about potions. As Steve spoke, he stretched out his right hand and shook it. Snape was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the enthusiastic smile on Steve's face, he subconsciously reached out to take it. Captain, Professor Snape still doesn't understand the necessity of teaching wizards close combat. Do you want to explain it to him? Lockhart said with some ill intentions. This is not good. Steve was a little embarrassed, but he felt eager to try in his heart. Not only has Carter begun to learn magic, but now he has also undergone a new round of strengthening. He didn't know how strong he was, but at least he was much stronger than before. He just needed to fight to verify his current strength. Snape sensed Steve's emotions, raised his eyebrows, and said, no problem, it just so happens that I also want to stretch my muscles. Hearing this, Lockhart seemed to be willing to do anything and directly said, come on, the competition can't be without a prize. Snape, if you can beat the captain, I will give you a mysterious gift. Then, he said to Steve, Captain, if you can beat Professor Snape, I will give you another magical equipment that is very suitable for you. The two heard what Lockhart said, looked at each other, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in their eyes. Classmates, let's stop training first and watch our teacher Steve and teacher Snape fight. You should carefully study it. Such opportunities are rare. At this moment, Lockhart was already standing in front of the students who were still training just now, and said to everyone in a deep voice. He vaguely realized that this group of new students were not like Ian and the other two, who were deeply impressed by the established impression of the wizarding world, and were a little puzzled about training close combat abilities. Now is a good opportunity for them to correct their attitude. Hearing what their mentor said, these squibs began to chatter. Some were excited, some were curious. He gently waved to Lockhart, and all the students stood aside, while Snape and Steve behind him walked forward and stood on the spacious flat ground in the middle. Professor Snape, I roughly understand the process of wizard duels. How about we follow your rules? Steve said cheerfully. Okay. Snape raised his wand and nodded gently. Then Snape held his wand and walked towards Steve, while Steve also held his shield and a silver white dagger, stepped on light boots, and walked towards the opposite side step by step. Snape's eyes condensed, and he sensed that the item in the other's hand had a familiar breath, like a spell. Buzz. The dagger and the wand touched lightly, and the two bowed slightly to each other to show respect. Then, they turned around and walked to the back. Step, step, step. One step, two steps. The students on the side seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, holding their breath, widening their eyes, and watching the duel with excitement. When the two sides reached 7 steps, disarm you. Snape turned around and immediately waved his wand, aiming at Steve, and chanted the spell in a hurried tone. Instantly, a red light shot out from the tip of the wand towards the opposite side. Step. Seeing the spell rushing towards him, Steve was not panicked and stepped lightly to the left very skillfully, and the spell passed by without being affected at all. At the same time, Steve directly swung his shield and smashed it at Snape, and then, holding a dagger, stepped heavily and ran towards the opposite side. Whoosh! Seeing the shield flying towards him, a trace of surprise flashed in Snape's eyes, and he was no longer panicked. He waved his wand and lightly picked it up, and several transparent floating spells shot into the sky. One of them successfully hit the shield and changed the direction of the shield's flight. However, Snape had some experience. He found that the effect of the levitation spell did not seem to be very good, just like the shield had a certain ability to resist spells. However, He did not have time to think too much, because the American Captain Steve on the opposite side was running towards him quickly. Apparition. In an instant, he waved his wand again, and a black light flashed. His figure suddenly disappeared, and he appeared again at the position where Steve was originally. Seeing Steve standing in his original position in the distance, Snape's mouth curled up. He was not stupid. Since he knew that the other party was very strong in close combat, he would naturally choose to keep a distance. For a wizard like him, although the apparition still brought slight side effects, the impact was not great. He did not believe that the other party could still defeat him in this state. After seeing this scene, Steve shook his head slightly and sighed. Sure enough, teachers and students are different, but thinking about it, Steve took back his shield and took out a silver white solid that looked like a grenade from his waist. Bang! As Steve slammed the ground hard, with a bang, a fierce electric current shot out in all directions, and then disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a strange radiation spread rapidly. Lockhart felt the change in the surrounding space, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. The product of Tony's cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite interesting. The moment the current disappeared, Steve rushed towards Snape again this time, and at the same time, he skillfully changed his running trajectory, as if to prevent the opponent's magic attack. According to Steve's current experience, he felt that the opponent's wand was like a pistol bullet. As long as he could dodge it, it would be easy. After seeing this, Snape frowned slightly, and waved his wand quickly. Expelliarmus petrify all. Quickly imprison. Stand still and die. More than a dozen magic spells of different colors were quickly shot at Steve on the opposite side. After seeing this, Steve continued to change his body, but at the same time, raised the shield in his hand, and waved it heavily at the magic spell. Shield, magic breaking. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, the shield flew towards the spell in the air like an arrow from a bow. Following an elegant arc, a yellow light flashed, and with a few bangs, most of the spells were cancelled. Steve dodged the remaining spells and was safe. At the same time, the shield also flew back to Steve's hand along an arc. At this moment, Steve was about to approach Snape again. After seeing this, Snape's face darkened, and he waved his wand again. Apparit. A black light flashed, and Snape's figure disappeared again. But buzz. After teleporting away this time, a black shadow flickered slightly not far away from Steve, as if struggling with something. Steve seemed to have expected it, and swung the shield hard again, hitting the black shadow heavily. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound was heard, which was the friction between the shield and the airflow. Snape, who had just cast Apparit, felt that there was a strange force interfering with his magic. Although the impact was not great, it still took some time to deal with. However, just as he had resolved the negative effects of the space interference, he saw the shield on the opposite side smashing towards him. Snape had no time to react, and he just relied on his fighting instinct to subconsciously cast an armor spell for defense. Bang! Buzz! A flash of yellow light, accompanied by a loud bang. The armor spell was broken, and Snape was smashed by the shield, and flew 1 meter away from the ground. After seeing this, the students around couldn't help but feel a little chill on their backs, as if they felt the same way, and felt a little pain in their flesh. If it were them, they would probably vomit blood. Seeing this, Lockhart showed a smile full of evil fun on his face. At the same time, he waved his wand to record this classic scene. Ha. Ha. Snape was actually smashed away. Professor Snape, are you okay? Steve asked hesitantly when he saw Snape lying on the ground. No, it's okay. Snape said with gritted teeth on the ground, and then supported himself with his hands to stand up. At the same time, he picked up the wand beside him and cast a recovery spell on himself. He felt the piercing pain in his body being suppressed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Let's play another round, Snape said with gritted teeth, and the fire in his heart was ignited. I was not familiar with it last time. This time, if you win again, he will make you a bottle of potion for free. Snape just quickly reviewed the game, and found that the main problem was that he had no idea about the opponent's fighting style, while the opponent was very familiar with the way wizards cast spells. In addition, he was a little contemptuous, so he failed. Captain, agree to it. Lockhart on the side said, there happens to be a bottle of potion that is very suitable for you. After you win this time, let him help you practice. Snape is a top potion master, you can't miss it. Steve heard this, looked at the fire in Snape's eyes, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Okay, Professor Snape. Soon, just like before, the two stood together, bowed slightly, turned around, and took 7 steps. Bang. This time, Steve took the lead, and took out another space jammer from Tony's research. With a bang, lightning flashed and the space was disturbed again. After seeing this, Snape waved his wand again. Disillusionment spell. With a transparent ripple, Snape's figure disappeared in an instant. Seeing that there was no one on the opposite side, Steve was stunned for a moment, and then immediately thought that the other party was invisible. However, the captain was not in a hurry. He waved his shield hard, and the shield flew along a strange angle. At the same time, he closed his eyes, as if sensing the incoordination of the surrounding environment. In the eyes of many students, their teacher Steve closed his eyes, as if meditating. The shield flew around, and every time it rotated, it seemed to be controlled and returned to Steve's hand. As Steve waved the shield again, the shield rotated around again. It seemed to be checking the opponent's position. And Snape's figure did not flash throughout the battlefield. A spell representing red light suddenly shot behind Steve, and at this moment Steve still closed his eyes, as if he didn't notice it. This made the students on the side feel as if their hearts were in their throats. Bang. Steve took a step to the left lightly, and the petrification spell instantly hit the ground with a bang. But at the same time, Steve took the dagger in his hand that was shining with silver light and suddenly threw it in a certain direction behind him. Step, 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 step. The moment the dagger left his hand, Steve also took a big step, waved his fist, and rushed behind him. But the sharp silver dagger, without encountering any obstacles, directly stuck into the ground. Only the handle of the dagger shook slightly, as if to prove that Steve had made a mistake in judgment just now, and there was no enemy here at all. However, Steve was not annoyed at all. He still closed his eyes and sensed the changes in the surrounding environment, but slowed down his pace. At the same time, he took the shield that came back from the air and put it on his chest. It seemed that he was alert to something. Seeing this scene, the students focused their attention, staring with wide eyes, as if they were also looking for Snape's trace. Time passed by, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Snape seemed like a tiger waiting for an opportunity, very patient, looking at the prey in his eyes. It seemed that he was waiting for the moment when the opponent lost his patience and showed a flaw, and then launched an attack. However, he might not have expected that Steve had experienced countless battles during World War II, waging wars, blitzkrieg, and could be said to have walked through the hail of bullets. His mentality was always very calm, patient, and he silently searched for the specific location of the enemy. After noticing that there was no movement, he also tried to wave his shield, trying to disrupt and stimulate Snape's actions, so as to obtain the opponent's position. Seeing this scene, Lockhart looked at the battle with interest. This time, Snape threw away his inner contempt and completely attacked the opponent as a real enemy. Snape, who took it seriously, had no difficulty in gaining the upper hand with the magic of magic. Sure enough, drip, dab, drip, dab. At some point, around Steve, small raindrops kept falling, making a dripping sound, which seemed to interfere with Steve's judgment. At the same time, when the raindrops sank into the ground, under the influence of magic, the ground began to become more and more sticky, like a swamp, without anyone noticing. Steve seemed to feel Snape's magical interference. He stepped forward, ready to escape from danger. The moment Steve moved, the ground began to deform rapidly, and a huge petal formed under Steve's feet, and then closed. It seemed to want to lock him in the petal and imprison him. Bang! Steve waved the shield vigorously, and a yellow light flashed, breaking the petal. Steve jumped out of it, and quickly ran to the opposite side, leaving this dangerous area. After arriving at a safe place, Steve continued to observe the surrounding environment very patiently, as if he would not give up, until he found Snape's location. Then, as Lockhart guessed, Snape kept making moves in secret, sometimes using the transfiguration spell to change the surrounding environment, and sometimes casting a large number of spells to launch sneak attacks. Although Steve suffered some damage thanks to his agility, he dodged it one by one. Snape was not in a hurry. The means he used just now were all to disrupt the opponent's emotions and make Steve reveal his flaws so that he could deliver a fatal blow. However, Steve, with his extremely excellent psychological quality, was very patient in resolving the attacks one by one, and from time to time he threw out the shield and dagger in his hand to test Snape's position. The scene was deadlocked for a while. After a long time, the students felt a little bored. When Lockhart saw the deadlock, he shook his head helplessly. With the experience and quality of the two, the time required to end the battle would definitely not be short, and it would only become a competition of energy. And he didn't have so much time to play with the two. So he urged them. Snape, Steve, so many students are watching. Only 10 minutes. If it's not over, this game will be a draw. Chapter 327. Kamar-Taj Major Secret Realm. 10 minutes. Lockhart's voice came to his ears, and Snape's face rose. He didn't intend to end the game in a draw. He just lost a game, even if it was a draw, because he lost. Being defeated by a muggle, no, a muggle with magic items, is a great shame. Snape, who was on the left side of Steve, thought to himself. Then, he gently waved the wand in his hand, and drew a beautiful arc towards Steve. Silently cast a spell, blazing flames. Whoosh. Almost instantly, a circle of hot flames rose from Steve and surrounded him, and covered the center, which was Steve's position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many squib wizards only felt a heat wave coming, and their eyes were closely focused on the reaction of their teacher Steve, which was really heartbreaking. At this moment, Steve looked at the flames that quickly covered the surroundings, or it would be more appropriate to say that the sea of fire was more appropriate. It seemed that he felt the flames, which were high enough to burn into charcoal in a short time, and his expression changed slightly. However, he was not too panicked, but raised his shield. At the same time, a low call sounded. Guard the will. At this moment, Captain America Steve's shield emitted a lot of soft, but very tough yellow light. In just 1 or 2 seconds, they intertwined with each other to form a yellow light ball covering Steve's surroundings. Whoosh. There were flames everywhere, like a sea of flames. The scorching heat wave rushed in, causing the students on the side to retreat one after another. Seeing this, Lockhart's wand was instantly in front of the students, and a thin, but very tough transparent wall appeared in front of everyone. The students immediately felt a heat wave disappear, and a refreshing feeling filled the surroundings. At this moment, the sea of fire in their eyes burned more and more fiercely. Not far away, the figure of Professor Snape appeared. As Snape kept waving his wand, the hot flames seemed to form a tornado, rotating continuously. It seemed to restrict or imprison the other party, and the center of the tornado was exactly where Steve was. However, in the flaming tornado, a yellow light could be vaguely seen. Then, the yellow light continued to shine, as if it was constantly hitting the tornado. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Steve, holding a shield, a khaki circular defense shield covered the opponent. Shield, guard. At this moment, Lockhart saw Steve completely resisting the attack of the spell and nodded slightly. The magic in the Harry Potter world depends on emotions and will, or more precisely, the power of the mind. Whether it is black magic or white magic, it requires integrating one's own emotions before it can be successfully performed. Compared with ordinary people, Captain America Steve is very good in all aspects, but his best is his strong will. One person survived the experiment of human body with extremely high mortality rate. One person and his friends broke through the tragic battlefield, and one person died generously for peace. As an alchemist, since you have to combine your own advantages, you must also play the strengths of the other party. Steve's shield, after Lockhart engraved runes, added magic power, and amplified the magic effect with Steve's will as the medium. Not only does it have certain magic breaking properties, but more importantly, it can stimulate defensive spells with special properties. That is, the stronger the will, the better the defense effect. This is a magic item specially made by Lockhart according to Steve's characteristics. It is also a magic item with typical characteristics of the Harry Potter world. At this moment, Captain America Steve waved his shield again, and hit the fire tornado in front of him hard. Bang, bang, bang. With each hit, a dull bang sounded, and the fire tornado was deformed and seemed to be broken. After seeing this, Snape frowned and continued to wave his wand. A large amount of magic power poured into the wand to replenish the spell, further increasing the rotation degree of the fire tornado, and further enhancing the twisting force, trying to break the khaki defense shield. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. The fire tornado spun rapidly, and the whistling sound sounded, but it seemed that it had no effect on Steve in the center. Steve kept waving his shield to try to break it, and the speed of movement became faster and faster, and the banging sound became more and more rapid. With each collision, the yellow light would eventually flash, which was the magic breaking property of the shield. Snape only felt that with each collision, his control over the flames became unstable. Although he recovered quickly, as the opponent's swing frequency became faster and faster, his control over the tornado had obviously decreased. It might not be long before the opponent broke through the siege, and the spell would be completely ineffective. He turned his mind, and relaxed his control over the spell. Bang, bang, bang. The collision sounds appeared one after another like raindrops, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. The tornado had begun to show obvious distortion, and even the shield broke the flame tornado at one point. Boom. With a dull shield collision sound, the tornado gradually dissipated, revealing Steve, who was looking around in the yellow protective shield. Just as Steve's figure emerged, God of Strikes without shadow, Snape waved the wand in his hand and cast his best black magic. Time is limited, no matter what method is used. Win first. Without anyone noticing, transparent blades quickly shot towards the yellow protective shield. Click, click. Everyone heard a crackling sound, and then saw that the yellow shield in front of Steve was a little dim, and even had visible cracks. This made the students a little nervous. But then, with Steve's tenacious will, the yellow shield recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Snape on the opposite side flash a little surprised, but he still did not relax the wand in his hand, and continued to wave it, and a large amount of black magic with strong offensiveness shot at Steve again. God's Edge without shadow. Blade Seal's throat. Limb dislocation. Seeing the black magic mixed with red, yellow, green, gray and other colors in front of him, Lockhart raised his eyebrows slightly. Fortunately, Snape had not directly cast the unforgivable curse, otherwise, he would have stopped it. A duel is a duel, but serious injuries or even life are another matter. At this moment, Steve felt the sense of danger brought by the curse, which was like death. His expression changed, and he quickly rolled to the ground next to him to avoid it. At the same time, he swung the shield in his hand vigorously and smashed it towards Snape on the opposite side. He tried to disrupt the other party's state of casting spells. Whoosh. Looking at the shield coming at him, Snape seemed to have not noticed it at all. He let it hit him, but when the shield touched his body, puff, puff, with a slight bubble, the shield seemed to pass through Snape's body, as if there was no one in the world. Bubble illusion. At the same time, Snape's figure appeared again from not far away. After seeing it, Steve was stunned, and then he realized that he had been fooled. He thought to himself that it was not good, and ran forward at the same time, stretched out his right hand, and prepared to quickly take back the shield. At this moment, the shield was about to fly back to Steve's hand along a strange arc. But, in midair, a dark green giant hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the shield fiercely. After the previous battle, Snape knew that Steve's fighting power was largely due to the magic shield in his hand. As long as the shield was restricted, the problem would be solved later. So, since it is impossible to defeat the opponent directly through magic, then set a trap to make the opponent lose the weapon. Bang. With a bang, the shield hit the palm of the green giant hand, and a lot of cracks appeared on the palm, but the next moment, the entire shield was firmly grasped by the green giant hand, and could not break free at all. Seeing this, Snape smiled. After seeing this, although Steve frowned slightly, his steps did not slow down. Holding a dagger, he rushed directly towards Snape. Quickly transform. Snape waved his wand continuously, and several transformation spells fell on the ground in front of him. The flat and solid ground quickly turned into a swamp under the effect of magic. He understood that Professor Steve, who taught close combat, had extremely rich combat experience and a high premonition of danger. Attacking him with the spell would only be avoided in the end. Therefore, after removing the opponent's powerful weapon, directly change the environment, restrict it, and step by step, bring the magic to the extreme. Just like playing chess, one by one to reduce the opponent's help, and finally defeat the opponent. This is the combat experience that Snape has summed up from his years of combat experience. Sure enough, Steve felt that his feet were stepping on the ground that was like a swamp, especially his feet were deeply stuck in the sticky mud. He had to use more strength than before, and his movements became slower. This made Steve's heart sink. If he continued like this, he would become a living target soon. And without the defense of the shield, the final result was only one: failure. Snape waved his wand again, and ropes formed by mud appeared on the ground one after another, binding every part of Steve's body, trying to further restrict the opponent's actions. Although Steve tried to avoid and struggle, facing Snape who was fully prepared, he was finally tied up tightly, and the whole person could not move at all. Professor Snape, lost. Steve admitted defeat, and Snape showed a smile on his face. At the same time, he waved the magic wand lightly, cancelled the magic in his hand, and the dark green giant hand floating in the air slowly opened, and the shield fell back into Steve's hand. Snap, snap, snap. Students, this is a wonderful battle. Let's applaud Professor Snape and Professor Steve. After hearing this, the surrounding squib wizards applauded one after another. For a moment, the entire training room was filled with thunderous applause. After seeing this, Snape and Steve couldn't help but smile. Students, there are many things you can learn from the battle just now. For example, Professor Steve's calmness, and Snape's clever combination of various magics. Then, Lockhart took this opportunity to tell these students the direction they should study hard in the future. These people are all good seedlings, and they will be the backbone of the school in the future. If these seedlings go astray, there will be more people who go astray in the future. At this moment, Steve and Snape saw Lockhart, who was like giving a speech. The two looked at each other and had a tacit understanding, and they were speechless. The two stood together and whispered to each other. Steve first praised Snape's magic, and Snape also praised Steve's quick reaction. In the process of whispering, the tense atmosphere between the two gradually disappeared. But to be more precise, the two sides had fought each other and knew each other's strengths. There was no barrier in their hearts, so they would feel more comfortable with each other. Captain, you won the first time. What kind of magic item do you want? After Lockhart finished speaking to the students, he turned and walked towards Steve, smiling, and asked. Hearing what Lockhart said, Steve was silent for a while, with some hesitation on his face. On the one hand, he was embarrassed to ask for it after losing the second time, and on the other hand, he was not sure what magic item he wanted. Seeing Steve's expression, Lockhart smiled and made the decision for him directly. Captain, I feel that you lack some means of flying and evading. Otherwise, your body will be restricted when facing Snape's spell attack this time. In this way, I only have a magic item that is suitable for you. It's a pair of boots. I'll go back and find it and give it to you then. Hearing what Lockhart said, Steve was stunned for a moment, then said gratefully, then thank you, Professor Lockhart. Snape, you should now have a general understanding of Captain Steve's strength. Ordinary wizards and even auras are not his opponents. Hearing Lockhart's praise for Steve, Snape nodded silently without saying much. Melee compatibility, Snape, I suggest you also connect it to that. Because our enemies are no longer limited to wizards and wizards, there will not only be demons, but also other alien life forms, and even gods may appear. We don't ask for melee combat to become our own strength, but we must never let it become our own shortcoming, defect, or even fatal weakness. Hearing this, Snape nodded slowly as if he understood. Then, Lockhart was heard to say, Snape, you win the second time, and the mysterious gift is also prepared for you. I have obtained a quota here, and I can take you to the Mage's secret realm of Kamar-Taj. There are a lot of materials there, and they can all be obtained for free. Mage's secret realm. Hearing what Lockhart said, Snape's face was puzzled and asked, is it similar to the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts? Hearing what Lockhart said, Snape's first impression was the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest not only has a large number of magical animals, but also a lot of precious magic materials. and this has become the common material supply place for Hogwarts professors. After hearing this, Lockhart thought carefully, nodded and said, almost, the same as you understand. But we need to pay attention to, that the Mage's secret realm is not a forest, but a medium-sized dimensional space. You can also understand it as a small world dedicated to cultivating mage materials. It was created by the spoils obtained by the Supreme Mage of Kamar-Taj from killing the Dimensional Demon. Chapter 328 Entering the Secret Realm, 10,000 Snake Valley, Kamar-Taj, Bronze Palace. In a bronze palace, located on the right side of Kamar-Taj, a large number of Kamar-Taj mages wearing dark yellow wizard uniforms stood in groups of 3 or 2. From time to time, they looked at the high platform not far away, with a glimmer of expectation in their eyes. Or, they discussed quietly with their friends on the side. Most mages were still in a very happy mood, and the atmosphere was once very warm. Because the secret realm was opened again, they only needed to pay a certain price to get a batch of materials they needed. How could they not be happy about such a thing? Especially for some mages who had just passed the apprenticeship stage of mages, they were very lucky. The harvest of the secret realm this time will lay a good foundation for them. However, some mages on the left side of the palace had some differences in their faces, which seemed to be mixed with unhappiness. Jack, have you confirmed the news? The Supreme Mage actually let an outsider enter the secret realm, Mage David said with a gloomy face. Yes, it is said that Lockhart took out his fearless medal to apply to the Supreme Mage to let his friend enter the secret realm. Jack Nelson said with an unhappy face. Do you think Lockhart is stupid? This is an opportunity to make a request to the Supreme Master, but it was used so quickly, and it was used for such a trivial matter. It's so stupid. Yes, he is simply a complete idiot, said the wizard Sanji beside him. Don't be too arrogant. I hope Lockhart is really so stupid. If he is really a fool, our previous plan would have worked long ago, Wizard David said in a deep voice. I now doubt very much that this time the secret realm of wizards is very important to Lockhart, otherwise he would not have sacrificed such a great price. You know, how rare is the opportunity to make a request to the Supreme Master? Everyone knows that Lockhart cannot be unaware of it. Hearing this, the wizards on the side nodded one after another. They agreed with this point very much. As a belief in Kamar-Taj, every opportunity to meet the Supreme Master is enough to make them excited. Not to mention making their own requests to the Supreme Master. Then David, what should we do? Do you have relevant information? Turles asked Wizard David. David shook his head. He was puzzled and said, we have not been able to get any information at present. Cassilis and Morin are very tight-lipped and have not leaked any information. After Lockhart closed the Universal Book Cafe, it has become more difficult to obtain information. However, one thing is worth affirming, that is, this time, Lockhart must want to get something in the secret realm. Whether it is magic materials or other things. As long as we hinder Lockhart's actions, it will be a success. Hearing this, the wizards around David nodded in agreement. Then, Master Sanji seemed a little dissatisfied and said, then have we been keeping an eye on Lockhart for the past 3 days? Don't we need to collect materials? It is unknown how many years it will take for the secret realm to open next time. Sister Sanji, the wizard's words also aroused the approval of the people around him. They have no objection to causing trouble for Lockhart. But the premise is that it must not be at the expense of their own interests. After all, the secret realm is finally opened once. If they are asked to give up the opportunity to obtain a large amount of magic material so easily, they are unwilling. Sanjay, what I mean is that there is no problem for us to collect our own materials. But when we find Lockhart's trace, we can selectively take action. At this point, David had a sneer on his face. Although according to the rules, there can be no death, but in terms of materials, the strong can take it all. Hearing this, the wizards around nodded gently. It seemed that they were disdainful of Lockhart's strength. You know, they are senior Kamar-Taj wizards, and they may not be opponents in a one-on-one fight. But with many people joining forces and jointly casting powerful war magic, a mere Lockhart is not easy to capture. You know, war magic was created to welcome the dimensional war. Encircling and suppressing a single person is simply killing a chicken with a butcher knife. At this moment, suddenly, A large number of wizards turned their eyes and looked back. To be precise, they set their eyes on the wizard who was walking towards them and wearing black magic. It was Severus Snape. Still next to him, Lockhart walked forward. At this moment, Snape seemed to feel the surprise in the eyes of many wizards. But he didn't say a word, just followed Lockhart forward. Lockhart had already explained the details to him. According to his past experience, this situation was already good. Otherwise, if he was directly rejected, or even gave him problems, that would be the most troublesome. Snape, relax. As if sensing Snape's nervousness, Lockhart comforted him. No one dares to disobey the Supreme Sorcerer. The power of the Supreme Sorcerer is many times stronger than that of Dumbledore. Don't worry, after entering the secret realm, you just need to do what you should do. Hearing what Lockhart said, Snape nodded to show that he understood. Then, he asked in a low voice with some curiosity, Lockhart, the Supreme Sorcerer really lived for thousands of years. Do you know the secret? Could it be that the other party also has a life-extending item similar to the Philosopher's Stone? In response to Snape's question, Lockhart perfunctorily said, maybe, I don't know the details. He was very clear. It is nothing more than that the Supreme Sorcerer directly plundered Dormammu and even the dimensional power of other dimensional demons. That is why he has survived for thousands of years. But he dare not say such things. Otherwise, he can't explain how he knew it. What's more, if such news spreads, what kind of impact will it have on other wizards? I can feel very troublesome just thinking about it. The Ancient One wizard can be immune to the influence of the dimensional demon with his powerful strength and strong soul will. Ordinary wizards may become puppets as soon as they come into contact with the dimensional demon. And after Snape saw Lockhart's perfunctory attitude, thoughts turned, not knowing what he was thinking, but he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he stood in a corner inside the palace with Lockhart, waiting silently. Now he is full of expectations for the next Supreme Sorcerer. He is a guardian of the world, an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, and the most powerful wizard. Snape, who has never met him, is curious from the bottom of his heart. As time passed, the curiosity of the surrounding wizards about Snape faded. After all, the other party didn't say a word, as if he was in a slumber. After the initial excitement wore off, he naturally gave up. Snape also got a lot of information from the exchanges with the surrounding wizards. In addition to the 3-day secret realm time that Lockhart told him before, he had to hand over 40% of the harvest after coming out. He also got a lot of information related to the secret realm. For example, the Starfall Plain, the 10,000 Snake Valley, the Black Rock Bamboo Forest, etc. He kept it firmly in mind. Ding, ding, ding. While everyone was waiting, a crisp bell sounded. The wizards who were discussing in a low voice fell silent. They all looked at the person on the opposite platform respectfully. At some point, the Supreme Wizard, holding a black fan, wearing a white wizard uniform with light golden patterns, stood on the platform. From time to time, he gently shook the fan, and the breeze blew slowly, showing the calmness of the Ancient One. Snape looked at the bald woman above, who seemed to be in her 20s or 30s, especially the aura that inspired the other party, as if it was integrated with the world, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Although I had heard Lockhart's introduction before, the words were far less shocking than what I saw with my own eyes. Masters, I don't want to say more nonsense. This time the secret realm is opened. I wish you all a fruitful return. Master Ancient One obviously didn't like long speeches. As usual, he said a few words casually and waved his hand gently. Under the high platform, in front of many mages, 5 red square portals opened, and the other side of the portal was blurry. At the same time, everyone heard the voice of Master Ancient One. The rules are the same as before. After entering, you will be randomly teleported. If you encounter life-threatening situations, you will be automatically teleported away. After a few words of introduction, the Ancient One said nothing more, just gently waved his hand to signal everyone to act quickly. But what everyone didn't notice was that the Supreme Master Ancient One occasionally passed by many mages and focused his eyes on Lockhart and Snape beside him. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say much, just gently shook the small fan in his hand, silently paying attention to the mages who kept entering the portal. Soon, it was Lockhart and Snape's turn. Snape, hold on to my arm when you teleport. This way, the locations where we teleport won't differ by 10 meters. Lockhart reminded Snape again of some tips provided by Morin. The time to stay in the secret realm is only 3 days. Time is precious. If the two of them spend too much time together, it will only become more and more troublesome. Snape nodded gently, indicating that he understood. Then, follow Lockhart and go to the Mage Secret Realm together. Mage Secret Realm, Starfall Plane. Unlike the sun in the outside world, the sun in the outside world is just rising, while the sun in the secret realm is rising, and it is almost noon. And in a piece of green Starfall grassland, two figures emerge somewhere. It is Lockhart and Snape. Starfall Plane. Seeing the surrounding environment, Lockhart reached out and took out a parchment map and said silently. At this moment, Snape closed his eyes to perceive the difference between this Mage Secret Realm and the outside world. But Snape felt that the energy information of the secret realm was more intense, and the rest was like reality. At the same time, Lockhart's voice rang in his ears. Snape, the stargrass, a specialty of the Starfall Plane, is easier to spot at night and difficult to distinguish during the day. However, there is a magical material called Dream Breath Flower here, which is said to allow people to quickly enter a dream state. It is generally used to make potions that enhance mental strength. After hearing this, Snape nodded, walked to Lockhart, and looked at the dark purple flowers drawn on the parchment together, with a flash of thought in his eyes. Then let's look for it first, Snape said. Then, not long after the two of them walked, they saw a small purple flower. It was the Dream Breath Flower. After picking the Dream Breath Flower, Lockhart handed it to Snape and said in a deep voice, Snape, thank you for your trouble. We can only carry a limited amount of things, so we can only choose the materials we need most to take out and see if this material can help us. Okay. Snape nodded in reply. As a result, the purple flower in front of him was thick, and he gently stretched out his hand and scratched it, and a petal fell. Snape picked up the purple petal and put it to his mouth, chewing slowly, and Lockhart looked at Snape's reaction expectantly. Soon, Snape opened his eyes, looked at Lockhart, and shook his head slightly. Dream Breath Flower can indeed increase mental power, and can even replace the main raw material of Dream Soul Potion. But it is not helpful for pure wizard blood. Hearing what Snape said, Lockhart's face did not show obvious disappointment. He did not believe that he could find his target item on the first search. There was still time, and he could look for it slowly. Then, he said to Snape again, let's leave the Starfall Plane first, and come back at night. Now, let's go to the 10,000 Snake Valley first. As he said, Lockhart glanced at his left arm, and seemed to see the little snake wrapped around his arm through his clothes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The Mage's Secret Realm, the 10,000 Snake Valley. The Mage's Secret Realm is not big, but it is not small either. After the adjustment of the Supreme Mage, there are all kinds of terrain such as plains, deserts, valleys, and mountains. It can be said that every kind of magical plant can find a suitable habitat here. Correspondingly, magical animals are naturally indispensable. The 10,000 Snake Valley, also known as the Snake Valley, has a great reputation among many mages. The most important reason is that there are a large number of various snakes in it. Many wizards feel chilled after seeing it. In addition, the specialty snake fruit in the 10,000 Snake Valley seems to only have an effect on snakes, and the rest have almost no effect. Therefore, most wizards are unwilling to come here. Let the snakes in the 10,000 Snake Valley fend for themselves. At this moment, at the entrance of the 10,000 Snake Valley, two figures floated in the air. They all looked at the ground and saw a large number of snakes swimming slowly on the ground, and their moods changed a lot. With a flash of thought, Lockhart gently called the little snake on his arm. After waking it up, Lockhart waved his wand and controlled it to fall slowly. Boom. The moment the little snake fell, the body began to become larger and larger, restoring the original size of the basilisk. The huge body swam slowly, and the new grass on both sides was flattened. The surrounding snakes seemed to sense some kind of danger and fled. Roar. Looking at the Snake Valley not far away on the opposite side, it seemed to feel some kind of danger and desire from it. The basilisk roared loudly, as if expressing some kind of determination to win. Roar. At the same time, in the depths of the valley, a roar gradually sounded, as if responding to something. At this moment, Lockhart felt the request from the little snake. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and sent a message of support to the little snake. Then, the basilisk swam towards the snake valley, and in midair, Lockhart and Snape followed closely behind. Chapter 329, Parseltongue, the opportunity for the evolution of the basilisk. The secret realm of the mage, the valley of 10,000 snakes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The basilisk swam towards the valley, spitting out its tongue and making a hissing sound, as if calling for something. As the hissing sound spread, a large number of snakes gathered near the basilisk and followed the basilisk into the valley of 10,000 snakes. Lockhart and Snape saw the movement brought by the basilisk in midair, looked at each other, and followed silently. As the basilisk entered the valley of 10,000 snakes, a large number of snakes of different colors, such as red, green, and blue, which contained poisonous and even magical powers, gathered together. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snakes hissed continuously, and a large number of snakes of different colors rolled on the ground. The colors of red, yellow, white, purple, etc. were mixed together, like a sea of snakes. Lockhart felt a little uncomfortable. However, looking at Snape on the side, he found that there was a flash of excitement in his eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a little weird. Roar. A roar came from the 10,000 snakes valley, and at the same time, a pressure against snakes spread everywhere. Wow. 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 As if sensing something, the originally huge sea of snakes began to become increasingly sparse, and a large number of snakes seemed to be frightened, and some of them swam around, or hid in panic. Roar. After hearing this, the basilisk seemed to be provoked, opened its bloody mouth, exposed its fangs, and roared, as if responding to the other party's provocation. At the same time, it twisted its body slightly, as if it was nervous, or excited about the next scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lockhart and Snape, who were in midair, only felt a series of whistling wind coming from the inside of the valley. Then, in the eyes of the two people, in the distance, a slender body with light golden scales all over the body, and two wings constantly waving on the sides. From a distance, it looked like a golden dragon. However, from the other party's body, there are still signs of a large number of snakes. For example, the vertical pupils of the light golden eyes. Compared to the huge basilisk, this golden flying snake is more slender and long. Although it is much larger than other snakes, it is far less than the basilisk at this moment. However, Lockhart can clearly sense that when the golden flying snake flapped its wings, the basilisk began to tense up, as if it was under a huge threat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The golden flying snake proudly raised its head, and its tongue kept spitting out, and the hissing sound kept ringing, as if telling the basilisk, "It is the Snake King here, and all snakes should submit to it." At the same time, it also noticed the two wizards fighting in the air. The vertical pupils stared at Lockhart and Snape, and the wings on the side of the body flapped, and a large amount of airflow dispersed in all directions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. "Master, leave the Snake Valley. I can pretend that you have never appeared, otherwise." Lockhart learned the Parseltongue from Harry Potter, and understood the other party's meaning very clearly. Feeling the fear hidden in the other party's tone, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the other party knows Kamar-Taj very well. That's right. For thousands of years, countless Kamar-Taj wizards have entered the valley of 10,000 snakes. It's impossible that the other party didn't know. With his mind turning, Lockhart stretched out his wand and lightly touched his throat. A faint light flashed, and a transformation spell slightly changed the structure of his throat. Hiss, hiss, full, surrender. At the same time, a hoarse, gloomy, weird, and evil voice sounded in the air. After hearing it, the golden flying snake fluttered its golden wings and slid down slightly, as if it was affected by the sound. But it quickly reacted, flapped its wings vigorously, retreated several meters, and stared at Lockhart in front of it. His eyes were full of fear and crazy killing intent. It could sense the meaning of the other party's words just now, as well as the control of that strange language on snakes. Hiss, hiss, leave. The golden flying snake issued a warning again. It was tense all over, and its light golden wings kept waving. and the sound of whirring wind kept ringing. It seemed ready to start a battle at any time. Lockhart saw that the other party was only slightly affected by his parcel tongue and escaped in an instant. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Parcel tongue is a wizard's talent. The control of snakes is unquestionable. With language alone, even basilisks cannot escape control. The other party was quickly affected. This shows that the other party is no longer a snake, or most of it has escaped the category of snakes. Therefore, it can quickly escape the influence of parcel tongue. Hiss, hiss, how did you evolve? Lockhart asked again in parcel tongue. This time, he added more magic power to try to increase the control of parcel tongue. Hiss, snakes laughing. However, despite this, the golden flying snake only uttered a little information and immediately escaped control again. Flying its wings, Lockhart and the others from a distance did not hide the hostility in their eyes. Roar. The golden flying snake opened its bloody mouth and roared. At the same time, from the depths of the valley, 8 huge pythons of different colors swam out. Each of them always exudes a strong magical fluctuation, which seems to be inferior to the basilisk, but not far behind. The most important thing is that there are a total of 8 of them, with huge bodies and intimidating power. After seeing this, the basilisk's pupils suddenly opened, and its bloody mouth opened, revealing its fangs, as if warning the enemy. The golden flying snake in the sky stared at Lockhart closely, not hiding its hostility and murderous intentions. At this moment, Snape, after seeing the current situation, instantly communicated with Lockhart through the magic brand. After learning about his mission, he landed beside the basilisk and faced the 8 huge pythons on the opposite side. However, looking at the 8 pythons on the opposite side that kept spitting out their tongues and staring at him, Snape's eyes twitched subconsciously. This was his first time experiencing such a battle. At this moment, 2 battlefields were formed. The upper battlefield was Lockhart and the golden flying snake, and the lower battlefield was Snape, the basilisk and the 8 pythons. The battlefield was about to break out. Roar. A red python below seemed to be impatient with the enemies in action. It roared. This roar was like the sound of a horn to start a battle. The golden flying snake above flapped its wings quickly. A large number of pale golden blades shot towards Lockhart. The 8 pythons below rushed directly towards the basilisk and Snape. But, although there were many pale golden blades above, they followed a strange trajectory and did not bring a huge whistling sound. However, judging from the powerful magic fluctuations it emitted, its power was not weak. Seeing this, Lockhart sensed the threat brought by the opponent's attack and his eyes condensed. He waved his wand, and a strange red flame trajectory emerged. As the magic flowed, red flame patterns emerged in the air, combining into a circular rune with a very complex internal structure. The moment the rune was formed, a huge red flame shield appeared in front of Lockhart. Shield of Scala. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of pale golden blades collided with the red flame-colored Scala shield. Sparks flew everywhere. The shield seemed to be a little overwhelmed, or the blades were powerful. Snap, snap, snap. With the sound of snap, the shield was on the verge of breaking. After Lockhart sensed it, his brows slightly frowned. He waved his wand again, and a large number of fist-thick red flame chains appeared above the flying snake. With Lockhart's light flick, the chains fell towards the golden flying snake, as if trying to tie it up. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang, clang. Seeing this, the golden flying snake waved its wings again, and a large number of golden blades emerged, rushing towards the chains in the sky, trying to break them. However, although the blades were powerful, they also broke a lot of the red flame chains. But there were still many chains left, and they continued to rush towards the flying snake. Whoosh. Seeing this, the golden flying snake directly waved its wings and quickly swam around in the air, dodging, like a golden silk thread. In Lockhart's eyes, although the golden thread was constantly dodging the chain, it kept flying towards him, as if trying to engage in close combat with him. Avada Kedavra. A dark green Kedavra curse emerged, and shot towards the golden flying snake. The golden flying snake seemed to have sensed the fatal threat of this spell and hurriedly dodged. The Kedavra curse did not hit the target, which was not surprising to Lockhart. The next moment, Lockhart stretched out his wand and drew a circle in the area where the golden flying snake was. Mental shock. Buzz, buzz, But a transparent ripple spread to the flying snake area. When it spread to the body of the golden flying snake, the other party's body was seen shaking, and the speed of its wings was greatly slowed down, as if it had been hit by a very secret attack, and was unable to use its strength. After seeing this, Lockhart waved his wand without hesitation, and a large number of spells began to hit the golden flying snake, trying to seriously injure, capture, etc. At the same time, the battlefield between Snape and the basilisk below was also very noisy. Boom. Unlike the battlefield above, the basilisk and 8 pythons directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat in the battlefield below. With its larger body, the basilisk swung its body to hit, entangle, and pull the opponent. The pythons, with their advantage in numbers, also twisted their bodies and entangled the basilisk. However, with its rich experience, the basilisk kept a close eye on a python in every battle, regardless of the attacks of other pythons. After entangled the opponent, it opened its bloody mouth without hesitation, stretched its mouth to bite the opponent's body, and injected venom. With its own powerful venom, it only takes less than 10 seconds to kill a python. When Snape saw this, he waved his wand in the air. He cast a transformation spell to create a giant of earth and stone with earth walls, or a huge arm made of earth and stone, etc., to involve the actions of the pythons. With the tacit tactics of one person and one hand, they had the upper hand. Of course, the basilisk would also be slapped wildly by other pythons, even entangled or bitten by the opponent. But every time it appeared, Snape would constantly take care of it, waving the magic wand, casting the God's Edge shadowless spell, bone erosion and blood transformation and other black magic to attack, bringing a lot of damage to the python one after another, reducing the damage to the basilisk. The python on the side, after seeing the impact caused by Snape, also divided a part of its strength to attack it. But Snape was very cunning. First, he kept changing his flight trajectory in mid-air. At the same time, he cast a spell to create his own phantom and mislead the attacks of the pythons. And he himself cast a shape-shifting spell on himself at some point, hiding aside and casting a spell to restrain the pythons. Well, if these pythons were not covered with scales and had a high magical defense ability, Snape alone would be able to kill them all. In the end, it was all relying on the magic breaking and venomous properties of the basilisk's snake teeth to strangle it. As time passed, 5 of the 8 pythons had been killed by the basilisk. The other 3 seemed to be frightened and lay on the ground to show their surrender. At this time, the battlefield above was also over. Lockhart slowly fell into the ground with the bound golden flying snake. It should be said that the Snake Valley is worthy of being called the 10,000 Snake Valley. As soon as he landed on the ground of the valley, Lockhart noticed traces of sliding around, which were various snakes. Obviously, these were not magical snakes, but ordinary snake creatures, but they still made Lockhart feel a little uncomfortable. So he waved his wand lightly to drive the snakes away. Well, the colorful sea of snakes just now left a deep impression on Lockhart. As a wizard scholar, although he did not have intensive phobia, it still brought him a certain psychological shadow. Then, he walked to the front of the golden flying snake whose wings and body were bound by chains. Looking into the other party's eyes, Lockhart once again ordered in Parseltongue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tell me the reason for your change. Hiss, hiss. Snake shedding fruit. Evolution. Despicable wizard, don't think about controlling me. Lockhart was not surprised to see the golden flying snake once again escape the control of Parseltongue. He extended his wand, aimed at the snake's head, and cast another mental spell. Impact the opponent's soul, and confuse the opponent's consciousness. He tried to cast the Parseltongue again to ask for information. Although the golden snake quickly recovered again, Lockhart repeatedly cast and obtained information. Soon he found out the source of the golden snake's change. Then, Lockhart waved his wand lightly, shrunk the golden snake, and took it behind him. Then he stood on the basilisk's head, used the contract to contact, and rushed to the depths of the Snake Valley. Snape also stood next to Lockhart, looking at the pale golden flying snake with interest. The opponent was a bit similar to the bird snake, but it was obvious that it was stronger and smarter than the bird snake. The bird snake was a very good magic material. I wonder what this pale golden flying snake could be used for. Well, the scales should be able to make defensive or chemical items. The wings might be made into flying items, or they could be used as medicine. Fangs. At this moment, the golden flying snake could feel the great malice emanating from the human body in front of it. His whole body was tense, and his pupils were fixed on Snape. He exuded hostility and murderous intent without compromise. It seemed that, if he was given a chance to escape, he would never let the human in front of him go. After Snape sensed the emotions of the captive flying snake, he curled his lips and turned to Lockhart. "Lockhart, did you find out any news?" Hearing Snape's question, Lockhart nodded slightly and said, "There is a good thing. It should be very helpful for the little snake. I just don't know if it will have any effect on the wizard bloodline." Hearing this, a flash of excitement flashed in Snape's eyes. In any case, he will be the first batch of wizards with pure bloodline to open up their talents. Then, the two people and the snake entered the depths of the Snake Valley. Due to the huge deterrent power of the basilisk, many snakes, including some magic snakes, kept avoiding and dared not approach. Soon, they entered a cave deep in the valley. Passing through a long corridor, they saw a small lake inside. On the lake, there grew troublesome plants similar to lotus roots. In the eyes of everyone, this plant seemed to have life and moved slowly. On their tops, there were several orange or red round fruits. In the middle of the lake, the tops of the lotus roots had pale golden round fruits. When Lockhart saw it, his eyes lit up. Snake shed fruit, the opportunity for the basilisk to evolve. Chapter 330 Asgard, Dragon Skeleton. How to quickly improve the strength of his own side. This is the focus that Lockhart has been thinking about, and it is also the core task of this journey through the Marvel world. In addition to awakening the blood talent of wizards, evolving the basilisk is also a way to quickly see results. In Lockhart's own hands, the basilisk is already a top combat force. If it evolves further, there is no doubt that it will definitely play a huge role. Especially for guarding the wizard school, it is very safe. Therefore, after knowing that there is a magical plant called snake fruit that can help snakes evolve in the secret realm through the magician of Kamar-Taj, Lockhart kept it in mind. At this moment, he saw a large number of orange, red and golden magical fruits growing on the lake in front of him, and naturally he was secretly happy in his heart. According to the information obtained from the interrogation of the golden flying snake just now, they named this fruit the snake's love fruit. As the name suggests, it is a fruit that can make snakes shed their skin. The best of them is the light golden round fruit in the middle of the lake. The golden flying snake has been eating this kind of fruit to keep itself purified. The others are pythons, eating the orange and red snake's love fruits of a lower grade around them. Thinking about this, Lockhart gently waved his hand at the lake. In a flash, 3 fruits, orange, red, and light gold, fell into Lockhart's hands. Then, Lockhart handed them to Snape, who was standing by. "Snape, can you please take a look at these fruits to see if they are helpful to the basilisk? At the same time, do they have a purifying effect on the blood of wizards?" After taking them, Snape nodded and said he understood. Then he took out some tools that he had prepared in advance from his space extension belt. Several bottles of potions of different colors, cages containing 5 mice, and various experimental vessels, etc. Lockhart stood aside and watched Snape cut off a small piece of fruit pulp and feed it to the mice. At the same time, he cut out another small piece of fruit pulp and placed it on the vessel, and at the same time, dripped a few drops of potion, as if verifying some factors. Finally, Snape stretched out his wand, and the blue light flashing at the tip of the wand enveloped the mice. It seemed to be sensing the changes in the mice's body. After a moment, Snape held the utensils and the little white mouse, and said to Lockhart in a deep voice, "Lockhart, this fruit is indeed very helpful for snakes. To be precise, it will promote the evolution of magical animals to a certain extent. However, the effect of the fruit is similar to blood erosion, using powerful blood to drive the evolution of animal blood. So it will not be of any help to the blood of wizards, and may even have a negative impact." Hearing Snape's explanation, Lockhart's expression moved, and he asked quickly, "Are you sure that it is blood erosion that drives evolution?" "Yes." Snape nodded affirmatively. He knew what Lockhart meant, and continued, "I suspect that there are corpses of powerful magical animals under this valley or lake, and these fruits are born based on these corpses. so it will help with purification. Hearing this, Lockhart's eyes revealed thinking. But after thinking for a long time, there was no good guess, and finally he simply closed his eyes slightly and tapped the ground with his toes. Instantly, a light golden field enveloped the surrounding area. At the same time, all kinds of snakes around disappeared, as if they were erased by an eraser. The rugged ground began to melt, the ground began to sink, and the extra soil disappeared, as if it was wiped away. Snape looked at the changes in the surrounding environment, and a trace of heat and greed flashed in his eyes. Lockhart told him that this was the power of the awakening of wizard talent. He had it, Grindelwald had it, and the Dark Lord was likely to have it. If he had it, even if he couldn't beat Lockhart, he would undoubtedly be able to step into the ranks of first-class wizards. At least, he would not be inferior to those old monsters. Soon, in Snape's eyes, except for the land under their feet, the surrounding land, including the water flow of the lake, completely disappeared. The environment on the ground looked like a huge meteorite crater, and they stood on the stone pillar in the middle of the meteorite crater, looking at the environment below. Snape found that after Lockhart's destructive mining, a touch of white appeared at the bottom of the pit. Looking closely, it was really a medium-sized animal skeleton similar to a giant snake. Seeing this, Snape jumped lightly and landed in front of the skeleton. He had not observed it carefully from above just now. Only when he got closer did he realize how huge the skeleton was. Then Lockhart, this is the skeleton of a giant dragon. Snape frowned and asked Lockhart beside him, I feel it is somewhat similar to the Hungarian horntail dragon. However, there are still significant differences. Then, he reached out to touch the stripes on the skeleton and said in surprise, why do I feel familiar? The stripes on the skeleton seemed to be somewhat similar to the rune. Seeing this, Lockhart affirmed, yes, this is the rune. This is most likely a giant dragon from Asgard. Then, he speculated, I remember that thousands of years ago, Asgard and the frost giants and other tribes went to war on Earth. Perhaps this is some of the spoils of the supreme sorcerer at the time, buried in the secret realm as fertilizer. Asgard. Hearing this, Snape pondered in his heart. He had heard Lockhart's introduction before. This was a race of all extraordinary people, known as gods. The real top figures were indeed no different from gods. For example, Odin, the father of the gods. To be honest, when he heard it, he thought Lockhart was joking. The story of Odin was also circulated in the wizarding world. However, the books clearly recorded that it was a story about a wizard who was good at thunder pretending to be a god and was believed by muggles, including Zeus, Thor, etc. Unexpectedly, it actually existed in this world, and the giant dragon skeleton in front of him further verified the authenticity of Lockhart's words. Sure enough, there are all kinds of wonders in the world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The basilisk on the side ignored the two people's thoughts and wandered in front of the skeleton. Feeling the temptation from the skeleton, the basilisk couldn't help but want to spit out the snake tongue, touch the skeleton, and even want to open its mouth to bite it into pieces and swallow it into its stomach. It told him intuitively that if it could completely swallow the entire skeleton, it would be of great benefit. Snape, can you use this skeleton to make a potion to help the basilisk evolve? Lockhart asked, looking at the somewhat anxious basilisk in front of him. Yes. Snape nodded and said, combined with the fruit obtained before, it should be able to achieve what you want. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Divination, Chaos Magic. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After hearing Snape's words, the basilisk shook its head slightly in excitement and spit out its tongue. He understood human nature and could understand human words. According to the communication between his master and the wizard, the basilisk already knew that the opportunity for its evolution was in this wizard in black robes. Little snake, don't worry. I will arrange your evolution immediately after returning. Lockhart saw the basilisk's actions and smiled to comfort it. Hiss, hiss. Hearing what his master said, the basilisk replied excitedly. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the huge skeleton in front of him and frowned slightly. Before entering the secret realm, Lockhart already knew the relevant rules of the secret realm. Among them, the most core one is that destructive mining is not allowed. Because most of Kamar-Taj's resources come from the secret realm. Who dares to conduct destructive mining? It is a joke with the future of Kamar-Taj, and he is the enemy of the entire Kamar-Taj. As for the method, it should be more secretive. Lockhart thought about it, and finally chose to give up. He was very clear about the abilities of the Supreme Sorcerer, especially the function of the Time Stone, to spy on the past and the future. There was no way to hide it. If the Supreme Sorcerer punished him, he would lose the watermelon, and pick up the sesame seeds, or even the sesame seeds would be lost. Looking at the dragon skeleton, Lockhart's thoughts turned, and he kept thinking. If it was destructive mining, the skeleton was so big, it shouldn't count, if only a part was cut. While thinking, Lockhart took out his wand. He walked to the head of the skeleton, pointed at the neck, and gently scratched it. Whoosh! The sharp blade was invisible. A transparent sharp blade moved along the magic wand, and rushed towards the crystal clear skeleton at a lightning speed. Caca! The sharp blade and the skeleton collided with each other, and with a click, a shallow scratch appeared. This made Lockhart frown slightly. It was worthy of being the Asgardian dragon whose secret realm was buried by the Supreme Sorcerer himself. It should be strong, otherwise it would not be qualified to be fertilizer. As soon as Lockhart's mind moved, he tiptoed forward and drew a line. Whoosh! A deep blue flame appeared. It was Fiendfire. The Fiendfire kept rolling in the air, and its shape kept changing with Lockhart's thoughts. Soon, a rope made of Fiendfire appeared above the neck of the skeleton. As soon as Lockhart's mind moved, the deep blue, flaming rope fell down and tightly bound the neck of the dragon skeleton. Whoosh! As soon as a rope was tied tightly, as if stimulated, with a whoosh, the hot blue Fiendfire suddenly burned. The originally crystal clear skeleton soon showed black marks, where the rope was tied. Crack, crack, crack. Time passed by minute, and as the Fiendfire continued to burn, the black marks on the neck of the skeleton gradually turned red. At this moment, whoosh, extremely cold light. Lockhart waved his wand, and a pure white light with a cold and chilling air appeared again. It fell on the place where the Fiendfire was burning. Crack, crack, crack. From extreme heat to extreme cold, the skeleton neck constantly made crackling sounds under the effect of thermal expansion and contraction. It seemed to prove that the skeleton seemed to have become much more fragile. At the same time, Snape on the side waved his wand continuously, as if he had received some order. Divine Sharpness and Shadowless. Divine Sharpness and Shadowless. A large number of Divine Sharpness and Shadowless spells were skillfully used by Snape. As the founder of this spell, he very cleverly linked each spell together, like a cutting machine, continuously shooting at the intersection of fiery flame and ice on the skeleton. Crack, crack, crack. Fiery flame and ice kept changing, and under thermal expansion and contraction, the skeleton itself began to become more and more fragile. On this basis, with Snape's extremely sharp Divine Sharpness and Shadowless spell, the cracks on the surface of the skeleton appeared and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, rumble. The huge dragon skeleton skull fell to the ground, accompanied by a loud bang, and a lot of dust flew everywhere. Whoosh. The breeze swept by, and the dust disappeared. Lockhart looked at the giant dragon head in front of him, and the corner of his mouth curled up. At night, the magician's secret realm, the Starfall Plane. Although the secret realm was opened up by the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One still imitated the night on Earth, reflecting the stars in the sky of the secret realm. At night, the Starfall Plane is dotted with stars, flying around like fireflies, as beautiful and peaceful as a dream. When the mages approached to observe, they found that these stars were scattered on some strange looking grasses on the grassland. Every ray of starlight that fell on the grass would emit a faint light. It was like swallowing and spitting, constantly absorbing the starlight falling from the sky. And this is the most famous specialty of the Starfall Plane stargrass. David, another stargrass. In the dark night, Mage Sanji, who was wearing a yellow magician's uniform, held the glowing stargrass in his hand, shook it slightly, and said, "Be careful, Sanji," David said in a deep voice. Quickly seal it in a vacuum, otherwise the star grass will rot quickly. I know. Sanji said helplessly. After all, I'm a potion master. You still understand this common sense. Hurry up, we are not using it to make potions. David urged again. This is a good material for divination. Huh. Sanji was a little confused when he heard what David said. However, he still gently waved the hanging ring. A red flame-colored circular rune halo appeared in his hand, and then rotated around the star grass in his hand. In less than a second, the halo disappeared, and the surface of the star grass was glowing with a red flame-colored glow. After sealing the star grass, Sanji asked again, David, I'm quite familiar with star grass, but isn't its main function to make potions that weaken the erosion of magic? When does it also have a function of divination? You specialize in making potions, so naturally you don't pay attention to the other functions of star grass. David explained. Besides, using it for divination is mentioned in an ancient book. Naturally few people know about it. Hearing this, Sanji was a little puzzled, but still nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he changed the subject and said, are you sure you can divine Lockhart's location? We have tried it before. Lockhart should have a magic item similar to the shielding divination. I can't capture any information at all. Hearing this, David sneered. Of course I can't divine Lockhart. But who said that? If you want to know his location, you must divine Lockhart. Who made him bring the black robe wizard this time? I captured his breath before. If you divine his location, you will naturally know Lockhart's location. Hey, how good is it for Lockhart to cooperate with us? Sanji shook his head slightly and said, then we can study chaos magic together. Why not? David didn't respond, but his eyes were dark, and I don't know what he was thinking. He was the instigator of this action, so he naturally had a very deep understanding of chaos magic. In his opinion, the natural chaos and unpredictable properties of chaos magic determined that it would never have a controller. Even the god of black magic, Zithorn, only controlled some of the authority of chaos magic. If all of them are mastered, the chaotic and unpredictable properties will be lost, and naturally they will be out of the category of chaos magic. Such contradictory characteristics make chaos magic the best way to break through the realm of dimensional demons. Even the more people who use it to break through, the more conducive it is to the extension of the concept of chaos magic. This is why the evil god Zison will limit the possibility of the birth of chaos magic. If there are more people who understand chaos magic, it will be disadvantageous for him to control his own power. But if not, chaos magic will soon be away from him. Therefore, only a few people in each world are guaranteed to learn chaos magic, and even under the influence of Zison. Only in this way can Zison control power. Just as David was thinking, suddenly shap. David, we have found the rootless water, rhinoceros bones and other materials you need for you. Along with the rustling sound of the grass being rubbed, a familiar voice came to David's ears. Raman, you are back. David responded with a smile. Now, we can start divination of Lockhart and his whereabouts. Chapter 332, Ancient One's Cruelty. Snape is targeted. Ordinary people only know that stargrass is used to make potions or cast star magic. But what they don't know is that stargrass itself resonates with the properties of the stars, and it is the most suitable for divination of other people's whereabouts. Especially when used in the magician's secret realm, the effect is extremely good. I saw this in a magician's secret realm book. Mage David sat cross-legged on the grass, waving his hands as he spoke, and a large number of runes floated up and merged into the 5-star grasses floating in the air. At the same time, around the star grass, rhinoceros bones, dark green jade, purple incense grass, etc. floated and rotated. Whoosh! As Mage David continued to wave the hanging ring, a large number of runes continued to fall into the various materials floating in the air. The number of runes seemed to have reached an extreme. With a whoosh, an orange-yellow flame suddenly emerged, burning the various magic materials around the star grass. Soon, the materials melted into wisps of liquids of different colors, white, green, purple, etc. appeared one after another. Then, under the guidance of Mage David, they gathered together towards the star grass in the middle. At the same time, everyone heard the sound of spells, calling the power of the stars, peeping into time, pursuing the traces of fate. Along with the sound of the spells, everyone felt the cold wind blowing around them. The magic power changed dramatically, and even heard all kinds of mysterious sounds in their ears. The star grass in the air began to tremble constantly, absorbing the purple, white, green and other liquids gathered around. All kinds of scenes made people feel very strange. The color of the star grass also began to change constantly, and purple, green, blue and other colors appeared one after another, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Everyone only felt a strange smell slowly drifting over. At the same time, the star grass continued to emit wisps of mist of different colors. Floating in the air, it gathered into one picture fragment after another. Among them, there were scenes of Snape casting a spell to kill the giant snake, communicating with Lockhart, tasting various potions, etc. After seeing it, everyone smiled, and Master David watched quietly when the picture was about to disappear. He took out a black compass, and at the same time, mists of various colors slowly merged into the pointer in the middle of the compass. After a moment, the gray-white star grass fell. The pointer showed colorful colors, and then as if it sensed something, it slowly shook and soon pointed to the southeast. Seeing this, Master David was delighted, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the traces of Lockhart and others have been found. Deep in the magician's secret realm, in a void space. Dark, empty, and silent. It seemed to be the same after hundreds and thousands of years." Suddenly, for some unknown reason, a faint voice sounded, calling the power of the stars, peeping into time, pursuing the traces of fate. This faint voice seemed to activate something, and ripples appeared in the entire empty space and spread everywhere. But soon, as if something was touched, green light flashed, and the ripples suddenly retracted, as if time was reversed. Everything seemed to return to its original state. At the same time, a faint curse of resentment came. "Ancient One, you can't kill me. You want to use me as food. Dream on. As long as I don't die, it's you who will die." At this moment, on a lake in the wizard's secret realm, a huge ball of light emerged, dispelling the darkness of the night. Lockhart and Snape stood on the edge of the lake, watching the huge basilisk entering the lake. A large number of fish dodged around as if frightened. At the same time, water blades, water balls, water arrows and other magic fell on the body of the basilisk. But they were all blocked by the black scales on the basilisk's body, leaving no damage. Splash. The basilisk pushed its huge body, stirring up waves one after another. As many fish creatures fled, the sound of splashing water continued. At this time, Lockhart closed his eyes slightly, probed his mental power into the lake, and called the basilisk to the bottom of the lake. Soon, the lake gradually returned to calm, and the flashing black shadows on the lake and the splashing sound of water indicated that the basilisk was constantly swimming and exploring. At this time, Snape stood on the shore, observing the lake through the light, emitted by the light ball. Suddenly, Snape frowned, turned his head quickly, looked back, and stretched out his wand with a vigilant expression. He just felt a very secret spying. As a wizard, he would not doubt his intuition. With a flash of thought, Snape waved the wand in his hand, and released one detection spell after another around him. At the same time, he did not forget to cast defensive spells on himself and Lockhart. But after a moment, as the sense of spying disappeared, the spell did not bring any feedback. This made Snape's expression tense, and he felt something was wrong. His many years of combat experience told him that someone was definitely spying on him just now. Could it be some kind of magical creature? While Snape was thinking, suddenly, splash. The sound of water sounded, and the basilisk swam out with a huge scallop in its mouth. Then put it in front of Lockhart. At this time, Lockhart had already opened his eyes, waved his wand, and opened the scallop. Looking at the huge pearl in the scallop and the familiar magic on the surface of the pearl, Lockhart smiled bitterly, waved his hand gently, and the scallop closed up, returned to the lake intact. Sure enough, most of the growth points of magic resources are not without roots. To be precise, these are all born with the spoils of the Ancient One as fertilizer. Just like the dragon skeleton before, it was definitely buried underground by the Ancient One, and then various kinds of snake fruits, magical creatures, etc. were produced as magic materials. The same is true for the pearl just now. Ruahud clearly knew that the magic of the Ancient One was entangled in the pearl. It seems to remind every wizard who discovered it not to touch the scallops and pearls without permission. With these pearls as fertilizer, some water-attributed magic materials and magical creatures were produced in the lake. No wonder before entering the secret realm, it is emphasized that destructive mining cannot be carried out. So the so-called destructive mining means not to touch the fertilizer buried in the ground by the Ancient One. With a flash of thought, Lockhart shook his head helplessly. To be honest, if he hadn't been so weak, he would have wanted to rob the Ancient One. He really is the richest man in the world. Or, the Ancient One is really ruthless. The entire Mage's secret realm and every resource point were created by the Ancient One. There are countless enemies who were captured by the Ancient One and used as fertilizer to continuously provide Kamar-Taj with a large amount of magical materials. Well, it can be said that the Ancient One supports the entire Kamar-Taj by himself, and this is definitely not an exaggeration. He is indeed an old monster that has survived for thousands of years. While Lockhart was thinking, Snape's faint voice came to his ears. "Lockhart, I'm afraid we are being targeted." Chapter 333, My Way to Enter the Wizarding World. At night, in the Mage's secret realm, somewhere on a flat ground, Mage David was walking in front holding a black compass, and 5 Kamar-Taj mages were following him. The surrounding mages looked alert and looked around, while Mage David was concentrating on the compass needle and adjusting his walking direction according to the compass. "David, is Lockhart still moving?" Sanji complained. "Instead of resting well at night, he's running around everywhere. Will tomorrow's picking be different?" Before David could reply, the black wizard Nick next to him mocked, "I'm afraid this wizard Lockhart is dazzled by seeing so many magic materials for the first time. He's still busy picking resources at night, fearing that he won't pick enough in 3 days." Then Ivans next to him also said with a smile, "This wizard secret realm is only known to people like us who come in frequently. The number of potions that each person can take out should be within a certain limit. The more you want to take out, the more you will be confiscated." "Yes," Sanji complained, "I really don't know who came up with such a system. It's like a tiered tax. It's okay if you take out a small amount, but if you take out more materials, you will be charged more. I really miss the wizards 1,000 years ago. I remember that there were no restrictions on each wizard at that time. TSK. Don't think about these beautiful things. The wizards 1,000 years ago didn't follow the rules, and magic materials were rampant. The entire practice environment almost collapsed. Now we are all on guard." "Yes, Sanjay, plan ahead for the potion materials you want to bring out. The next time you come in, it will be a year later." While the 5 mages were joking with each other, Mage David walked forward with his head down, looking at the compass, and listened to everyone's discussion silently. He has practiced in Kamar-Taj for many years, and knows the situation of Kamar-Taj very well. In his opinion, the practice system of Kamar-Taj is very deformed, and it can basically be said that it is supported by the Supreme Mage alone. This secret realm of mages alone can provide all the current mages with the opportunity to practice for 100 years or even longer. The reason why there are restrictions on the collection of materials is nothing more than the fear that the chaotic scene of the magic order thousands of years ago will reappear. It can be said that being a mage in Kamar-Taj is very happy. A large amount of magic knowledge can be obtained at will, and magic materials can be obtained as long as a certain price is paid. There is even a benefit every year entering the secret realm to replenish the scarce magic resources in hand, and this is not without cost. Over the years, there are only a handful of mages who can practice to the age of 80. A few of them lived to be 50 or 60 years old, but then died. Most of the mages died in battle when they were 30 or 40 years old. In the eyes of the Mage David, Kamar-Taj was like a training ground where they were well fed and well fed on weekdays. In the end, in the name of defending the world, everything returned to Agamotto. Just like raising pigs. Only the Supreme Mage escaped from everything, enjoyed a lifespan of thousands of years, and lived forever. He knew everything, and didn't want to be so fatalistic, and chaos magic was his only hope, or rather, their only hope. David thought silently in his heart, and then continued to follow the instructions of the compass to pursue the traces. The mages around him chatted casually. At night, the secret lake. Near the edge of the lake, there was a dense bush. At this time, there was no one around the lake, only the moonlight at night, reflected on the lake, and the breeze brought ripples on the lake. Shap, shap, shap. With the sound of the weed swaying slightly, several figures emerged. David, are you sure Lockhart and his team went into the lake to pick the soft water route? It should be okay, Nick. David affirmed. The other party is currently in the lake, and there are only soft water routes left here. Lockhart should have come for this, and is now picking them at the bottom of the lake. That's why he is nowhere to be seen. Hearing this, the surrounding wizards nodded slightly, confirming what David said. The black wizard Nick asked again, then should we continue to stay by the bushes? Why don't we just work together to force Lockhart and his team to leave the mage secret realm and leave him with nothing? Hearing this, David decisively refused. No, we don't know Lockhart's strength. If he runs away, we will fail. Well, if Lockhart leaves like this, it will undoubtedly be more difficult for him to obtain chaos magic later. Okay then. Nick hesitated, but still said. Then everyone discussed in a low voice, while paying close attention to the movement of the lake. However, everyone did not notice that with a breeze, wisps of white mist were spreading around. A breeze blew, and everyone felt the cool breeze, which was very pleasant. Splash. Everyone found that a black shadow flashed on the surface of the lake. The next moment, accompanied by the whirlpool in the water, two figures emerged from the center of the lake. David and others hiding on the side naturally found that this was the target of their action this time, Lockhart and his friend Snape. After David and other wizards determined the target, they whispered, "Listen to my order, prepare to act, and restrict action." In the eyes of David, Lockhart and his friend joked with each other and walked towards the shore. So at the same time, the water drops on their bodies gradually fell and merged into the lake. Do it. Seeing Lockhart and Snape walk to the shore, it seems that they are sorting out the results of this picking. David whispered. The next moment, David stepped on the magic boots and rushed towards Lockhart. At the same time, some wizards around rushed forward like David. Some of them waved the rings and cast magic ropes, trying to tie up the target's limbs and prevent it from making any movements. Whoosh. At the same time, David rushed in front of Lockhart at lightning speed. Then he grabbed Lockhart's right hand, or more precisely, the ring on his right hand. Snape, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed it and was about to resist, but he found that a wizard was staring at him closely, waving the ring in his hand, fighting with himself and involving himself. Lockhart seemed to notice David's move and quickly stepped back to dodge, but it seemed that David reacted faster, grabbing Lockhart's right hand, quickly grasping the ring on Lockhart's middle finger and pulling it hard. Snap. The ring fell into his hand. Then, David reached out again to grab the wand on Lockhart's waist, and soon, the wand fell into David's hand. At the same time, Snape, who was standing by, was besieged by several people and seemed to be overwhelmed and was firmly grasped. David felt a little incredible when he saw this scene. It was smooth, too smooth, and even made people feel a little weird. As if his wish had come true, all his plans were fulfilled. However, he did not have time to think deeply. David only heard Lockhart loudly questioning, "David, what do you want to do? This is a secret realm opened up by the Supreme Sorcerer. As long as he wants, everything is in his sight." Hearing Lockhart's question, David smiled and said faintly, "As long as no one dies, the Supreme Sorcerer will not pay attention to these details of ours." Lockhart, how long have you joined Kamar-Taj? Do you know the Supreme Sorcerer as well as we do? Hearing what David said, Lockhart's voice stagnated, as if he was it. Then, as if he thought of something, his voice rose. "David, what do you want to do? Tell us and we can talk about it. Otherwise, what will happen when we return to Kamar-Taj the day after tomorrow?" That's unclear. Hearing Lockhart's last threatening tone, David smiled and said, "Master Lockhart, don't worry, you won't remember anything that happened tonight. As long as you cooperate well, I guarantee that there won't be any accidents." Then, as if to give Lockhart a reassurance, he said again, "After all, the Supreme Sorcerer can see through everything if necessary. You have a bright future in the future, and I think you don't want to fight to the death with us." As if sensing the threatening meaning in David's tone, Lockhart seemed a little helpless and said, "David, what do you want?" Hearing this, it seemed that he knew that Lockhart would finally choose to cooperate. David and the 5 wizards beside him looked happy, knowing that their plan was mostly completed. So, as the leader, David spoke directly. Lockhart, I want your research on your own wizard bloodline. Also, a way to enter your wizard world. Chapter 334. Guyi is not dead. We are not willing to accept it. Entering other worlds is not a very difficult thing for Kamar-Taj mages. For example, entering Asgard, the kingdom of the gods, and other worlds. Many Kamar-Taj have entered in history, and even been invited. However, there are thousands of worlds. Some worlds are open and safe, some worlds are closed and dangerous, and some worlds are very hidden and unknown. David believes that the location of Lockhart's world may be hidden, but it should not be closed. Otherwise, Lockhart would not come to their world, not to Kamar-Taj. He even brought people here. That's right, according to David's own detailed observation of Lockhart during this period of time. Although I don't know how Lockhart can travel between worlds. But every once in a while, some mages and a lot of resources will appear around Lockhart. There is a high probability that Lockhart can travel back and forth between the 2 worlds. This is not uncommon for the mages of Kamar-Taj, as long as the exact coordinates or space portal of the other world are determined. Through certain means, it can be reached. He can, and for other experienced mages, it can also be done. For the Supreme Sorcerer, it is even more of a piece of cake. The multiverse, although grand, is not completely unfamiliar to Kamar-Taj. Arriving in another world may feel fresh to the mages of Kamar-Taj, but they will not have too many ideas. In addition to the fact that the rules of Kamar-Taj itself do not support it, a very important reason is that the resources they have are still very rich, and the general world cannot compare with their current environment at all. Even Asgard does not have the good conditions provided by Kamar-Taj, let alone this secret realm of mages who can pick magic materials at will. Not to mention the library of Kamar-Taj that has been passed down for thousands of years and allowed mages to watch. However, Lockhart's world is obviously different. It's just that the opponent's magic system is somewhat similar to chaos magic. This is enough to make David greedy. Even if the opponent's magic is not as strong as Kamar-Taj, and the system is not as perfect as Kamar-Taj. However, for David, who is committed to becoming a dimensional demon god through chaos magic, it is full of temptation. Lockhart is not important, and the resources he controls are not important. The most important thing is that the world behind Lockhart gives a possibility of breakthrough. This is the most important thing. As soon as David finished speaking, Lockhart's face showed a look of astonishment, as if he was full of incomprehension. David, why did you enter my world? Although the resources in my world are somewhat different, most of them are not as good as Kamar-Taj. Facing Lockhart's doubts, David obviously had no intention of answering, but said in a cold voice, Lockhart, will you tell me? If you don't, I will find it from your memory later. As soon as David finished speaking, he heard Lockhart's panicked words. David, what are you going to do? Do you want to be expelled from Kamar-Taj and become an ordinary person? If the Supreme Sorcerer wants, he will definitely know everything you do. Hearing what Lockhart said, David did not hesitate at all, but said indifferently, Lockhart, after checking, I will erase your memory. Then he threatened again, if your soul is damaged and your potential is greatly reduced, it is your own fault. Hearing David's last threat, Lockhart looked at David indifferently, and his original panic turned into calmness. He said slowly, so that's what you rely on. I bet you don't dare. Seeing Lockhart's expression, David felt a burst of impatience. Yes, he really didn't dare. To be honest, David could search the soul memory, but the traces were not easy to clean up. If Lockhart found out later, and the matter was brought to the Supreme Sorcerer, he would definitely not be able to escape. No matter who you underestimate, you can't underestimate the Supreme Sorcerer. This is the heartfelt thought of David and all the mages. Kamar-Taj with the Supreme Sorcerer is really good, and really bad. Many things, once the Supreme Sorcerer is taken into consideration, have to be restrained. In the eyes of David and others, the Supreme Sorcerer is the root of Kamar-Taj's deformed practice system. Everything in the entire Kamar-Taj cannot be separated from the traces and influence of the Supreme Sorcerer. If the Ancient One does not die, they have no hope of going further. She strangled all possibilities. As for killing Lockhart, he can't do it now. Before entering, all mages were cast with magic, and injuries had no effect. But if their lives are in danger, they will be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. David felt a bit awkward when he saw Lockhart's uncooperative attitude. Then he turned his eyes to Snape on the side. This person was not like Lockhart, and he did not enter Kamar-Taj, so. Lockhart, you took a lot of trouble to bring your friend into the secret realm. I believe you have a good relationship. You don't want to see your friend suffer and be searched by us. Lockhart saw David walk up to Snape and use Snape to threaten him. He shook his head helplessly. He was still preparing to get more useful information from David. Well, it seems that it is best to check his memory. Well, give him a taste of his own medicine. If the Supreme Sorcerer knows, he probably won't be able to say anything, and at most he will just scold him. At this moment, David was observing Lockhart's expression. Seeing that the other party still maintained a calm expression, he felt something bad in his heart. Could it be that the other party did not care about the safety of his friend? When David was thinking about how to convince Lockhart, then the breeze blew, and at some point, wisps of white mist appeared all around. David and the 5 wizards beside him seemed to be unaware, and continued to coerce and lure Lockhart. Then, as the white mist enveloped Master Sanji, who was standing at the edge, snap. With a snap, Master Sanji fell to the ground, and his companions around him were unaware. Then, the second and third wizards fell to the ground one after another, and everyone was still unaware. The scene was very strange. Until the end, Master David was left alone. At this moment, David looked at Lockhart and Snape, who were not cooperating. He became more and more irritated. Hope was right in front of him, and he could not give up. So, Lockhart, I hope to see you next time, David said in a cold tone. He made up his mind to search his soul first, obtain accurate information, and at the same time, eliminate as many traces as possible. Then, Lockhart was surrounded and killed by the evil god's followers. This is good. After all, the dead will not speak. Then, David saw Lockhart smiling at him indifferently, which made David confused and even frightened. Even so, David seemed to have not reacted yet, and his companions around him fell to the ground. Then he heard Lockhart whisper a word. Fall. Snap. David fell to the ground, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 335. I'm really looking forward to the day when Ancient One returns to eternity. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. The source of Kamar-Taj's prosperity is also the source of evil. Lockhart stood by the lake, looking at David lying on the ground, recalling the memory he had just obtained from his mind. His eyes were quite strange. What is this called? Not knowing how to be grateful for what you have. Or, the more you get, the more you want. Well, he has just joined Kamar-Taj for a few months, and has a certain understanding of it, although it is not comprehensive. But he has a very good impression of Kamar-Taj. Apart from anything else, such a library, a vast amount of profound magic knowledge, is already very happy for Lockhart. Not to mention, this time participating in the Mage's secret realm, you can get a lot of magic resources for free. Who can do it? The only thing they need to pay is to fight against the evil god believers and even the dimensional demons. This, in Lockhart's view, is normal. There are gains and losses in everything. How can there be no cost to enjoy so many resources for no reason? If so, then there is a problem. As a Kamar-Taj wizard, what he has to do is to protect the world, not to kill people, set fires, or start wars. Lockhart did not reject this too much. However, Lockhart said that he could understand the inner thoughts of David and others. Alas, if you have never seen the light, you can endure the darkness. The Supreme Sorcerer who has lived for thousands of years appears in front of their eyes every day. And for them, 100 years of life is a luxury. Although they keep persuading themselves from the bottom of their hearts that the enemy of the Supreme Sorcerer is the dimensional demon. But this is only effective for a while. They have been practicing and fighting since they were young, and then they have been looking at the eternally young Supreme Sorcerer. Naked temptation. They also want to live longer, they want to be stronger, and they also want to be the Supreme Sorcerer. This is the instinctive desire of people. Lockhart examined his heart and found that he also had it. If not, he is either a fool or a saint. Lockhart, how to deal with them? Snape, who was standing aside, looked at Lockhart and asked in a deep voice. Since he found out that he was being followed, he naturally thought that he would strike first and then suffer. But Lockhart stopped him, saying that he was going to use this to find out information. At first, he was a little confused. Wouldn't it be better to directly absorb the divine thoughts? It would be much easier. As a result, Lockhart stopped him. Then he just watched Lockhart use the divine thoughts to check his memory. This made Snape speechless. But due to the other party's current identity, it was not easy to say more. Lockhart noticed Snape's emotions and said directly without explaining anything, "I will send them back to Kamar-Taj. I just modified their memories. If anyone asks, just say that we are fighting because of personal grudges." Hearing this, Snape nodded and wanted to continue asking. After thinking about it, he finally held back. Well, according to his experience, killing people to silence them is naturally the best. Anyway, no one is watching now. If it really doesn't work, casting the curse in advance and finding an opportunity to kill these people later is a suitable choice. It's troublesome, so it's better to clean it up in advance. Otherwise, it will only bring more and more trouble later. This is a personal experience of the Dark Wizard Snape. Seeing Snape's expression, Lockhart seemed to know what he was thinking. After thinking for a while, he finally reminded him, "We are in Kamar-Taj, just like Hogwarts." Hearing this, Snape seemed to understand something, and his expression became serious. In Hogwarts, there is Dumbledore, so some things can be seen but not done. And in Kamar-Taj, Lockhart saw this and nodded slightly, sighing in his heart. He suddenly felt the same way about David's idea. Alas, the Supreme Master is indeed the biggest obstacle. Many methods can only be thought of in the mind, and dare not be used at all. Who let the other party master the time stone? Even if you check the other party's memory, you have to catch the other party's fault in advance, lay the groundwork, and have enough reasons to do it. Otherwise, I really look forward to the day when the Ancient One returns to eternity. The thought flashed through his mind, and Lockhart hid the thought deeply in his mind. Well, he has always had great respect for the Supreme Master, just like Dumbledore. Then, he looked at the 6 unconscious wizards in front of him. With a light wave of the wand, the space bags on their bodies suddenly opened. Then a large amount of materials poured out and fell beside Snape. "Snape, thank you for your trouble," Lockhart said to Snape with a smile. And Snape looked at the various and strange magic materials floating in front of him. His face darkened, and finally nodded slowly. Sure enough, this time when accompanying Lockhart, he didn't have to think about anything, just be a tool. Alas, this was his first time to enter a place similar to a small world, which was very different from the previous exploration of wizard ruins. He also wanted to take a look around. It seems that he will look for opportunities later. Then, he waved his wand and cast one detection spell after another, roughly classified them, and then tested whether they had the effects of stimulating blood, reviving blood, purifying blood, etc. After shortening the range, he finally tested them one by one to see if they were of some help to the wizard now. Although many materials can play a role in blood, they work in different ways and have different effects on wizard blood. Some of them may seem good, but they may have a counter effect and pollute the wizard's bloodline. Just like the snake's luff fruit found this morning, it is of great help to snakes, but it is poisonous to wizards. He needs to judge them one by one. Fortunately, he has a lot of experience in this area. Many materials only need one spell to judge their general effect. At this moment, Lockhart looked at Snape testing one by one, with a satisfied expression on his face. Sure enough, calling Snape was his wisest decision this time. Otherwise, if it were him, even if he got the good things, most of them would be wasted. With his mind turning, Lockhart stood in front of the 6 wizards lying on the ground. He waved his wand, and a flash of white light disappeared. David and others left the wizard's secret realm. Afterwards, Lockhart sat cross-legged beside the lake and closed his eyes to meditate, quietly waiting for the results of Snape's inspection. Time passed by every second. Because the 6 wizards did not forget to collect some magic materials during the tracking process, especially some wizards who carried some magic materials themselves. For example, poor Master Sanji, as a potion master, was not used to having no potions or materials. So, although Snape's testing speed was very fast, it still took a long time. It was late at night. Lockhart, who was meditating, heard a familiar and excited voice in his ear. "Lockhart, the materials have been counted. I found 5 materials that are helpful for purifying wizard blood." Chapter 336, Warning from Snape's Patronus. Purify the wizard bloodline and awaken the wizard talent. This step is the key to the rise of wizards in the Marvel world and the starting point of the Harry Potter world hegemony. Hearing Snape's joyful voice, Lockhart was very excited. After analyzing hundreds of materials, there was finally some result. Then, Lockhart stood up and quickly walked to the opposite side of Snape. Blood lotus, red blood fruit, purple grass, fragrant grass and... Hey, how come the heart of dream spirit is also counted? Lockhart fixed his eyes on a ball floating in front of him that was enjoying the colorful light, with some surprise in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the heart of dream spirit should enhance mental power, and it seemed to have nothing to do with bloodline. Snape on the side seemed to notice the change in Lockhart's expression. For some reason, he still stepped forward to explain. "Lockhart, according to the book you gave me before, this blood lotus itself improves physical fitness. But I found out that it also has a certain strengthening effect on the blood itself, which is of great help to purify the blood in the later stage. The red blood fruit can stimulate the blood to further revive." Lockhart listened to Snape's introduction and nodded slightly. Soon, he reached the point that he was more confused about. The heart of the dream spirit, its function is quite strange. The secretary introduced that it is the remnant of the killing of the dream spirit, which has a good promoting effect on mental strength. But I found that it contains a very strange energy that can be called, to be precise, it stimulates the activity of the blood. Listening to Snape's introduction, Lockhart was thoughtful. Energy stimulates blood. I don't know if it can be replicated in batches. Or, for newborn babies, can it stimulate the probability of their wizard blood awakening? If it can, then only for wizards. It is definitely a foundation. Just like the pen of acceptance and the book of admission. For Hogwarts, it is the most critical foundation. As his thoughts turned, Lockhart kept deducing various possibilities in his mind, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. After Snape finished his introduction, he reminded again, "Lockhart, how many resources are we expected to take away this time?" The amount of resources that each wizard can take away is indeed not small, but that is for individuals. If it is for a group, it can be said that it is a drop in the bucket. Not to mention that these materials are the first time Snape has seen them. Even if he is a potion master, he must pay attention to basic logic. He needs to match, research, and test a new potion according to the materials. The materials that need to be consumed here are definitely not a small number. Lockhart naturally knew what Snape meant, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Snape, you don't have to worry about the materials. I will provide you with enough materials here. You are responsible for researching a blood awakening potion that is as low cost, high quality, and mass producible as possible." In response, Snape nodded and said that there was no problem. As long as the materials are in place, there will be no problem. If the materials are very few, you can't blame him. After all, even if he is a top potion master, he has no way to deal with the dilemma of a skilled cook having no rice to cook. The next day, early in the morning, in the wizard's secret realm, high in the sky, 2 figures stood in the air and flew towards the east. They were Snape and Lockhart. At this moment, Snape followed Lockhart and wondered why Lockhart didn't go to pick materials. Now there are only 2 days left. Time is limited. Feeling the strong wind blowing from both sides, Lockhart had an idea, and a transparent protective shield appeared around him to isolate the strong wind. At the same time, he took out a piece of parchment in his hand and tapped the magic wand lightly. A lot of light appeared on the parchment, forming a map of the secret realm. And on the east side of the map, there is a place outlined with red lines. It says on it, Spirit Valley, Wizard's Secret Realm, Spirit Valley. Spirit Valley is a place where many Kamar-Taj wizards will go. As the name suggests, the resources produced here are called spirit. It is said to be the essence extracted from energy. To be precise, it is an extremely high quality energy. According to the experience of Kamar-Taj mages over the years, this energy can not only strengthen physical fitness, but more importantly, it can optimize the structure of mental power. A mage once studied that the optimized mental power is more resilient and flexible, and even helps to cool Agamotto. Such an effect will be very obvious for mages who are in contact for the first time. However, the spiritual essence is very strange. It can only be integrated and absorbed in the Valley of Spiritual Essence. If it leaves the Valley of Spiritual Essence, it will be lost at a very fast speed, as if it cannot survive. Therefore, every time you enter the secret realm of mages, there will be many mages entering the Valley of Spiritual Essence. Especially some mage apprentices, or newcomers who have just entered the formal mage stage, almost must come. For the old people, they come less frequently, because they have already absorbed a lot of spiritual essence, and coming again is almost useless to them. At this moment, in the belly of the Valley of Spiritual Essence, there are macro clouds of different colors floating in the air, wandering wantonly. Below, there were wizards waving their rings, concentrating their magic hands, and catching clouds of spiritual essence, as if they were playing a game. However, these clouds seemed to have intelligence, very sensitive, and evaded capture. Despite this, from time to time, wizards successfully captured them, then sat cross-legged, and refined the spiritual clouds. At this moment, two figures fell at the entrance of the valley. After seeing this, the wizards around did not care and went directly into the valley. At this time, Lockhart and Snape stood at the entrance of the valley. Feeling the extremely majestic and very strange energy inside, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. They could all feel that their souls had longed for the energy inside the valley. The two looked at each other, said nothing, and walked into the valley. Soon, the two walked to the valley, and saw wizards constantly catching spiritual clouds in the air. Some succeeded, some failed, and some wizards sat aside, and chatted with each other, as if they were taking a break. Many wizards were smiling, and the whole atmosphere seemed very relaxed and comfortable, as if they were playing. Lockhart and Snape felt the atmosphere here, and in silence, their expressions relaxed. Snape, let's see who can catch the spiritual cloud first. Lockhart joked, as if he was affected by the atmosphere of the surrounding environment. Okay. Snape also said very happily, with a faint smile on his face. Whoosh. Lockhart imitated the wizards next to him, waved his wand, condensed his magic hand, and quickly grabbed it into the sky. The wind whistled, but the clouds seemed to sense it in advance, and dodged to the side. And the magic hand, under Lockhart's control, grabbed the clouds again. However, after grabbing it several times, there was still no result. The same was true for Snape on the side. Seeing the performance of the two, the wizard on the side kindly reminded, it is best to use mental power to call and attract, and try not to make the energy fluctuation of the magic hand too strong, otherwise it will easily stimulate the spiritual cloud. After hearing this, Snape reacted immediately. Well, he was familiar with this. It was a bit like catching small animals. He prepared some bait, and then caught them quietly. Many of his magic materials were caught by himself from the Forbidden Forest. It can be said that he saved a lot of gold galleons. After Snape reacted, he quickly caught the first blue spiritual cloud with rich experience in catching. He gently held the spiritual cloud with his left hand, and then watched Lockhart catch it with a smile. It seemed that he was watching something interesting. After Lockhart noticed it, he was slightly annoyed, but it soon dissipated. He continued to catch spiritual clouds with a smile. Maybe he was inexperienced. After several failures, finally, he caught a purple spiritual cloud. Lockhart, it seems that I won. Snape said very happily, with a smile on his face. After hearing this, Lockhart smiled and nodded slightly, and his face also showed a relaxed expression. However, moo. When Snape's voice fell, a Patronus condensed into the shape of a white deer in the depths of his mind seemed to notice something and called softly. The cry from deep in his mind seemed to wake up Snape at the moment. After realizing the change in his state, Snape's face changed, and then he said in a deep voice, Lockhart, it's not good. Our spirits have been affected. Chapter 337 System Reappearance, Dimensional Demon, Patronus Charm. The best way to identify dark wizards in the wizarding world for thousands of years. Wizards who can cast the Patronus Charm are not necessarily kind-hearted, but they are definitely not dark wizards, because their souls have been seriously infected by negative emotions. The Patronus Charm is a condensation of a wizard's pure positive emotions, mental will, blood, magic power, etc. It has a strong resistance to, expulsion of, and even wear and tear on evil magic. At the same time, when the spirit is affected, it can also serve as a reminder and protection. At this moment, Snape's Patronus seemed to be aware that his mental state was affected. However, it didn't seem to be a bad thing, but it still reminded him. Snape, who had returned to normal, immediately reviewed all his actions when he entered the Spirit Valley just now, and a cold sweat broke out on his back subconsciously. After entering the valley, the whole person's personality changed completely, and he didn't even notice it at all. Ordinary wizards may not have too many feelings, but just feel happy and joyful. But he is different. He can feel that his personality and will are completely distorted, just like the little wizard. But, how is this possible? From childhood to adulthood, the only time he was happy and joyful was the time he spent with Lily. Even after that, even when he went to Hogwarts, the memories he had were not good. Not to mention that after Lily's death, his state was completely negative, and he even fell into an extremely negative state for a time. Indifference to himself was also the norm. Just now, he was completely twisted, and he didn't even know it. If the other party was completely malicious and enslaved, then did he become a slave without knowing it? Snape, who had just acted, immediately reminded Lockhart. Lockhart heard Snape's reminder, his expression tightened, and then he closed his eyes to feel the surrounding environment and the changes in his soul. Soon, Lockhart's face became ugly. He noticed that after a round of soul transformation, a layer of extremely fine white sand floated on the surface of his awakened purple gold true spirit. Although it was very little and very shallow, it could not be found at all if you didn't pay attention. But this made Lockhart alert. Let's go. A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Although he felt that the potential crisis was very low, Lockhart immediately whispered and walked out of the Spirit Valley. After hearing this, Snape followed behind him without hesitation, as if he had something urgent to deal with. After seeing this, many wizards looked at him for a few times, and then focused their attention on themselves again. Chatting with friends, and grabbing some spirit clouds. It was so relaxing and comfortable. Lockhart and Snape, who walked out of the valley, turned around and looked at the entire Spirit Valley, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lockhart, have you noticed any abnormal effects? Snape asked again. I don't know if I feel it wrong. I seem to feel a slight purification of my spirit. Regarding Snape's question, Lockhart pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, don't worry, Snape. For us, there should be no negative impact, only positive promotion. At this point, Lockhart sighed again. After all, the entire secret realm was opened up by the Supreme Sorcerer. Hearing this, Snape remained silent. Lockhart had been emphasizing that the Supreme Sorcerer was very powerful, but in fact, he did not have a deep understanding of this. Even if he said that the other party opened up this secret realm, he only felt that the Supreme Sorcerer was indeed very powerful. However, everything he had just experienced in the valley made Snape shudder, and he had a deeper understanding of the Supreme Sorcerer mentioned by Lockhart. This was just a means for the other party to train apprentices, but it made his entire soul will be distorted without his awareness. If the other party really had malicious intentions. At this moment, Lockhart continued to observe the true spirit deep in his soul. Feeling the fine white sand on the surface of the purple gold true spirit gradually disappear, he also felt a very subtle purification effect. After thinking for a while, Lockhart set his sights on the Spirit Valley again, or more precisely, the underground of the Spirit Valley. According to Lockhart's previous experience and analysis, the various magical resources produced by the entire magic secret realm originated from the spoils buried by the Ancient One. Like the previous snake-peeling fruit, its root lies in the corpse of the Asgardian dragon buried underground by the Ancient One. According to this conjecture, what is buried under this spiritual valley that can improve people's souls and spirits? If it can be obtained, even if it is only a small part, it will definitely be of great help to Lockhart at this moment. The spiritual cloud has been able to improve his mental power to a certain extent. If the key to the birth of the spiritual cloud can be obtained, then this time the harvest will be great. If his soul can undergo another round of transformation and return to the wizarding world, it will be no problem to crush Dumbledore and Grindelwald. With his thoughts turning, Lockhart used all his strength to extend his mental power to explore the valley underground. But Snape felt the majestic mental power emerging from Lockhart, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He had only encountered such a situation in his former master Voldemort. Later, he also saw a similar situation in Dumbledore. Is this the characteristic that a top wizard should have? Well, the only thing that Snape regretted was that he had not seen Lockhart cast the Patronus charm with his own eyes. If Lockhart could not cast it, then this joke would be a big one. At this moment, Lockhart frowned after withdrawing all his mental power. He had just released a lot of mental energy, but it seemed that he had not discovered anything. It was as if it was just an ordinary valley. And this was actually the biggest problem. The Valley of Spiritual Essence. Basically every new Kamar-Taj wizard would come in to improve their spiritual potential. How could there be no source of birth? In the entire magic secret realm, it is precious or top. After all, the materials that can act on the souls will are scarce in themselves. Let's go back to the Valley of Spiritual Essence. After seeing that there was no way out, Lockhart decided to go back to the valley first, so he said in a deep voice. In short, the influence of the valley inside the valley is also positive, and the negative ones should have been eliminated by the Supreme Sorcerer. Seeing this, Snape nodded lightly, without saying much, and silently followed Lockhart into the valley again. This time, Snape, who had prepared in advance, had just entered the valley. He still subconsciously felt happy and relaxed. But soon, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. This was his years of experience and instinct. Despite this, the relaxation in his heart remained unabated. This made Snape secretly marvel. It was really amazing. Even if he knew there was a problem, he still couldn't avoid the impact. This time, Lockhart, who entered the valley, specifically found a place with fewer people. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his mental power drove the blood to spread again. Wizard talent, rewrite reality. If ordinary methods don't work, then he will use his own talent. This time he doesn't plan to change anything, just to explore the most essential concepts and information. Almost instantly, the ground around Lockhart flickered with a weak golden light. But dark, empty, nothingness. The next moment, a large number of runes, strange pictures, and information continued to hit his mind like a storm. Then, in just 2 or 3 seconds, Lockhart groaned, and blood flowed from his eyes, his nose, corners of his mouth, etc. It can be said that blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. Snape, who was standing by, looked at Lockhart's face at this time, and felt a little horrified. Dimensional demon. At this moment, Lockhart's face was filled with shock. At the same time, a large amount of information kept emerging in his mind. The host's soul was detected to be affected. Analysis of the cause. The host's soul was impacted by the incomplete divine will. Degree of harm, weak. Solution. Detected nearby high purity spiritual attribute source power, which is of great benefit to the host's soul improvement. System is automatically extracting. Extraction failed. Analysis of failure factors. Reason 1. The other party is suspected to be alive. Reason 2. Sealing formation. Reason 3. It is recommended that the host extracts it independently and integrates it as soon as possible. Solution. Plan 1. Enter the sealed space and kill. A large amount of information and urging from the system once again emerged in his mind, and Lockhart cursed in his heart. Until now, how could he not understand? This spirit valley is where the Ancient One suppressed the dimensional demon himself. It is even possible that the spirit valley is the core of the entire secret realm. He had known for a long time that this secret realm was built on the basis of a dimensional demon and its half dimension. And now, the other party has completely become a nutrient, providing benefits to all Kamar-Taj mages. he said, optimizing the spiritual structure and improving the spiritual potential. How can such a precious thing be taken by the mages, as if it is free? So, this is made with a dimensional demon as a nutrient. Lockhart looked up and looked at the spiritual clouds of various colors floating in the sky of the valley and silently thought in his heart, well, he is worthy of being the supreme mage, a role model for our generation. This means of exploitation really made Lockhart learn learn from the Ancient One how to achieve sustainable development. Afterwards, Lockhart simply cleaned his face and called Snape to start capturing the spiritual clouds to improve his mental strength. Although for him who has undergone a round of soul transformation, the effect is a little weak. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and a little bit adds up. As for what the system suggests, sneaking into the sealed space and killing the dimensional demon, let's not talk about whether he has the strength now. If he really did this, Ancient One would be standing in front of him as soon as he started. By then, he would probably have to accompany the dimensional demon and serve as nourishment together. Whoosh! Snape had a faint smile on his face. He waved his wand, gathered his magic power, and grabbed a sky blue cloud of spiritual essence. Then he held the cloud in both hands, placed it in front of him, and stirred it gently with magic power. Inhale. The sky blue cloud turned into mist and poured into Snape's mouth and nose. Snape only felt a cool fragrant smell. Then, his soul seemed to be purified and baptized. A lot of distracting thoughts in his heart disappeared, and he only felt the emptiness in his heart. Whoosh! After a moment, Snape exhaled deeply, felt the changes in his soul, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Good stuff, really good stuff. Not only can it improve mental strength, but more importantly, it can improve one's mental limit, and even reduce the backlash of the soul caused by studying black magic in the past. In the wizarding world, it is very difficult to achieve such results. Now, he felt that his soul had been easily improved a lot, and even the inspiration for making potions kept emerging. But, what a pity. A trace of regret flashed in Snape's eyes. He had absorbed 15 spiritual clouds, almost reaching a limit. Snape, you have reached the limit. Lockhart, who was standing beside him, looked at Snape's expression and joked, how is it? Do you feel that the trip was worthwhile? To this, Snape nodded heavily. It was really worthwhile. Now, he could feel that he was twice as strong as before. Of course, this must be an illusion, but it was enough to show that his strength had increased a lot. Okay, since you have reached the limit, it's time to complete our initial task. Then Lockhart stretched out his hand to greet Snape, and then walked to the middle of the valley. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the Kamar-Taj wizards around him who were catching spiritual clouds or resting. A faint smile floated on his face, and then he stretched out his wand, raised it to the sky, and rotated it slightly. Whoosh! As the wand rotated, a huge amount of mental power surged out. In the air, a tornado formed purely by mental power appeared. In the middle of the tornado, a long transparent cylinder appeared. The wind was blowing, and a large amount of spiritual clouds were attracted by the tornado, and fell into the cylinder in the middle. This was the spell that Lockhart had just modified, based on the characteristics of the spiritual clouds. Ordinary spells could not capture the spiritual clouds at all. Only mental power, or more precisely, strong mental power, could slow down, or even attract the spiritual clouds. When capturing, experienced mages usually perform mental power shocks in advance, which greatly increases the probability of capturing. Despite this, because most of the people who came here were novice mages, the probability of successful capture was still low. At the same time, after consuming too much mental power, you need to rest well. But this didn't matter to Lockhart. After a round of soul transformation, his mental power was huge. At this moment, the mages around saw Lockhart's actions and looked a little unhappy. Everyone was trying to capture the spiritual essence cloud, but someone didn't follow the moral code and directly plundered it with his powerful strength. Who would be happy? If it weren't for the environment here, I'm afraid someone would have already started. However, I'm very sorry to bother you. Everyone heard an apologetic voice. Then, the tornado stopped, and a long cylinder appeared in front of the workers. In the middle of the cylinder, a large number of spiritual essence clouds appeared. Along with Lockhart's apologetic voice, the spiritual essence clouds in the cylinder were attracted by the magic power and scattered around. For a moment, the red, blue, white, and purple spiritual essence clouds filled the entire valley, dazzling people. Soon, almost every wizard had 2 spiritual essence clouds in front of him. This is my little gift, to help you save some time in capturing. It's not a respect. When the wizards saw the spiritual essence clouds in front of them, their faces softened a lot. It's free, everyone likes it. Of course, more importantly, the opponent's strength has been clearly demonstrated just now. They won't be stupid enough to provoke a powerful wizard. Masters, I'm planning to purchase a large amount of magic materials, but I'm limited in what I can carry. So, if you have extra space to pick, you are welcome to trade with us. After you leave the secret realm, you can trade various potions and magic items with us directly through the materials. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Sacrifice to the Dimensional Demon and Return to Kamar-Taj. Generally speaking, the Mage's Secret Realm is open once a year. The total amount of resources that each mage can carry into the Secret Realm is still quite a lot, which is more than enough to satisfy his own cultivation for a year. This can be regarded as the welfare that Kamar-Taj gives to all mages. However, this is only relative to personal cultivation. Cultivation is cultivation, and research is research. The resources consumed in research are really like flowing water. Even if a large amount of resources are consumed, there is a possibility of getting nothing. Although Snape is a top potion master, and is confident that he can develop a batch of blood purification potions. But let's not talk about how much time it takes. The resources required are by no means a small number. So, Lockhart thought of a way. The resource share that 1 or 2 people carry is limited. Then wouldn't the other mages add up to more? So, he came to the Spirit Valley where many young mages gathered and applied for a trade with all the mages present. Materials are easy to find, but finished products are hard to find. This sentence is still very realistic in Kamar-Taj. Maybe Kamar-Taj also needs a certain stimulus mechanism to mobilize mages to fight. Compared with materials, the difficulty of obtaining finished products has obviously arisen by several levels. In addition to refining by oneself and asking others to refine, another source is the task rewards of Kamar-Taj. For example, in the previous battle between Lockhart and Dormammu, the Supreme Mage gave them a chance to obtain top magic items as a reward. Now, in front of a large number of new mages, there is an opportunity to exchange materials for finished products, and they will naturally not let it go. Especially now that they are in the Mage Secret Realm, they can collect materials at any time according to their needs. Rounding off, a simple conversion is equivalent to getting it for free. It's so cool. Sure enough, as soon as Lockhart's voice fell, many mages were surprised and confirmed repeatedly. Mage Lockhart, are you serious? 5 red blood fruits can be exchanged for a bottle of medium quality healing potion. You are not lying, right? For the various questions raised by the mages in doubt, Lockhart patiently answered them one by one. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. I can sign a contract with you to guarantee this. Yes, 3 Zillion can be exchanged for a defensive item that can at least deal 3 fatal attacks. You can see that the relevant list and transaction method are listed on the parchment. As long as you have it, you can keep trading. As Lockhart spoke, he waved his wand, and a large number of parchments with handwriting appeared in the air and quietly fell, floating in front of each wizard. The parchment contained detailed information about the exchange work and transaction process. When Snape saw it, his face turned black and his mouth twitched. He said, why did Lockhart never let him go out after bringing him to the new world? In addition to teaching students potion courses all day, he was making potions. And looking at this posture, I'm afraid he won't be able to relax after returning. A complete yang bailao. Outside the secret realm of wizards, Kamar-Taj tea room. David, Sanjay and others sat cross-legged. Although there was fragrant tea in front of them, everyone looked unhappy. Everyone, we were beaten out just like that. This time, we got nothing from this trip to the secret realm. Yes, I was hoping to find the high quality 7-colored gold stone I needed this time to refine magic items. It seems that I can only ask if anyone brought more out after the end. Lockhart is so strong. Should we continue to target him? I personally suggest that we keep quiet for a while recently, don't rush, and take a closer look at Lockhart's methods before making a plan. Yes, this time we suffered a loss because we didn't have enough information about Lockhart's strength. I think we should try to obtain the required information through trading methods first, and if that doesn't work, then take action. After listening to everyone's complaints and even regretful words, David's face did not change, and he remained silent. Compared to others who completely believed in their own memories, he was defeated by Lockhart. He vaguely found that there was something wrong with his memory, but after careful observation, he couldn't find any abnormalities. However, he was still panting in his heart, because some of his ideas and what he did before, if others knew about it, the lightest punishment that awaited him would be to have all his magic removed and be expelled from Kamar-Taj. A little more serious. When David thought of the means by which Kamar-Taj punished its personnel, he shuddered and shivered. A life worse than death is the lightest punishment. David, what should we do? Yes, let's listen to David's opinion. Hearing the calls of his companions, David thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, the suggestion made by the third sister just now is not unreasonable. We should keep silent recently and try to obtain all the means of Lockhart as much as possible. Only in this way can we prepare for the next action. After hearing the suggestion of David, who had always maintained the most radical attitude, everyone was silent for a while and then began to argue fiercely again. Everyone insisted on their own opinions and refused to give in. Some wanted to keep silent for a while to avoid the limelight, some wanted to establish good relations and make deals, and some wanted to expel Lockhart from Kamar-Taj by framing him. It can be said that the husband has his own reasons, and the wife has her own reasons, and everyone refused to give in. David, who was standing by, heard everyone's quarrel, and suddenly felt an aimless fire in his heart. What everyone didn't notice was that when David's anger was rising, black lines appeared in his eyes. Deep in his soul, whispers emerged one after another. He who strikes first is strong, and he who strikes last will suffer. Everything is a disaster, and it is the tempering of longevity. The way to solve a problem is to solve the person who caused the problem. At night, in a dark space somewhere. Step, step, step. In the dark space, there was silence. At this time, a slight sound of footsteps came from a distance. As time passed, the sound of footsteps became more and more obvious. Suddenly, whoosh! Firelight appeared, light dispelled darkness, and a very spacious basement appeared before his eyes. Around the walls of the basement, a large number of torches were lit one after another. In the middle, on the ceiling, a round bead flashing with red flames appeared. On the floor, a large number of lines appeared one after another, forming a very complex and mysterious magic circle. At this moment, in the middle of the entire basement, a figure in a black robe appeared. It was David Nadeau. David looked down at the large number of lines that appeared on the ground nearby, and a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. Immediately, his expression straightened, and he sat down cross-legged. He put his hands in front of him, and looked at his left wrist, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. But his fingers were like knives, gently scratching his wrist. A large amount of blood dripped onto the ground. The blood seemed to be affected by something, and quickly spread to the surrounding lines. At the same time, David's face became paler and paler. As the blood in his wrist continued to flow out, David's breath became more and more unstable, and the smell of blood spread everywhere in the basement. Finally, as if reaching a certain limit, David held the ring in his right hand, pointed it at the wound on his left hand, and shook it tremblingly. Although his body was very weak due to the large amount of blood loss, the magic was finally performed. A milky white halo appeared, covering his left wrist, and the blood stopped. Then, David's right hand trembled slightly, and a bottle of light green magic potion fell into his hand. After drinking it all in one gulp, David's weak breath slowly stabilized, and even recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. But David couldn't wait any longer. So he stretched out his hand and stood up. Seeing that his blood had covered the entire pattern of the magic circle, a smile flashed across his pale face. It is a very dangerous thing to worship the dimensional demon god. Although the dimensional demon god is very generous, there is no free lunch in the world. If you don't pay attention, you will become a puppet of faith, and in the end your soul will be swallowed up by it. Therefore, since ancient times, the wizards on the earth have prepared various protective measures in advance. Next, start the next step. Waving the hanging ring in his hand, a large amount of magic power poured into the ground, and the red line stained with blood emitted red light, and the smell of blood began to drift everywhere, becoming more and more weird. Whoosh! The closed basement space rose without wind, the fire on the wall began to flicker, and there seemed to be very mysterious sounds around. The whole environment gives people a feeling of abnormal horror. However, David seemed to have gotten used to it. His expression did not change. He just kept waving his hands to draw runes one by one, and they fell into the lines in the basement. At the same time, David was solemn and whispered, "Great God of Dusk, I pray for the power of curse." While David was whispering, the bloodlines on the ground began to flow and change slowly, and a mysterious atmosphere emerged. It seemed to be covering something, or affecting something. In the morning, outside the magician's secret realm, the Bronze Hall, buzz. A transparent ripple appeared inside the entire Bronze Hall. At the same time, a large number of scenes appeared vaguely. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. With the sound of bangs landing, a large number of magician figures emerged, and their faces all showed joy and delight. "Ronnie, what resources did you get?" "Haha, quite a lot, all of which I urgently need." "What about you?" "After this trip to the secret realm, I will not be short of materials for the next 6 months. I made a lot of money. I didn't expect to get so many dream hearts this time." At this moment, Lockhart stood on the left side of the hall, watching many wizards whispering and discussing. He touched the space extension bag on his waist and hips, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, the harvest was not cheap. "I always have the resources I want. I believe that the materials for the potion used to purify the wizard's blood are almost ready." After leaving the Valley of Spirits, he went to 4 or 5 more locations. While checking whether there are new materials for purifying blood, he also conveyed his exchange and trading plan to more wizards. It can be said that the harvest is quite fruitful. More than 10 kinds of materials for purifying blood have been found. I believe that with Snape's strength, the time to purify blood in batches and open the wizard's talent should not be too far away. By then, unifying the entire wizard world and entering the Marvel world will no longer be a fantasy, but a realistic and feasible plan. At this moment, suddenly, welcome back, wizards. Next, please line up in an orderly manner and pay the corresponding share of materials according to the rules. A serious voice came from his ears, and Lockhart set his sights on the high platform not far away. Sure enough, at some point, several Kamar-Taj wizards wearing yellow wizard uniforms stood on it and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Lockhart's face twitched, but in the end he had no choice but to line up with Snape beside him. Before entering the secret realm, everyone signed a magic contract. Although the binding force of the contract is not strong, if the contract is violated, it will be investigated by Kamar-Taj. At that time, I'm afraid that all kinds of benefits of Kamar-Taj will be far away from him. I'm afraid that it is a foolish dream to want to enter the wizard's secret realm again, and even entering the library and borrowing books may be affected. Such a punishment measure made Lockhart give up all ideas. I don't know if I take such a big risk for some small things. Soon, it was Lockhart's turn. Like the wizards in front, Lockhart paid the corresponding share of materials. Seeing that his name was successfully erased from the parchment on the table, he sighed inwardly and immediately retracted his thoughts. With the Supreme Master here, he dared not fool around in this regard. Well, after the Ancient One ascends to heaven, that will be another story. Just as Lockhart's thoughts flashed, suddenly, a familiar voice came from his ear. "Master Lockhart, after you are done, remember to go to the Bamboo Forest Tea House. The Supreme Master is looking for you." Lockhart looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the Fat Master Wang. Hearing what Master Wang said, Lockhart's expression tightened, and then he nodded to show that he understood. Then, after Snape paid the corresponding materials, he took Snape out of the Bronze Hall and returned to the Vincian Book Cafe. He arranged for him to continue to refine potions. Later, a large amount of materials for purifying wizard bloodlines will be traded, and potions are a very important link. After the arrangement, another portal was opened and entered Kamar-Taj, in front of the Bamboo Forest Tea House. Bamboo Forest Tea House. Lockhart, who had just opened the portal, walked up the steps, thinking in his heart, what did the Ancient One want him to do this time? Could it be that his previous wish for her to return to eternity was discovered? That was impossible. Or maybe his attack on David and the others was discovered. That was impossible. His brain searched frantically for a long time, but there was no result. However, he smelled the faint fragrance of bamboo, and his heart was much calmer. At present, the Supreme Master has never had any hostility towards him, and even has the intention of cultivating him. So, it is probably not a bad thing. When Lockhart entered the tea room, he saw the Ancient One sitting cross-legged at first sight, and stretched out his hand to invite him. Lockhart, you are here. Sit down and try the tea I just brewed. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded gently. His expression was a little restrained, and he sat down cross-legged. Supreme Master, what do you want me to do? If I can do it, I will do my best. Well, if it involves beyond my ability, don't blame me. No hurry, Lockhart. Try the tea I just brewed first. Ancient One said gently. You came at the right time. The tea is at its most fragrant at this moment. Hearing what Ancient One said, Lockhart was thoughtful. What does it mean to have the right time? With his mind turning, Lockhart gently picked up the teacup and tasted it carefully. Good tea. I have finally experienced what it means to have a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. It is really memorable. After tasting the tea, Lockhart praised it directly without any hesitation. On the one hand, the tea brewed by the Supreme Sorcerer deserves this face, and on the other hand, this tea is indeed excellent. Hearing Lockhart's praise, Ancient One smiled on his face, did not say much, just waved his hand gently, and refilled Lockhart's cup. At the same time, he said softly, Lockhart, there is something. I need you to help me find someone. Chapter 339 Scarlet Witch, Tony's latest research. Sorcerer Supreme, who are you looking for? A witch from Sokovia. She will play a very important role in the future. I need you to find her and teach her. Lockhart walked out of the tea room, his mind echoing what the Ancient One had just said to him. Although his face remained calm, his heart had already stirred. Who was the person the Supreme Sorcerer was talking about? How could he not know? The future Scarlet Witch, Wanda. As the Supreme Sorcerer said, Wanda will play a very important role in the future. However, if he remembered correctly, Wanda's contact with Kamar-Taj was after the death of the Ancient One, or more precisely, when Doctor Strange was born. And now the Ancient One named him, and asked him to find Wanda, who was still an ordinary person. Everything made Lockhart feel confused and puzzled. What exactly does the Ancient One want to do now? A green light curtain appeared, reflecting the scene of Lockhart at this time. With a wave of his hand, the light curtain disappeared, and the Ancient One sat at the table, quietly poured a cup of tea, and continued to taste it. Without saying much, he enjoyed the comfort of being alone. After a while, a red flame-colored halo appeared. The Fat Master Wang walked out of it. His expression was a little solemn, mixed with a hint of nervousness. After seeing Ancient One, he seemed to be much more at ease, but he still said seriously, Supreme Master, I just received information from the Divination and Prediction Wizard. It is said that the Dimensional Demon has made some unusual moves recently. It is very likely that there will be a large-scale invasion. What should we do? Hearing Master Wang's serious tone, Ancient One's expression did not change, but just asked lightly, if it were you, what do you think you should do? After hearing this, Master Wang thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, continue to increase the intensity of the investigation. At the same time, the three major temples are on full alert. Strictly crack down on all behaviors related to the evil god cultists. Prevent trouble before it happens, and eliminate the root cause of the problem in the bud. After hearing the suggestion made by Master Wang, Ancient One did not directly refuse, but said lightly, "Then do as you suggest. Let Mordo strengthen the investigation." After hearing this, Master Wang nodded heavily, and a hint of joy appeared on his face, as if he was also happy that his suggestion was recognized by the Supreme Master. Immediately, he opened a portal and left. Ancient One looked at Master Wang's departing figure and shook his head slightly. The suggestion was not wrong, but it was too conservative and lacked stronger responsibility. Will the future Supreme Master be the same as she saw? 2 in 1. Perhaps a good choice. Alas. Kamar-Taj is her hard work. No matter what, she has to find someone who can keep calm and take on more responsibilities. The interior space of the magic suitcase, the spell training room. In the center of the training, a large number of Squib Wizard apprentices were lying on the ground, listening attentively to the lecture of the potion teacher in front of them. At this moment, Snape stood in front of the students and waved his wand, sketching out potions of various shapes one after another in the air. At the same time, a rather cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Potions are a matter of pursuing art. At the beginning of making potions, the most basic work is to cook potions and their characteristics. Now, looking back at the pictures you just saw, combined with the books I asked you to read before, how many do you know? What are their names? What are their characteristics? Many Squib Wizards fell silent in response to the questions asked by their potion teacher. They looked at each other and carefully recalled the pictures in their memories. Soon, a witch who was only 17 or 18 years old raised her hand to answer. "Rebecca, you go ahead." "Okay, teacher." Rebecca said briskly, "I just recalled 7 familiar potions. They are Feckle Stone, Bubble Stem, Aconite, and Sun Orchid. Among them, Feckle Stone has a certain detoxification effect, and the pus of Bubble Stem has a special effect on difficult pimples." Rebecca described the 7 materials very seriously. After hearing this, Snape nodded slightly. This witch has a good memory and still has some potential. Then, after asking him to sit down, he asked other people, "Does anyone else want to answer?" 7 of the 20 pictures have been answered just now, and there are still 13 to go. Soon a 20-year-old wizard stood up and answered 5. Later, some Squib Wizards answered 3 or 2. Although it took a lot of time, all 20 pictures were answered, and basically there were no problems. However, Snape's attitude towards the latter was not as good as the former. In Snape's view, no matter how talented the students in the front were, they were at least more attentive. In any case, it is much better for those who did not answer or remained silent. Then, Snape explained a lot of potions and some ideas for refining basic potions. After hearing this, the Squib Wizards lowered their heads and took notes quickly. They did not receive the notice of Hogwarts when they were 12 years old, and they were all sentenced to be squibs. It can be said that many people basically have no experience of going to school. This time, they can go to school again, and the other party is a professor of Hogwarts. The other teachers are very excellent. Naturally, they will not miss such a good opportunity. When Snape saw that all the Squib Wizards were taking notes very seriously, a trace of arc appeared on his cold face, and a faint smile flashed across his face. Well, no matter in which world, teachers like students who study hard and seriously. Then Snape took out a set of utensils he often used, and slowly refined the most basic vitality tonic in front of all the students, and also explained every process. All the students watched Snape's actions attentively, and took relevant notes. Soon, Snape finished once, and waved his wand. A set of simple calligraphy potion tools and 2 materials appeared in front of everyone. This time, Snape watched them do it, and slowly guided them from the side. It must be said that this group of students is still quite good. If there is a problem, it will not appear again next time with simple guidance. Although some people failed, because it was the first time. But the overall success rate of refining was as high as 70% to 80%, which gave Snape a very good feeling. When Snape was teaching, I don't know when Lockhart stood aside and watched Snape's teaching process. Snape naturally noticed it a long time ago, nodded slightly to Lockhart, and continued the class. He didn't know how many times he had taught the class, and he had encountered all kinds of emergencies. He was experienced, but he also speeded up the teaching speed, and ended today's class early. Snape, How do you feel about teaching them recently? After the class ended and the squib wizards left, Lockhart walked up and joked. They should be easier to teach than the little wizards. They are all very sensible and hard-working children. Yes, they are doing well. Snape praised affirmatively. Some of them still have good talent for potions. Maybe they can become excellent potion masters in the future. Hearing what Snape said, Lockhart raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, but still said very happily, "That's great. You can make a list of people with potential for me later. Later, I will allocate some resources to help them further develop in the field of potions." "Okay, Lockhart." Snape nodded. Then, he continued, "Lockhart, I need more materials for purifying wizard blood. We have used up most of the materials we collected from the wizard secret realm last time." "Okay, no problem," Lockhart said with a smile. "It just so happens that I came here to give you the materials this time. But how is your research going? Are there any results?" "There are results, but they don't meet our standards." Snape pondered for a moment and explained, "I have developed a potion that can purify blood, but its cost is very high, and it is difficult to achieve mass production. In this case." Lockhart thought for a moment and said, "Let's put the cost aside for now. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Let's concentrate our resources first to help you awaken your wizard talent. Perhaps your talent will be of some help to our potion research." Hearing this, Snape's eyes lit up and flashed with surprise. Awakening your own talent is a good thing. New York, Stark Villa. Above the villa, a white thread appeared in the blue sky, extending forward like a ribbon. Those who are familiar with it know that this is the trajectory of a high-altitude flying object. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind was whistling, but Tanista, who was hiding inside the steel armor, felt nothing. The constant temperature device inside the armor made him feel as if he was on the ground, unaffected by anything. "Jarvis, test the new armor data." "Okay, sir." Jarvis's gentle voice sounded. "Mark 1 to 15 armor. The flight speed reaches the ordinary speed of sound standard, and the new magic metal is integrated. The hardness of the armor surface is greatly improved, and it can resist rocket attacks. The armor carries ammunition, 15 small rockets, and 5 Jericho missiles. The armor has an automatic loading and unloading function, which can realize automatic assembly and disassembly within 3 seconds. The magic forbidden function can build a magic forbidden field with a radiation area of 10 meters in a short time. The space interference function can interfere with the wizard's space transmission in a short time." Jarvis's voice came to his ears, and Tony smiled comfortably on his face. This sight is the specific name of all his current technological essence. He believed that, even if he faced Lockhart again, he would have a great chance of winning. Even if he couldn't, he could still cause great trouble to the other party. TSK, TSK, TSK. He didn't believe that Lockhart could continue to be arrogant. At this moment, suddenly, "Sir, I just received a warning from the Villa system. It was found that Mr. Lockhart broke into the Villa again through space means. How should we deal with it? Should we fight back?" Hearing Jarvis's reminder, Tony's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Jarvis doesn't have to worry about this matter. I'll do it. Let me see his methods." Stark Villa. Lockhart sat on the sofa in the living room on the second floor, poured himself a cup of tea, and asked in the air, "Jarvis, when will Tony come?" "Professor Lockhart, wait a moment." Jarvis' gentle voice sounded, "Mr. Stark is on his way, and will be here soon." Hearing this, Lockhart shook the teacup in his hand slightly, took a sip, and continued to wait. He came here, of course, to continue the transaction with Tony about the gold galleon casting device. Although the casting machine copied by magic can be used, it consumes a lot of energy and needs to be replenished from time to time, which is very troublesome. It may even have some problems from time to time. After all, it is copied by magic, and is very susceptible to the influence of magic. Therefore, Lockhart is going to build a ready-made casting machine that can last for a long time. This point was figured out when he was in the Harry Potter world. Taking advantage of this long time, try to finish casting all the machines. With this thought, Lockhart thought about the Patronus charm again. He has studied the Patronus charm in depth, but found that he understands it, but cannot use it. Logically speaking, He doesn't look like a dark wizard. Well, that should be the case. So, maybe he hasn't studied it well yet, and he still needs to think about it carefully. While Lockhart was thinking, suddenly, click, 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 a sound of a machine stepping on the floor sounded, and Lockhart looked up. It was Tony Stark in armor. "Lockhart, what do you want to talk to me about?" Tony said with a smile after opening his mask. "Hey, Tony, did you use the adamantium I gave you to make this armor?" Feeling the familiar energy fluctuations on the surface of Tony's armor, he asked curiously. Indeed, indeed." Hearing Lockhart's words, Tony felt a little at a loss for words, and could only nod gently. Hearing this, why did he feel like he owed Lockhart a favor? This is obviously a deal. "Okay, Lockhart, the armor has just been trained. Do you want to try it out?" Tony simply didn't bother to study it, and directly asked for a fight. "No, I have other things to do." Lockhart refused directly. There are indeed a lot of things happening recently, a lot of things in Kamar-Taj, not to mention the tasks assigned by the Ancient One. I even heard Cassilis and others say that martial law will begin again, saying that the dimensional demon may make a big move, and everything must be kept vigilant. Lockhart was curious, why did everything happen at the same time? As for Tony's request, Lockhart naturally knew that the other party wanted to vent the depression of being hit in the past. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to get revenge. But he really has no interest in it right now. Tony was a little dumbfounded when he heard Lockhart's answer. He thought Lockhart would not refuse, and he could also show his true strength. But no, "If you don't fight, we won't talk." In the end, Tony could only suppress his tone and say it, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Lockhart looked at Tony, who was a bit like a child, and felt a little helpless. It seems that the opponent's first historical turning point has not yet arrived, and his character needs to be improved. It will be much better after he resists the nuclear bomb. With his mind turning, Lockhart finally nodded and said, "Okay, where are we going to fight?" This time, he wants to leave a deep impression on Tony. "Sorry, everyone, there are a lot of things going on recently, and the update is a bit messy. Tomorrow will be updated as usual, with 4 chapters updated, and 8,000 words. Chapter 340 Iron Man vs. Wizard Lockhart. Stark Villa. Tony, where do you think is suitable for fighting? Since he has made up his mind to fight with Tony, Lockhart will naturally do it perfectly. Hearing this, Tony paused, and his face seemed a little puzzled. Where is suitable for fighting? Isn't the lawn outside suitable? It seems that he has noticed Tony's thoughts. Lockhart added, "Where do you want to go? Gobi, desert, ocean, mountains, etc. are all fine." As he spoke, he waved his wand. In front of Tony, several experimental color apertures as high as a person appeared. The background inside the aperture is exactly the background of various places around the world. There are grasslands, Gobi, deserts, oceans, and even Tony saw ice and snow and penguins from a portal. Seeing these different scenes in front of him, Tony's mouth twitched, and he felt a little unhappy and envious in his heart. Isn't it just space travel? He has already studied space interference. I believe that, if he works harder, space travel is not a dream. Especially, he got some very interesting information from S.H.I.E.L.D. about a mysterious object called the Cosmic Cube, which is said to be related to space. That is, the boiled egg was hidden well. It seems that we should try harder. If we don't force it, how can S.H.I.E.L.D. get the good stuff? Thinking about it, Tony looked at the scenes of various portals opening in front of him. With a click, he closed the armor mask. Whoosh! The palms of both hands on both sides of the armor light up slightly, and air flows out from both sides of the thighs. With a whoosh, he flew towards the Gobi Desert. At the same time, a voice came. "Lockhart, I'm waiting for you in the Gobi Desert. South America, Chilean Gobi Desert. Hot, dry, high temperature." Tony passed through the portal and saw a piece of weathered yellow ground in front of him. He opened his mask and looked into the distance. Looking at the distant space, it seemed to be distorted by the extremely high temperature. Tony couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Where did it go? "Jarvis, can you connect to the network?" "Sorry sir, the network is temporarily unavailable. Searching the network." Jarvis responded to Tony's question very calmly. release the signal and connect to the satellite," Tony ordered lightly. He had already made plans for various dangerous environments. "Okay, sir." Puff. As soon as the voice fell, with a puff, the mecha behind Tony ejected a dangerous object emitting red smoke and flew high into the sky. At the same time, far outside the Earth, in a dark universe, the Stark satellite group seemed to have noticed something. Quickly mobilize a large number of resources to deduce the budget. Unknown signal was found, and the signal level was changed to S level. According to the plan, dispatch hunters and contactors. In the universe, the satellite moved slowly, and a large number of unknown objects emitting white light rushed to a certain place on the Earth. Soon, a familiar voice appeared in Tony's ears. "Sir, we have been connected to the satellite network and confirmed our location. We are currently in Chile, South America, Gobi Desert, longitude and latitude." Tony didn't care about Jarvis's report. He focused his eyes on Lockhart, who had just passed through the portal in front of him. "Lockhart, are you ready?" Tony, who disdained a sneak attack, closed his mask and greeted loudly. "Okay, Tony." Lockhart stepped on the yellow sand on the ground, squinted his eyes, and looked at the scorching sun in the distance, and said, "Any time is fine, you go first." Hearing what Lockhart said, Tony was not polite. He still understood that the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Whoosh! Airflow gushed out from both sides of the body armor, and with a whoosh sound, Tony flew in the air. Looking at Lockhart on the ground, Tony, who was hidden inside the armor, raised the corners of his mouth. "Jarvis, come on, let Lockhart see what the power of technology is." "Okay, sir." Click, click. Tony was wearing a steel armor, floating in the air, with his arms slightly spread out, aiming at Lockhart on the ground. With a click, the red armor arm gradually cracked in the middle, and a black device loaded with micro-missiles quietly emerged. "Lockhart, I'm going to attack," Tony reminded loudly. As soon as the voice fell, Tony slightly tilted his arm and shot the missile on his arm to the position next to Lockhart. At this moment, Lockhart frowned and looked at Tony in the sky. Just now he could clearly feel a sense of danger, but it disappeared quickly. Despite this, Lockhart still focused on dealing with it. Then a black line passed by vaguely. With his sharp eyesight, Lockhart saw the true face of this black line, and the corner of his mouth twitched subconsciously. Is Tony crazy? Open the door and use missiles directly. Thinking about it, realizing that time is limited, Lockhart quickly waved his wand, and a red flame portal emerged. He quickly stepped in, and left this place. Then boom. Lockhart squinted his eyes, and looked at his original position from a distance. At this moment, a small mushroom cloud and a large amount of yellow sand rose from that position. Seeing the power of the missile, Lockhart was shocked, and his mind flashed quickly. After seeing it, Tony in the air took a picture, and silently sent a message. Tell S.H.I.E.L.D. that he had completed the task they asked him to do. Let Lockhart see the power of technology. Next, it was his turn. At the same time, the small mushroom cloud formed by the missile gradually dissipated. Lockhart looked at the black dot in the air. Iron Man Tony. Then he waved his wand. Bang, bang, bang. The black wand drew a graceful arc in the air. The next moment, the Lois on the ground seemed to call to the wand, and with the sound of bangs, the Lois on the ground cracked. Soon, an Eastern dragon made of Lois appeared around Lockhart. As the wand was waved, the yellow dragon circled and rotated slightly. Then go! Lockhart shouted, waving his wand vigorously, pointing at Tony, the Iron Man in the air. Boom! The giant yellow dragon flew quickly into the air as the wand waved, rushing towards Tony. Lockhart closed his eyes slightly, focused his mind on the giant dragon made of Lois, and waved his wand to make fine adjustments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind in the Gobi Desert whistled like a sharp blade, and the yellow sand kept falling. At this moment, Tony looked at the giant yellow dragon rushing towards him. He raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his hands, and pointed his palms towards the dragon. Zizzy, zizzy. In an instant, two huge pure white lasers appeared, and flew towards the dragon. The laser successfully penetrated the dragon, but it seemed to have no effect. No matter how Tony moved, the lasers in his hands simply passed through the Lois, and there was no other effect. At the same time, the giant yellow dragon was already approaching Tony. Seeing this, Tony controlled the mecha to dodge to the side constantly, and at the same time, a large number of guns appeared above the mecha. Dap, dap, dap. The bullets attacked the dragon like a violent storm. This picture was like a mecha warrior fighting with a dragon in the magical world. It was like the interweaving of science fiction and magic. Puff. The yellow dragon opened its mouth and a lot of mud and sand poured out everywhere. Although Tony dodged everywhere, he was still covered in it. Seeing the yellow sand around him change, although it did not cause any impact on himself wearing the armor, Tony still felt nervous in his heart. Then bang, bang, bang. The yellow sand gradually formed one sharp blade after another under the effect of magic, constantly attacking Tony's armor. At the same time, Tony, who was trapped in the yellow sand, seemed to be unaware that the surrounding yellow sand began to rotate rapidly, as if forming a tornado again. At this moment, Lockhart, sensing Tony trapped in the center of the yellow sand, had a smile on his face, and he wanted to raise his teacup and move forward into the distance. Technology is powerful, but magic is wonderful, turning the impossible into the possible. At this moment, suddenly, puff, with a flash of fire, a figure passed through the yellow sand and quickly flew towards Lockhart. It was Tony. Lockhart, take my move again. This time, Tony raised his palm again, and two pure white lasers shot at Lockhart. Shield of Scalar. Lockhart waved his wand, and a red flame-colored defense shield opened. Zizzy, zizzy. The laser and the defense shield collided with each other, making a constant zizzy sound. But Lockhart was completely isolated from all the other things due to Lockhart's sufficient magic power supply. It seemed that the laser had no effect, so Tony called for the weapon inside the armor again, and something similar to a sniper rifle appeared. At this moment, Lockhart stood in the center of the defense shield, looking up at Tony in the air, as if he could see Tony's smile from the surface of the armor. Bang! At the moment the sniper rifle was fired, a special bullet mixed with magic directly penetrated the rain cover. It landed in front of Lockhart's feet. Lockhart remained calm and waved his wand again, and the bullet floated up from the ground. From this bullet, Lockhart saw the mixed element of technology and magic, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. But there was no time to think about it, because Tony in the air seemed to find that the previous attack was effective and immediately changed his method. However, it might be that the cost of refining this kind of magic breaking bullet is not low. It was not like the storm just now, crazy shooting at any cost. It was just shooting one point at a time. Lockhart frowned when he saw the magic breaking bullet casually penetrate the defense shield. Then he continued to wave his wand, and the magic power surged, and the defense shield became tougher again. This time, it successfully resisted the magic breaking bullet. Tony, do you have any other means? If not, then I will continue to attack. Lockhart stretched out his wand, pressed against his throat, and shouted loudly. Tony, who was in the air, heard what Lockhart said below. His expression tightened slightly, and then he stretched out his hands and clenched his fists. Several black machines like horns appeared above his arms. The next moment, the machine started, and a large number of transparent ripples emerged, covering all areas. The forbidden magic area. Almost immediately, Lockhart discovered that the magic element around him seemed to lack some key seriousness, and was seriously lacking in flexibility. Even if he called out through his high quality magic, the number of magic element that responded was average. A trace of excitement appeared in Lockhart's eyes when he noticed the characteristics of the forbidden magic principle that were completely different from before. He was worthy of being Iron Man Tony Stark. If he guessed correctly, this time the forbidden magic principle would provide him with a very valuable piece of knowledge. With his mind turning, Lockhart had no intention of continuing to play with Tony. He took a heavy step forward. At the same time, with Lockhart as a center, the golden light quickly spread around, not only covering the earth, but also the air. Wizard talent, rewriting reality. The golden area and the lightning fast method quickly rose to spread. Almost in the blink of an eye, the domain has covered Tony. This made Tony, who was dodging in the air, feel very uneasy in his heart. He was about to escape from this golden area. However, as Lockhart gently stretched out his right hand to grab in the air, a flash of golden light, in an instant, the steel armor far in the air, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a red armor with a lot of scratches on the surface floated in front of Lockhart. Tony, who had just reacted, saw this scene with surprise in his eyes. It seemed that he had not expected that Hart would have this trick, and he was a little unsure how to deal with it. So he called Jarvis directly and prepared to leave quickly. Then Tony, what dessert do you like? After the voice fell, Tony seemed to have not yet reacted to Lockhart's meaning. The next moment, a golden light flashed. The red steel armor suddenly changed into a reddish brown steel armor. At the same time, a sweet smell spread around. Tony inside sniffed and suddenly found that it was chocolate. What's going on? This is completely inconsistent with the law of conservation of energy. How can steel turn into chocolate? You know, this armor took a lot of materials, including magic metals. As a result, Tony's eyes were full of endless doubts at this moment. Then, he licked it lightly with the tip of his tongue. The familiar mellow taste, yes, it must be chocolate. Once again verified, Tony's brain was a little confused. His rigorous scientific worldview suffered a great blow. You know, the previous magic can be explained by the theory of radiation energy, and he at least follows the law of conservation of energy. But now, this is unscientific. Click, click, click. It seems that he still can't believe it, or Tony thinks he is in a state of hallucination. So he stretched his arms, legs, and body to see if he can leave smoothly. Compared with steel, chocolate is obviously more fragile. With the sound of clicking, a lot of chocolate powder fell on his body. At the same time, Tony left the chocolate version of the iron armor. Looking back at the pile of chocolate on the ground, Tony's eyes were a little dazed. Then, he asked Lockhart on the opposite side, Lockhart, the magic you cast just now was an illusion, right? Seeing the dazed and unbelievable expression on Tony's face, Lockhart smiled and shook his head slightly to express his denial. He understood Tony's condition very well. It was nothing more than that his cognition had suffered a serious challenge. It was as if many elderly people's cognition had become solidified, and they could not understand some of the psychology of young people. However, Tony was Iron Man after all. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to digest it quickly. With his mind turning, Lockhart looked past Tony, stared at the pile of chocolate armor, and waved his hand again. A flash of golden light rewrote the concept. The chocolate armor changed into the original iron armor again. Chapter 341, Iron Man's Obsession, SHIELD's Mission. Stater Villa. A red flame-colored halo emerged, and a familiar figure walked out of it, followed by an iron armor. This is Tony Stark. At this moment, Tony frowned slightly, his eyes were thoughtful, and Lockhart's performance just now had broken the scope of science. After countless times of processing, the high-strength alloy was transformed into edible chocolate. The two materials are almost unrelated. Could it be a reshaping of the material at the atomic level? Or microns? Or even more subtle levels? Can magic pry open such a basic concept? As his thoughts turned, Tony's heart was filled with a lot of questions and conjectures about magic. At this moment, Lockhart entered the villa, cancelled the portal, and sat back on the sofa in the living room. Jarvis, pour water. Tony took a look, exclaimed softly, and sat opposite Lockhart. Then, the two fell into silence. Tony was still thinking about magic, and Lockhart was thinking about the forbidden magic method that Tony had released in the previous battle. Just now, his intuition told him that there was one thing in it that was very important to him. Mr. Lockhart, do you want it at room temperature or heated? A robot came forward with two cups in his hands and asked mechanically. Room temperature is fine, Lockhart said. Then, a glass of water was placed in front of Tony and Lockhart. Lockhart took a sip and was about to speak. But Tony asked first, Lockhart, when you turned the armor into chocolate just now, was it permanent or time limited? It was permanent just now, Lockhart said. What's wrong? Both are fine for me. He seemed to know what Tony was thinking now. Can you demonstrate it again in front of me? Tony said with some regret. I should have collected a piece just now for a search. By the way, did you use magic? I have studied the nature of magic, and it seems that it cannot directly touch the atomic level. Is your magic a variant, or mutated? And, Lockhart, the so-called mental power. Seeing Tony asking a lot of questions in one breath, and even some chattering. Lockhart felt a little impatient beside him, but also admired him. The questions you ask can reveal a person's way of thinking in depth. A person who lacks ideas will ask very simple, even brief questions. And Tony is worthy of being Iron Man. Questions came out one after another, and each one was of high quality, and there was no interruption even now. The idea was turning, and Lockhart had to interrupt, otherwise Tony would never stop. A scientific and technological genius, when encountering something that interests him, is really crazy. Lockhart was deeply touched by this, because he was such a person. I will turn the cup in my hand into chocolate, how about it? Yes, of course. Tony nodded, and then concentrated on observing the cup in front of him. Jarvis, pay attention to record. After hearing Tony call Jarvis again, Lockhart smiled, picked up the cup in his hand, a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, and magic power in his hand surged. The first shake, all the water in the cup disappeared. The second shake, a flash of golden light. Buzz. Click. In Tony's eyes, the transparent glass cup, starting from the bottom of the cup, changed color. The slightly transparent bottom of the glass cup turned into a brown chocolate bottom. Then it spread upwards, and in less than 3 seconds, the entire glass cup turned into a chocolate cup. At the same time, a sweet smell came from the cup. Seeing this scene again, this time, Tony's face was full of thought, as if he was recalling the scene in his eyes just now. Jarvis, observe whether there is any abnormality just now. Sorry, sir, no abnormal energy fluctuations were found in the observation just now. There is a 90% probability that the glass cup automatically changed, and the remaining 10% probability is other. Jarvis said while opening a projection full of data in front of Tony. The data on the projection kept changing. Lockhart took a quick look and found that the formula had data information on space, energy, matter, etc. during the period just now. While Tony was watching, he picked up the cup made of chocolate. His mind was lost in thought, and he was mumbling to himself, as if he had completely forgotten the existence of Lockhart. Cough. Cough. Seeing this, Lockhart coughed lightly. He had other things to do, and he didn't have time to waste with him. Then, he reminded Tony, keep the chocolate cup. It is permanent. As long as it is not destroyed, you can study it forever. As if he understood Lockhart's reminder, Tony came to his senses and said apologetically, sorry, Lockhart. The discovery just now is very helpful to me. Do you have anything to do? Tony, isn't it the gold galleon casting device? Lockhart said, I have received them all. This time it is mainly to pay the relevant fees, and I want Jarvis to help me find someone. No, to be precise, 2 people. After hearing this, Tony nodded. You can talk to Pepper about the remaining fees. Looking for someone, Lockhart. Who are you looking for? Could it be your relatives? Hearing Tony's joke, Lockhart also smiled, and then slowly said, the person I'm looking for actually has a certain relationship with your Stark Industries. I know that under the influence of your uncle Obadiah, Stark Industries once sold weapons privately to other countries. Then the person I'm looking for can actually be considered a victim. According to the information I have, the other party should be affected by the missiles sold by your Stark Industries and can be considered a survivor. Tony heard the last sentence of Lockhart's joke and ignored it directly, but still asked, is there any other more detailed information? Former place of residence, name, hobbies, living habits, whether you have posted on the internet platform, etc. The more information, the easier it will be for me to find it. Hearing the information Tony asked for, Lockhart shook his head helplessly. If he really knew so much information, Tony wouldn't have to come to find it. Finally, he simply said, Tony, I have limited information. All we know is that they are a pair of siblings. Their parents are dead, and they were born in Sokovia. Other than that, I don't know. Hearing what Lockhart said, Tony frowned. Sokovia is a country where millions, or even tens of millions of families live. There are countless siblings, and it is not uncommon for parents to die in such a relatively backward country. How can he find it, if you ask him to? Lockhart, are you sure there is no other information available? Tony asked again, if you have the other party's fingerprints or blood or something like that. Lockhart shook his head slightly, indicating that he had nothing. If the person was really so easy to find, Tony would not have let Tony and the artificial intelligence Jarvis come to find him. He has even arranged for Citwall to find the person through Hydra and even SHIELD channels. It's just that the action needs to be more covert and cannot be discovered by others. However, it doesn't matter. Tony's actions will definitely attract the attention of SHIELD. If SHIELD takes action, then Hydra will definitely move. And he can just be a fisherman. Do you have a name? Do you have a photo or something like that? Tony asked again. If there is really no other information as an aid, the probability of finding it is really very difficult, even almost impossible. As for the name, Lockhart hesitated for a moment and then said in a deep voice, the woman should be called Wanda, and the man may be called Quicksilver, but they may not be called by this name now. Lockhart said as if recalling. Hearing this, Tony asked, is there any other information? No more. Lockhart shook his head. Well, you and Jarvis can communicate and see if you can use technical means to outline the appearance of the person you want to find. You should still remember what they look like. Hearing what Tony said, Lockhart was somewhat silent. He discovered a long time ago that the characters in both the Marvel world and the Harry Potter world were basically inconsistent with the actors in the movies. They could only have some characteristics and similar temperaments. For example, Harry Potter, the appearance of the two people in the movie and in reality was inconsistent. But the scars on their foreheads and their somewhat reckless and impulsive personalities like little lions were basically the same. I don't know what they look like either. Finally, Lockhart shook his head. Then I'll try it here. Tony nodded. I'll let Jarvis notify you immediately if there is any news. Then, Tony asked curiously, Lockhart, what do you want to find the other party for? Could it be that they are also wizards? If they can do magic, I'm afraid the probability of finding them will be further reduced. Lockhart was naturally aware of Tony's curiosity. We have a wizard who predicts that these two people will play an important role in the future. So, we need to find them in advance. Lockhart did not continue talking here. Tony naturally understood and then nodded and said, okay, I'll come over here and notify you immediately if I have any news. In response, Lockhart showed a satisfied smile, but as if he thought of something, he continued. Tony, the way you cast forbidden magic before was very clever. I want to make a deal with you in exchange for the knowledge you just cast forbidden magic. SHIELD headquarters, Trident Building, Director's office. Nick Fury stood in front of the table, looking across with a serious face. Opposite him, Coulson, Black Widow, and Rumlow stood straight. Coulson, Natasha, Rumlow, you are the elites of SHIELD. Now there is a very important multinational mission for you. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Yes, Director. The three said in unison. Their voices were very loud. After hearing this, Nick Fury nodded with satisfaction. He had carefully selected all three people. Although Coulson was careful and gentle and good at communication, it was very important to find someone. Natasha and Rumlow both had very rich experience in cross-border missions, and they could handle all kinds of situations with ease. According to the information received by the Bureau, this mission must be kept absolutely confidential, and leakers will be treated for treason. Hearing this, the three people's expressions tightened, as if they felt the importance of this mission. The destination this time is Sokovia. The target of the mission, a pair of siblings. They are already involved in national security. We must bring them back safely, and no traces can be leaked in the middle. Following Nick Fury's serious words, the three of them maintained a consistent and cautious expression. It seemed that they attached great importance to what the director said. However, Black Widow and Rumlow had a strange look in their eyes. They originally thought it was a major mission. In the end, it was just a mission to find someone. Find someone? Why send them? They are not politicians from various countries, or key personnel with special identities. Listening to what the director said, they are just two civilians. This made the two feel that they were wasting their talents. That's roughly the mission. You can ask Coulson for specific information later. The Bureau will give you the maximum support for this mission. It must be completed as soon as possible. The faster the better while ensuring safety. Then Nick Fury seemed to have thought of something and reminded, don't let the other party have any malicious thoughts about S.H.I.E.L.D. and gain their favor for S.H.I.E.L.D. to the greatest extent. It's best to let both or one of them take the initiative to propose the idea of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you understand? Understood, Director. Hearing the director's arrangements, the three of them nodded heavily and said loudly, okay, you go and get ready. Nick Fury waved his hand and said, Coulson, stay, there are still some things I need to tell you. Hearing this, Natasha and Rumlow turned and left. Coulson still stood still, just staring at Nick Fury in a black windbreaker opposite him. Director, do you have any other instructions? Hearing what Coulson said, Nick Fury said expressionlessly, Coulson, do you have any questions about the mission just now? Coulson hesitated for a moment, then asked slowly, Director, what exactly are the siblings involved in, and why are they said to be able to affect national security? This is what Coulson is most confused about. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. often uses reasons such as threats to national security to control the behavior of targets, but it is obvious that this time is very different from before. First of all, it is a multinational mission, going to Sokovia in Eastern Europe, a place where S.H.I.E.L.D's power is relatively weak. Secondly, the identity of the mission target is nothing special, even too ordinary. It has nothing to do with the so-called national security. Even if you say that he is the child of some big shot or some superpowered person, it can be understood. However, the other party seems to be just an ordinary civilian, and even a miserable one. As if knowing Coulson's doubts, Nick Fury said in a deep voice, Coulson, this matter is closely related to the wizard professor you are in charge of. This mission is very likely to be the key point for us to break through the wizarding world. SHIELD. Rumlow's office. Rumlow is the captain of the Rapid Response Special Forces. After returning to his office, he began to review and think about the task the director had just assigned him. After a moment, he took out a special smartphone from the drawer and clicked it lightly to open a specific mailbox interface. Then, he summarized all the details of the task assigned by Nick Fury on it. Finally, he clicked send. The recipient on the other side was Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra. After the email disappeared successfully, as Rumlow lightly clicked a button, all the data on the phone was cleared. Finally, Rumlow put this special smartphone back in the drawer. After everything was done, Rumlow closed his eyes with a fanatical expression on his face. At the same time, on his arm, a golden dragon magic mark shone slightly. It seemed to be conveying some information to the distance. Chapter 342. It was Iron Man who killed our parents. The interior of the magic suitcase, the magic research room. Lockhart stood in the middle of the research room. The floor was outlined with simple grid stripes. On the bookshelf on the wall, there were a large number of magic books emitting various magical fluctuations. In front of him, a thick wine red magic book floated in the air, placed at a very suitable height. He could read the whole page by lowering his head slightly. Looking at the book in front of him, Lockhart sometimes frowned slightly, sometimes relaxed, and sometimes finally muttered to himself, as if he thought of something. Sometimes he moved his fingers lightly, and the book turned the pages. Sometimes he raised his head slightly, looked forward, and waved his wand, and scratches of various colors appeared in the air from time to time. But then there was a slight puff, the light flickered, and disappeared. I don't know if the experiment failed, or was cancelled intentionally. In such a scene, if Lockhart wore a black suit, he would be like a conductor at a singing and dancing scene. However, Lockhart was commanding the magic element, the runes, and the power of the spirit. The cover of this wine red book reads an introduction to chaos magic. Chaos magic is not the power of magic, but the power of will and belief. Illusion and matter, dreams, and reality are the same in the eyes of those who control chaos magic. The power of chaos is grand, or distorted. Those who come into contact with chaos magic have no anchor, and their minds and souls will only become more distorted and closer to chaos. Looking at the large amount of handwriting in the book, Lockhart muttered to himself, reviewing the knowledge he had learned in the past and verifying each other. Flame. Lockhart gently uttered a word, and a pool of hot flames floated in front of him in an instant. However, if a wizard saw it, he would be extremely surprised, because they found that there seemed to be no magic fluctuations around. It was as if it existed naturally. After Lockhart stared for a few seconds, he immediately said water. As soon as the voice fell, a transparent stream of water appeared next to the flame. Looking at the flame and water in front of him, Lockhart uttered again, life. Crackling. Splashing. The flames were crackling and jumping, and at the same time, the water was also flowing and shaking violently. A faint golden light flickered in Lockhart's eyes. Soon, the round flame seemed to be affected by something. Slowly growing limbs wrapped in flames, and stretching out a head made of flames. 2 small flames appeared in the eyes, completely like a little man made of fire. The little fireman looked at Lockhart in front of him, his eyes full of curiosity, shaking his limbs and head slightly like a child. The flames also swayed slowly, which was very cute. The water flow next to him was the same, forming a little man made of water. After the little fireman and the little waterman saw each other, they seemed very curious, and stretched out their little hands to touch each other. When the flame and the water touched each other, the two did not evaporate, but merged with each other. Soon, in front of Lockhart, a little man with a transparent body surface appeared. In the body of the little man, you can clearly see a large number of flame-like threads flowing, just like blood and blood vessels. As the transparent man gently shook his body, a small flame appeared from time to time on the surface, but it quickly extinguished. Seeing this very strange little man in front of him, Lockhart exhaled gently. A light white mist emerged, and when it passed through the transparent little man, it seemed to be quickly assimilated. In less than 3 seconds, it turned white, and the surface was like white plastic. At a glance, it looked like a plastic little man. Seeing the changes in the little man, Lockhart did not show any happy emotions in his eyes. Instead, his face was expressionless and even a little ugly. What went wrong? The last step, when you want to give a real soul and turn this element into a living body, it always fails and various unknown changes occur. With thoughts turning, Lockhart kept thinking in his mind. After obtaining the memory of Master David in the Mage Secret Realm, and realizing his extreme emphasis on chaos magic, Lockhart reread the chaos magic book recommended by Master Guyi before. The book introduced that the biggest difference between chaos magic and general magic, it lies in prying the concept. Most common magic touches the energy level, and advanced magic touches the concept level through energy. For example, fireballs, wind blades, or portals, etc. Chaos magic mostly touches the concept level, and affects energy through concepts, which is more direct and effective. For example, if a flame is given the concept of immortality, it will never go out without external interference. Ordinary magic can also be done, but it requires continuous replenishment of magic power. Once the magic power is scarce, the flame will also disappear. This is the difference between the two. In Lockhart's eyes, chaos magic is actually about moving various concepts. Among them, the most difficult part of studying chaos magic is the determination of concepts, the changes that occur after touching, etc. This is very chaotic and unknown. It was very easy to simply move the concepts of fire and water just now, and it can also be done by giving it a certain amount of vitality. But if you want to make it bigger and become an incomplete or a miniature, simple life form, chaos will appear all of a sudden. Until now, Lockhart has been completely unable to influence and control it. Looking at the plastic man in front of him, Lockhart sighed lightly and had an idea. The hot flames rose up and burned it, accompanied by wisps of black smoke and the smell of glue, leaving a pile of ashes on the ground, and then everything disappeared quietly, and Lockhart once again set his eyes on the book in front of him. This book covers some of the views, experiences, and warnings of the previous mages in Kamar-Taj who studied chaos magic. In their eyes, chaos magic is very powerful, but also very dangerous. To be precise, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Because the power of concepts requires an extremely powerful mind to exist and touch. Otherwise, it is easy to be distorted and backfired by the concepts. And Lockhart found that after a round of soul transformation, he could touch and understand some of the power involving the underlying concepts. The most important thing is his wizard talent, which is closely related to this. In addition, Master Ancient One and Master David are emphasizing the importance of chaos magic. He naturally would not choose to give up easily. Then, according to the instructions in the book, Lockhart personally tried to touch various concepts. The power of concepts is extremely complex. Just a concept related to fire contains many subtle concepts. What heat, burning, and even civilization are included. It is very complicated and prone to various mistakes. If you just use it, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. As long as you have an idea, an imagination, or a picture, it will naturally evolve and change in the direction. It's like inferring the cause from the result. But if you want to study it in depth and exert the true power of chaos magic, it is really very laborious. However, Lockhart has made up his mind and will naturally invest more time in it for research. He is very curious about his wizard talent, but when he studies its working principle, he only feels confused and ignorant. The power of concept is the top power he can access, and Lockhart will not give up. When Lockhart was studying, suddenly the golden dragon magic mark on his right arm flashed, and at the same time, a piece of information emerged in his mind. It was the message from Rumlow of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, since Lockhart subdued Sitwell, he naturally would not choose to stop, of course, through Sitwell, to continue to control more Hydra. Among them, Rumlow of S.H.I.E.L.D., as Sitwell's teammate, was naturally not let go. What Lockhart regretted was that Hydra did a very good job of keeping the real information of its members secret. Usually, the two sides were not allowed to contact each other. What Lockhart wanted to control more were the members, and he didn't control too much. Rumlow and some of his Hydra men were already top notch. As for wanting to directly control Pierce, Lockhart found it really difficult. Various real and fake substitutes, and even robot substitutes, made Lockhart exclaim that it was an eye-opener. In the end, he could only let nature take its course. Otherwise, if the traces were leaked, it would be very troublesome. If Hydra did a self-examination, Lockhart was not in a hurry. Hydra was not very important to him. The most important thing was magic. If he had the supreme sorcerer and strength, then everything could be pushed aside. However, with the power that Lockhart now controls, no matter whether it was the information about the Scarlet Witch obtained by S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, it could not escape his hands. Now, I just don't know where Wanda and Pietro are. Eastern Europe, Sokovia. In a somewhat shabby, crowded and backward city. Smooth and flat asphalt roads are very rare, and most of them are filled with yellow dirt. A car speeding by usually brings up a lot of dust. On both sides of the road, various stalls are placed randomly. Middle-aged bosses wearing various loose clothes either shout a few times or fan themselves, chatting and resting. Beep, beep, beep. The driver drove a very shabby car, looking at the crowded vehicles in front of him, and honked the horn impatiently. With the loud horn sounding, other drivers also took action. They were all a little impatient with the traffic jam. Some chose to honk, and some just stuck their heads out of the window and cursed. What on earth is that in front doing? Where is the traffic police? Are they wasting taxpayers' money? What idiots are making trouble in front? Believe it or not, I'll find someone. The hot weather seemed to aggravate the irritability of every driver stuck in traffic. In front of the congested vehicles, two cars were lying in the middle of the road. The front of one car was twisted, and the rear of another car was broken. It was obvious that there was a car accident. At the scene of the accident, two groups of people were facing each other, a total of more than 20 people, wearing rogue clothes, with various hideous images engraved on their bodies, and holding various sticks in their hands. It was a scene of a gang fight. On the side, some people in police uniforms were chatting and watching the current scene, as if watching a play. Of course, there were not only police officers watching, but also some merchants and pedestrians around. They seemed to be accustomed to such scenes. This is Sokovia, a backward country with relatively chaotic order. When everyone was concentrating on watching the scene of the gang fight, many stall owners did not notice that every time a 15 or 16-year-old girl with ragged clothes passed by her stall with a 12 or 13-year-old boy, the stalls would be less fruit, food and the like. At the same time, the black bags in the hands of the girl and the boy began to swell slowly. "Brother, hurry up, don't take any more," Wanda whispered. "They will come to their senses soon. Let's go first." "Okay, sister." Pietro nodded and said quickly, reporting his black bag. The shop owners around seemed unaware, and their attention was still on the two gang members who were in opposition. Although Wanda knew it, she still quickened her pace. According to her experience, generally speaking, in such a situation, no one would notice the two siblings. But if they stayed too long, the probability of being discovered would still be high. With so many people, especially with the police, it would be difficult for them to escape smoothly. So one word, fast. Take things quickly, walk quickly, and run quickly. The brother quickly watched his sister Wanda running fast, and hurriedly trotted to keep up with his sister's pace. Soon, they left the crowd, and walked towards a small alley. When they arrived in this quiet and deserted alley, the brother and sister looked at each other, and looked at what they had just gained. Both of them showed bright smiles on their faces. "Pietro, look what I got." Wanda reached into the bag in front of her, took out a bucket of black chocolate, shook it, and said to Pietro temptingly, "Your favorite chocolate, this is a good thing." After seeing it, Pietro's eyes were a little straight, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Sister, why don't we try it now? I haven't eaten chocolate for a long time." Hearing what her brother said, the young-looking Wanda looked around cautiously, and nodded after finding that it was safe and no one was around. The two walked to the wall. Wanda opened the bucket, and saw a large number of round chocolate balls inside, and a smile appeared on her face. Then, she reached out, and grabbed a handful, and put it between her brother Pietro's hands, that had been prepared. After Pietro got it, he couldn't wait to take several of them, and put them in his mouth, chewing them constantly, and tasting the aroma of chocolate. When Wanda saw it, she showed a doting smile on her face, looked at the chocolate balls in her hand, took one out, put it in her mouth, and slowly hid the sweetness of chocolate. Then she closed the lid. "Chocolate is the good stuff. You have to eat it sparingly." Then, she glanced at her brother who was eating chocolate, and lowered her head to sort out today's harvest. "There are apples, bananas, 5 slices of bread, and a bottle of Coke, which is a good thing." When Wanda was sorting out her harvest, suddenly Wanda's face was frosty, and her eyes were even more angry, or it would be more appropriate to say that she had murderous intent. Because she saw a weekly magazine that she had picked up before in the bag. These were the materials she was going to take to teach her brother to read. The cover characters of the weekly magazine were very familiar to Wanda. Then, she picked up this thin weekly magazine. She placed it in front of Pietro, pointed to the cover of the character, and said coldly, "Pietro, you have to remember that Iron Man, Tony Stark, is the culprit who killed our parents and destroyed our family." Chapter 343, Lucky Wanda, Shield's Miscalculation. Dusk, Sokovia, Velida, Eastern City. The sunlight near dusk is rich in golden color, rendering a sunset picture for the whole city. Velida is a remote urban area in the east. Various buildings are randomly built in uneven places. Many buildings are a bit shabby, and you can even clearly see huge cracks on the walls, windows without glass, and even walls with huge holes. At first glance, it looks like a ruin. But to be precise, it is actually a simple repair on a ruin. Sokovia is just a small country, and wars are not uncommon here. In a war 6 years ago, although this place was not the main battlefield, it also enjoyed some war bombing. A large number of bullets and shells bombed continuously, and many residents died, or were injured in the blood and fire. Although it ended quickly, a large number of buildings were devastated and reduced to ruins. Although 6 years have passed, officials in Velida still have not solved the problem here. I don't know if they are powerless or unwilling to solve it. In the end, they just found some people and made simple repairs, and this environment has been preserved. On the shabby streets of Salu, Wanda, wearing tattered clothes, with dust and even mud on her face, cautiously pulled her brother towards her goal, a shabby, abandoned low-rise building. Click, click. With the unpleasant sound of the metal door being pushed open, Wanda entered the dim first floor. "Hey, Lucky Wanda, it seems that you have a good harvest today." On the first floor, near the stairs, there was a shabby desk, and a hunched, pale middle-aged man sat there. Seeing the unscrupulous eyes and teasing voices of Lark from the Hungry Dog Gang, Wanda did not reply, but held her brother's hand with her left hand, and slightly tore open her clothes with her right hand, revealing several bloody daggers on her waist. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with fear, and then he said in a voice that seemed tough but actually unconfident, "Don't forget your share to pay today, and your brother's." Hearing this, Wanda took out a plastic bag that she had prepared in advance from her waist and threw it over. Then she continued to walk towards the stairs. After seeing this, Lark shook the black plastic bag in his hand and shouted at the sound of Wanda leaving. "Wanda, our boss said that if you join us, you will be guaranteed to eat and drink well. Consider it carefully." But Wanda seemed not to hear this and continued to walk upstairs. Lark cursed a few words in a low voice for being ignorant of the current situation and couldn't wait to open the black plastic bag. Seeing that it was filled with some fruit bread and other foods, he cursed in a low voice that it was unlucky and did not do anything else. "This Wanda, don't look young, she is really ruthless. You know, it is still quite valuable to take her child directly for human organ trading, especially since his brother has no disabilities and is very healthy." So, naturally, someone saw Wanda's brother, ready to take this huge sum of money. As a result, Wanda stabbed the 3 young men without hesitation, with a white knife in and a red knife out. Blood flowed all over the floor, and Wanda only suffered some scratches. He was at the scene at the time. Wanda's face was covered with blood, and he still remembered the scene of taking his brother away without any fear. TSK, a little girl is so powerful now, no wonder the boss wants to recruit her. It's a pity that Wanda is still very lucky. Every time the boss is ready to recruit in person, he will encounter some things that delay him. Afterwards, he knew that he could only say that Wanda was lucky, so he didn't do anything else. Lucky Wanda, this is the title he gave Wanda. At this moment, Wanda, with her brother, walked on the dim shabby stairs. He consciously avoided the beggars lying in the aisle or leaning on the wall. Yes, most people here are beggars. They make a living by begging all day. Despite this, they have to pay a portion of their harvest to the Hungry Dog Gang every day in order to stay in this ruined building that can be called a dangerous building. This is still considered that the Hungry Dog Gang is relatively disciplined, otherwise it would be even worse. Soon, Wanda took her brother into a relatively clean room. After closing the door and locking it with an iron chain, she felt that the surroundings were safe and exhaled lightly. Then whoosh, bang, Wanda very skillfully took out a dagger from her waist and swung it hard. The blood-stained dagger passed through the air, accompanied by a slight whistling sound of the wind, and with a bang, it pierced a photo on the wall. The content of the photo was Tony Stark. Pietro took a look and didn't say much. He was very familiar with this scene. If it weren't for Tony Stark's missile, their parents would not have died. It can be said that many people in this area have lost their families because of Stark Industries and the influence of Tony Stark. In Sokovia, in Valida City, there are many people like his sister, who, even after 6 years, still hate Tony Stark for being a source of trouble. Wanda glanced coldly at the head of Tony Stark, which was pierced with countless small holes. Looking at the accurate hit on the other party's eyes, she nodded slightly. After that war, she found that she was very talented in throwing after accurately taking her brother to survive. As long as she got started, it was easy to throw to the position she wanted. The more focused the mental power, the more accurate it is. This is the skill she has used to survive with her brother over the years. Otherwise, with so many gangsters watching, how could an ordinary little girl protect her young brother? "Sister, what are we going to eat tonight?" Putting all the worries behind him, Pietro asked excitedly. "They have gained a lot today." "Well, we got some instant noodles today, pickled eggs and sausages that we saved before. Otherwise we can have a good meal today." At this point, Wanda swallowed her saliva. Her brother, Pietro, also couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said excitedly, "Okay, sister. I've wanted to eat instant noodles for a long time." Well, for them, instant noodles with sausages are not considered a big meal, but they are also a rare delicacy. Being able to eat it once a week is a kind of happiness. Then, Wanda took out some sausages, pickled eggs, etc. from a hidden corner, added instant noodles, hot water, etc. She made a fragrant dinner. Smelling this tempting aroma, Pietro, who had been prepared for a long time, held 2 bowls and swallowed his saliva waiting. "Here, Pietro." Wanda served Pietro half a bowl of instant noodles and handed it over, and then served herself the same amount of instant noodles. The 2 siblings looked at each other, said nothing. took a deep breath of the aroma, and then ate it fiercely. The sky is big, the earth is big, but eating is the biggest thing. In the early years, they were often hungry, and they had an instinctive desire for food. Soon, they ate everything, including the soup and noodles. Looking at the empty bowl of noodles, Wanda and Pietro sat on the somewhat worn sofa, touching their stomachs and laughing. Having a full meal is a kind of happiness. Sister, I washed the dishes last time. It's your turn this time, right? Pietro said lazily. Pietro, go. I'm your sister. You wash it this time, and make it up to you next time. Wanda refused directly, and gave the task without any hesitation. After hearing this, Pietro rolled his eyes, and lay on the sofa motionless. No, no, no. Seeing this, Wanda also lay on the sofa. She was too lazy to move after eating. At this moment, the room was quiet, leaving only the aroma of instant noodles. Suddenly Pietro, let's leave here tomorrow. Wanda said suddenly. Ah, okay. Pietro, who had just reacted, uttered a sigh, and then felt a little regretful. They have lived here for a year, which is the longest place they have lived. It is much safer than before. It even brings him some sense of home. Unfortunately, Pietro then asked, Sister, did you feel something bad again? The two siblings have lived safely until now. In addition to her sister's sharp flying knife, the most important thing is her sister's magical sixth sense. It is said that women have a good sixth sense, and her sister is definitely a woman's woman in this regard. When encountering some bad things, they have more or less some feelings, which help them avoid a lot of dangers. Yes, it feels a bit strange this time. Wanda replied hesitantly. It seems to feel very bad, but at the same time there is a feeling of good things. It's very confusing. I don't know. Let's hide first. After living with her brother for 6 years, her experience told her that pie in the sky will not fall for nothing. What's more, she has to take her brother with her. Go, wash the dishes quickly. After washing the dishes, we can set off tomorrow. Wanda ordered her brother. It should be you who washes them. I washed them yesterday. Sister, are you reasonable? Pietro tried to resist. But then, Wanda relied on her sister's authority and her rich rhetoric to successfully persuade Pietro to wash today's dishes. The resistance failed. This is for the good of his brother. He is 13 or 14 years old, and it is time for him to exercise more. Pietro rolled his eyes, and then washed the dishes silently. The next day, in the morning, at Velida Airport in Sokovia, Carlson got off the plane in a suit. Behind him followed Natasha, who was wearing a secretary's uniform, and Rumlow, who looked like a bodyguard. At first glance, the others looked like Carlson, who was in the front, and seemed to be a boss from the United States. Carlson, who had just got off the plane, walked in the aisle, while looking down at the message that had just appeared on his phone. Natasha and Rumlow did the same. In order to hide their identities and traces this time, they took a civilian plane, and the mobile phone signal was naturally turned off. A lot of information can only be known after getting off the plane. Carlson, how is the target intelligence collection? Natasha asked in a low voice beside her. We have collected 56 pieces of intelligence on suspected targets, and after eliminating them, there are 51. The remaining 5 pieces need us. Carlson, who was looking down at his phone to reply, paused and stopped talking, his face a little ugly. Someone has taken action against the target in advance. Carlson quickly regained his composure and said calmly, pay attention to the surrounding environment. We may be monitored. Hearing this, Natasha and Rumlow's faces did not change, as if they did not hear anything, and continued to walk forward. However, from their sharp eyes, when they occasionally looked around, it can be seen that they were unusually vigilant. The force sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. in Sokovia is limited. Carlson whispered as he walked, just received news. 5 addresses of suspected targets. Everyone disappeared, suspected to have been captured. It is very likely that our mission this time has been leaked, and even our identities may have been leaked. After saying that, Carlson continued to play with his phone, his expression as usual, as if he had not said anything just now. But after Natasha heard it, her heart gradually sank. Soon, walking out of the passage, the 3 people dispersed, as if nothing had happened, disappearing in the crowded crowd, leaving the airport in small pieces. Coulson left the airport in casual clothes, wearing a black hat and black glasses. He looked a little tired, like a traveler who had just returned from a business trip. It was completely different from the image when he just got off the plane. At the airport gate, Coulson took a taxi. After getting in the car, he told the driver a place name and looked down at his phone. His fingers kept sliding on the phone. A lot of text was typed, messages were applied, and tasks were issued. Soon master, change the address, go to Ceru Street in the East District. Hearing that Coulson changed the place name again, the driver complained. But as Coulson took out a $100 bill, he immediately smiled and drove to the new destination at full speed. Millimeters, it smells so good. Valida City, Ceru Street in the East District. After Coulson paid the fare, he got off the car and walked on the shabby street. Although he had received bad news before, he still needed to see the actual situation, whether he was caught or left on his own. The three of them separated and checked the 5 addresses separately and finally gathered the information. This was the investigation location he assigned to himself. Soon, Coulson entered the low-rise building guarded by the Hungry Dog Gang according to the information on his mobile phone. Entering the first floor, he saw the middle-aged man lurk at the staircase. As if he knew what the other party was doing, Coulson walked up to him and took out a banknote and put it in front of him. At the same time, snap, next to the banknote, there was a shiny pistol. Lark, who had a greedy look on his face, swallowed his saliva after seeing the gun, and his expression was a little panicked. The fact that he could guard here itself showed that he was not very courageous. I have some questions. You answer truthfully. The money is yours. If there is a trace of deception. Coulson didn't say anything else. Lark naturally understood, nodded frantically, and said that he understood. Are there a brother and sister living in this building? Yes, sir. There are a brother and sister living there. The sister is Wanda and the boy is Pietro. Lark replied immediately. Besides me, has anyone looked for them recently? Yes, sir. It should be midnight yesterday, and it seems that someone went to look for them. At this point, Lark quickly added, I don't know who it was, but he asked me for Wanda's address. Hearing this, Coulson frowned and asked again, have Wanda and the others been caught? Or did you hear any movement? No, it should not be. Lark replied hesitantly. Until now, the man doesn't seem to have come downstairs. Coulson's eyes lit up when he heard it. He asked Wanda which floor she lived on, put away the pistol, and walked towards the stairs. After seeing this, Lark quickly picked up the US dollars left on the table, touched them with a smile on his face, and then put them in his arms. This is hard currency. It would be bad if others saw it and robbed it. Chapter 344 Coulson's Discovery. Wanda surrounded. Sokovia, Wanda's home. Coulson stepped on the dark yellow floor, scanning this somewhat cramped, dimly lit room, observing every detail. The clean dishes, the remaining aroma of instant noodles, and the relatively neat furniture. This means that there is no real conflict, struggle, or fighting here. Then, Coulson walked to the wall, pressed the portrait of Tony Stark hanging on it, and the dense holes and scratches. Thinking of Tony's proud look when they met, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he felt a little secretly happy in his heart. He had been rejected by Tony many times. He still knew what happened in Sokovia before, and the public opinion about Stark Industries. It seems that this pair of siblings should be typical post-war element who hate Stark Industries and Tony Stark. I hope the other party is not the person the wizard teacher is looking for, otherwise there will be some trouble later. With a flash of thought, Coulson left the wall and continued to observe every corner of the room. There were obvious signs of opening on the ceiling. Something seemed to be taken out from behind the sofa, and footprints by the window. This series of signs, combined with the previous inference, showed that it was highly likely that the brother and sister took the money and left early. Then, Coulson seemed to have thought of something, and returned to the door again, looking at the iron chain tied to the door, his eyes flashing with thought. A very clear black scratch. Coulson knew very well that it was a high-intensity laser. It means that the enemy is not an ordinary gangster, but a high-tech criminal. Then Coulson closed his eyes and reconstructed the whole picture in his mind, based on the information he had just collected. Wanda and her brother seemed to choose to leave last night because of something, and took all their treasures with them. Not long after, the enemy seemed to want to arrest them with high-tech weapons, but failed in the end. The question now is, why did the brother and sister leave? It seems that they had received the information and were prepared. And who is the enemy? The other party is not an ordinary gangster. Otherwise, if the arrest fails, this room will not be preserved intact. Coulson has many years of field experience and is very familiar with the gangsters. The most troublesome thing is, have their actions really been leaked? Is my sister safe now? Pietro hugged the big school bag in front of his chest, leaned against the wall of the alley, and asked breathlessly. Almost. Wanda hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, as if she was not sure. At this moment, Wanda, like her brother, had a big school bag hanging on her chest. This was the rations that the two siblings had saved up before. They were all some food with a long shelf life and very filling, really for the convenience of avoiding danger. Sister, why don't we eat first? I'm a little hungry. Hungry? Okay, then eat something. Wanda took out a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of water from the bag, and handed it to her brother Pietro. Eat enough, so we can get going. I have a bad feeling. After almost welcoming him, he immediately tore open the bag, and ate it immediately, and drank a few more sips of water at the same time, slowly, to prevent choking. When he heard what his sister said, Pietro's little face also wrinkled. But he didn't say anything, and ate the biscuits in his hand quickly, as if he felt a little flustered and tired, after running all night. Seeing his brother's expression, he forgot to fight, looked at him, and didn't continue to talk and started eating. Being full and conserving energy is the first rule of survival here. Sister, where can we hide this time? Or let's go home, and take a look. I want to go back, to see my parents' graves. After eating, Pietro felt that he seemed to be full and asked pitifully. When Wanda heard it, her expression froze, and her mood was a little depressed, but she quickly returned to normal, holding her brother's hand and nodded heavily. Okay, let's see if the gang of bastards who occupied our house have left. Wanda, who had returned to normal, said calmly, although their home was also within the bombing range. But he was lucky. The missile made by Tony Stark that fell on their home was a dud. He didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, it was a dud that fell on his home. But unfortunately, the war killed all their parents and the whole family was broken. In the end, although the house was damaged, most of it was still intact and not completely reduced to ruins. Despite this, she remembered the chaotic scene clearly. She was only 11 years old at the time, and her brother was only 9 years old. They were very young and their parents died. It didn't take long for someone to come to them and even wanted to catch them and beg. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and took her brother away in time after feeling something was wrong. Otherwise it would be really miserable. Despite this, she later found that her original home was still occupied by a group of bastards. She had no hope of resistance alone, so she could only keep silent and let it go. At this moment, Wanda was about to pull her brother to walk towards her home. Suddenly, Wanda felt depressed, as if there was a weight pressing on her heart. At the same time, she felt a little cold on her back, and a little creepy, as if there was danger approaching. Let's go, it's dangerous. Wanda shouted in a low voice, and quickly threw down the plastic bag of compressed biscuits in her hand, and walked forward with her brother. Although her intuition is sometimes unreliable, it is still very trustworthy when it comes to life issues. This is her experience of survival in the past 6 years. Soon, Wanda and her brother, one tall and one short, disappeared from the alley. A moment later, 3 men wearing black leather jackets, with a pistol on their waists and fierce faces walked into the alley. They saw the place where Wanda was originally standing, the plastic bag of compressed biscuits that fell, and the water stains on the ground when she drank water. The 3 of them looked at each other, and one of them complained in a low voice. He ran away again, just like a rabbit. There are 5 tasks, and the other 4 teams have completed them. We are the only one left. The boss has urged us. What should we do? I don't want to. Don't complain. Catch him quickly. The companion standing next to him interrupted directly. The boss just emphasized that we must be quick. And this time the person is a little unusual. It is very likely that we have caught the real boss, and the other team members have also arrived one after another, and we will catch him together. Let's find an opportunity to make up for the crime, otherwise the consequences will be. Hearing this, the other two people's faces straightened, and their expressions became a little serious. They knew very well the punishment of the organization for incompetent subordinates. Although it was not fatal, it was extremely painful. Let's go. The man leading the team roughly estimated the direction that Wandak might leave, and gave an order to continue chasing forward. A KFC restaurant somewhere in the East District. The business outside the restaurant was also noisy, but the restaurant was very quiet. This is largely due to the sound insulation effect of the glass in the room. At this moment, I came to the seat near the window. The table was filled with some classic KFC meals, such as French fries, hamburgers, Coke, etc. There were 2 men and 1 woman sitting at the table. One of the 2 men looked very fierce and strong, and the other had sparse hair, but a kind face. The woman was very beautiful, with short curly hair and neat clothes. It was Carlson, Rumlow and Natasha. Click. Natasha took out a French fry, dipped it in ketchup, and put it in her mouth to taste it. Rumlow, what did you get? Carlson asked gently. The 2 families I found had very obvious signs of struggle in the house. The other party took the siblings away with a very tough attitude. Even one of the parents died tragically because they tried to stop the other party from taking their children away. What we can confirm now is that this is an organized action. There are 3 people on the other side, aged about 25 to 30 years old. They are not weak in military quality, and they act without scruples, and are very cruel. I will try to track them later. Carlson listened to Rumlow's story, and nodded gently to show that he was listening. Natasha, do you have any useful information now? After Rumlow finished speaking, Carlson asked Natasha, who had just finished eating her burger. I don't have much useful information here. Not much different from Rumlow. However, I contacted an intelligence dealer here and found a very interesting piece of information. What information? Carlson asked impatiently. This information cost me 100,000. Don't forget to reimburse. Natasha did not reply directly, but reminded slowly. After hearing this, Carlson's mouth twitched a few times, but he still nodded, indicating that he understood everything. Don't worry, the bureau will not forget to reimburse you. After hearing Carlson's assurance, Natasha spoke up. I have some information about the person who made the move. The other party is suspected to be a security guard of a pharmaceutical company. Based on the information received so far, I judge that the other party is very likely to be doing human experiments. Hearing this, Carlson frowned, but still listened to all of Natasha's subsequent analysis. After Natasha finished her analysis, Carlson also began to express his observations. The family I found may have left in advance and not been caught by the enemy. I have reason to suspect that the people we are looking for may be this pair of siblings. However, we should also rescue the others to prevent any accidents. Carlson was talking about his analysis seriously. Natasha and Rumlow both started to enjoy their food, but nodded from time to time, indicating that they were listening carefully. As soon as they got off the plane, they received the unexpected news and rushed to the scene of the incident. It can be said that the 3 of them did not eat. So, they made an appointment at KFC and talked while eating. I think the most important thing now is to find the escaped siblings. I strongly suspect that someone is still looking for them now. Then we can use this to get more information. Hearing Carlson's suggestion, Natasha nodded in agreement. Rumlow smiled and nodded in agreement. However, what they think in their hearts cannot be known from the surface. Sokovia, Hydra underground base. In the bright laboratory, many people in white coats, holding notebooks in their hands, stared at the experimental subjects imprisoned inside the glass. Most of these experimental subjects were injected with some kind of experimental drugs, and the corresponding researchers behind them summarized the research results. In the entire laboratory, in addition to the researchers in white coats, there are also experimental subjects wearing striped clothes. The most conspicuous are Baron Strucker in black clothes in the middle and Dr. Lister beside him. How is the progress of the Super Soldier project? Hearing Baron Strucker's cold question, Dr. Lister trembled subconsciously and said bitterly, "I'm sorry, there is no substantial progress at present. We are still analyzing Captain America's blood and making replicas. However, some experimental subjects have shown signs of physical enhancement. Although they died soon, it shows that the road is still feasible." Hearing this, Baron Strucker was silent for a moment and patted Dr. Lister on the shoulder. He said in a very gentle tone, "Drive, Lister, don't let me down." Hearing Baron Strucker's gentle tone, Lister shuddered. He knew very well how cruel the other party was. Although the other party's attitude is so gentle now, if he doesn't give the corresponding results, I'm afraid. The thought flashed through his mind, and Dr. Lister nodded heavily. Then, as if he thought of something, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, we have tested the hair you sent before. I found that the other party's genes seem to be more resilient. If we can let the hair owner be our experimental subject, I believe we can get results faster." Hearing Lister's request, Baron Strucker was silent for a while, and seemed to be a little hesitant. This group of people was requested by Pierce. If he took them as experimental subjects, he might offend Pierce. In fact, he was not afraid of offending Pierce. The more troublesome thing was that it would be difficult to get Captain America's blood at that time. This would also seriously affect his Super Gene Warrior plan. As if sensing Baron Strucker's hesitation, Lister said again, "There is no need for the other party to serve as a drug experiment right away. We can first use the other party's blood to do genetic testing and make adjustments." Hearing this, Baron Strucker no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. He needed to hand the person over to Pierce, so it would be best if there were no problems. But there was no problem with the blood. The only difficulty was that the other party did not seem to be in their hands yet. However, it didn't matter. He had received news that the person would be caught soon. In a dirty alley, a lot of garbage and sewage appeared on the ground from time to time. Trample, trample, trample. At this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the alley. A 15 or 16-year-old girl with a 12 or 13-year-old boy ran forward and galloped. It seemed that something dangerous was chasing them from behind. It was Wanda and Pietro. At this moment, the backpacks that the two had originally hung on their chests, which were filled with dry food, all disappeared. Because the people behind were chasing them very urgently, if they carried these dry food, their speed would be slower, so they had to give them up. Despite this, Wanda's inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger, and it seemed that the crisis was getting closer and closer. This made Wanda anxious, and she held Pietro's little hand tightly with her right hand, fearing that the other party would leave her carelessly. And Wanda's expression also made Pietro's face tense. The first time he saw his sister panic was when the siblings saw their parents dead and a missile was placed in front of them. The second time, it was some gangsters bullying them. These were all what he saw with his own eyes in the early years. As his sister grew up and became more experienced, especially after mastering the sharp flying knife, she rarely panicked. And now, thinking of this, Pietro was a little panicked in his heart. Will it really happen? However, as the two walked into the depths of the alley, Pietro saw that at the entrance of the alley opposite, there was a fierce white man wearing a black combat uniform. The other party stood at the entrance of the alley and showed them a cruel smile. At the same time, footsteps came from behind, and it seemed that someone had arrived. The situation of being surrounded from front and back made Wanda and Pietro's inner uneasiness reach its peak. "Pietro, you must pay attention to your own safety," Wanda said to her brother Pietro, while taking out two sharp daggers from her waist and staring at the enemy opposite. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Wanda's Ability, Correction Probability, 2 in 1. Who are you? What do you want from us? Near the entrance of the alley, Wanda pushed her brother Pietro to the wall, holding a dagger, and asked calmly. The Hydra warrior Iron looked at the little girl in front of him, with a cold smile on his face. He did not answer Wanda's question, but said jokingly, "Run, run, keep running. Can you run now? Into cover, you will never escape from her hands." Hearing the arrogant words of the white warrior opposite, Wanda's heart sank. The enemy is coming fiercely. Thinking about it, Wanda was puzzled. She hadn't offended anyone recently who would go to such great lengths to capture her brother and sister. Ryan looked at the pale little girl in front of him. A hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Among the 5 teams, only their team did not complete the task and was severely scolded. Even to capture this pair of siblings, other teams came to help. For him who has always been proud, it is simply a shame. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't wait to teach the other party a lesson. Although the superior asked to take it back intact, there are too many details here. When Ryan just took a step forward, suddenly, whoosh, a silver light flashed, and a sharp dagger flew towards the face of the Hydra warrior Ryan. With years of combat experience, Ryan quickly turned to the left. Even so, the sharp dagger left a very obvious bloody scar on the man's face. Ha ha ha. Feeling the pain brought to him by the scar, and the blood on his face flowing to his mouth, Ryan stretched out his tongue and licked it slightly. Feeling the familiar fishy and sweet taste, Ryan laughed a little hideously. Little girl, it's quite interesting. Now, you can let go and vent. When Wanda saw the other party's weird reaction, she secretly thought it was not good. She took out another dagger from her waist and shot it fiercely at the other party's neck. At the same time, holding the dagger, she ran towards the other party quickly. The brave wins when they meet on a narrow road. As the saying goes, the arrogant are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate. The opponent's physique is obviously stronger than his own. At this time, he has to rely on courage. See if the opponent dares to exchange his life for his own. This is the experience of surviving in this area for many years. When Wanda was concentrating on preparing for the battle, she suddenly felt that the whole world seemed to slow down. The dagger in the air flew slowly towards the opponent's neck. The opponent seemed to have noticed it and was slowly avoiding it. Wanda swung her arm fiercely and stabbed the opponent's kidney. At this moment, Ryan, who had already noticed Wanda's attack, had a slight change in his expression and turned his body sideways as if he was ready to dodge. However, for some reason, Ryan, who had been so skilled in dodging, only felt his neck stiffen slightly and could not move, as if he suddenly had a stiff neck. This made Ryan, who was originally very relaxed, feel creepy. Ho. Ho. The sharp dagger cleverly penetrated the opponent's neck and cut the trachea. Ryan could only make a hoarse sound, kneeling on the ground, covering his neck with both hands, trying to stop the continuous flow of blood, his eyes full of despair and confusion. This shouldn't be the case. This shouldn't be the case. He has been through hundreds of battles. How could he easily lose to a little girl's flying knife attack? This is unscientific. Then, he seemed to recall something. You are super. Ryan stretched out his right hand and pointed at Wanda, who was running across, and opened his mouth as if to say something. But in the end, he didn't finish his words because buzz, Wanda ran in front of him, swung the dagger vigorously, and took the opportunity to stab him several times in the heart area of his chest. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. A large amount of blood gushed out of his chest, exacerbating his death. Seeing that the enemy was completely dead, Wanda was relieved. Pietro, hurry up, let's go. At the same time, Wanda quickly waved to her brother Pietro, indicating that the other party should get ready to go. However, when she just turned around, her face changed. Because behind her brother, there were 2 figures standing. The other party seemed to have noticed that he had just killed his teammate. Although he felt incredible, his eyes were full of fear. After all, there is only one life, so it is never too careful. Woo woo. Piccolo's mouth was covered, and he stood in front of the Hydra warrior. At the same time, there was a sharp dagger on his neck. You don't want your brother to die tragically. Hearing what the enemy said, Wanda nodded bitterly. Be gentle, be careful that my brother will get hurt. We will cooperate in everything. Wanda said weakly. She had been caught by the other party, and she had no choice. After hearing Wanda's words of surrender, the 2 did not relax. They had not forgotten the scene of their companion Ryan's death just now. Ryan was the captain, and had much more combat experience than them. So he ordered in a cold voice, hand over all the weapons in your hands and throw them on the ground. Hearing this, Wanda reluctantly put down the dagger in her hand. But the other party raised his head and pointed to the position of Wanda's waist. This made Wanda's heart sink again, and she could only lift her clothes to reveal a circle of daggers inserted in her waist. Take out all the daggers and throw them on the ground. Hearing the enemy's cold command, Wanda nodded helplessly. Clang, clang, clang. Wanda threw the daggers one after another on the ground, making a crisp clang clang sound. This made the two people from Hydra breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't want to die as easily as the captain. Then bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out in succession, and in an instant, a bloody bullet hole appeared on the forehead of the 2 people from Hydra. Pietro was so scared that he trembled twice, fearing that he would be hit. Step, step, step. The gunshots fell quickly, and behind Wanda, several hurried footsteps came from the alley. After hearing it, Wanda didn't think much, and ran directly to her brother. Wanda, don't worry, we are here to protect you and your brother. Behind Wanda, a SHIELD agent with short wavy hair and exquisite appearance said softly. It was Natasha, the Black Widow. Who are you? What do you want to do? Wanda ran to her brother and gently covered his head, as if to comfort him and tell him not to be too nervous. But at the same time, she asked with a vigilant look after hearing what he said. Wanda thought that her brother and sister had nothing valuable on them. Was it worth mobilizing so many people? Wanda, I'm Phil Coulson, an FBI agent. Just call me Coulson. I've received the order. I'll be responsible for your safety later. I'll explain the details later. We need to retreat quickly now. Bang, bang, bang. Dap, 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 dap. As Coulson spoke, fierce gunshots began to sound around him. It seemed that a fierce gunfight had already begun nearby. This made Wanda a little overwhelmed. She had heard a lot about the FBI, and it was often seen in movies. It was said to be the world's top spy agency. It seemed that her brother and sister had become the center of some vortex. With her thoughts turning, Wanda could only nod heavily in the end. No matter what, safety comes first. Trample, trample, trample. Soon, Natasha held Pietro, Coulson pulled Wanda, and Rumlow followed behind, and ran out quickly. The force arranged by SHIELD in Sokovia is limited. They have summoned all the forces they can, but it is obvious that they can only stop them for a while. Soon, a group of people sat in a van and drove out. At this moment, Wanda felt a little safer. Looking at Coulson, who showed a friendly smile in front of her, she asked, "Now, can you tell me why all this happened?" As Wanda spoke, she tightly grasped the dagger in her hand. It seemed that something was wrong, and she was about to break out of the siege. She was also very wary of the FBI agent in front of her who showed goodwill for no reason. "Wanda, don't worry, we are here to protect you," Coulson said gently. "We have received orders from our superiors to ensure the safety of you and your brother. You can rest assured about this." Hearing this, Wanda became more curious. Why? How can we trouble the FBI? Hearing Wanda's words full of distrust, Coulson smiled and didn't say much. It's normal for the other party to be vigilant. If the other party does not make any movement, then it will be really troublesome. Wanda. Dap, dap, dap. Coulson was about to explain, and then a lot of gunshots rang out nearby. Many bullets hit the van. Fortunately, the van was modified, and the bullets did not completely penetrate the epidermis. Nevertheless, hold on. Natasha's cold voice came from the front. "I'm going to speed up." At the same time, Wanda hugged her brother, stroked Pietro's back, and comforted him not to worry. But Wanda looked outside through the glass and saw someone driving a car not far away chasing behind. At the same time, the enemy in the car, wearing a black combat uniform, held a gun and kept shooting through the car window. This made Wanda gradually nervous. Such a scene seemed to be only encountered in the movie. This was the first time she saw it, and she was the protagonist. Dap, dap, dap. Pietro heard the fierce gunshots outside and subconsciously hugged his sister tightly. Before dawn this morning, they were in a hurry to escape. They ran for who knows how far, but were caught up in the end. Now there was such a fierce gun battle, which made him very worried that his sister Wanda was in trouble. This made Wanda startled, and then she gently patted Pietro and whispered to comfort him, saying, "Don't panic." Carlson saw that Wanda didn't look too scared or panicked, and even comforted her brother, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Rumlow and Natasha, holding guns, quickly shot at the pursuers behind through the window, trying to get rid of them. But it seemed to be very weak. Then Rumlow picked up the rocket launcher that he had prepared early. He aimed at the vehicle behind and pressed it hard. Boom. Wanda saw through the window behind the car that a dazzling flame rose up, and the vehicle behind was reduced to charcoal in an instant. Seeing this, Natasha raised her lips slightly and seemed very satisfied with the power of the rocket. But soon, several black cars passed through the flames and continued to chase. However, they seemed to have some concerns and did not directly use high-powered weapons. They were still shooting with pistols to suppress the speed of the car. Is there anything we can help with? Wanda looked at Carlson and walked to the window to shoot at the enemies behind him and asked hesitantly. After hearing this, Carlson shook his head slightly, but then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly said, Wanda, you and your brother don't have any strange abilities. If you have, you can use them. Maybe it can help. He accepted the director's order and must see the special features of the wizard professor who was looking for people to facilitate the arrangements later. After hearing this, Wanda seemed to not understand what Carlson said. What is a strange ability? He really has never come into contact with it. In the end, he could only say, I practiced arts well, and my sense of target is still not weak. If you give me a gun, maybe I can help a little. Hearing this, Carlson was a little disappointed. Without saying anything more, he comforted her a few words and continued to walk to the window to fight with the enemies chasing behind not far away. Because the current shield has limited personnel and weak strength, although Carlson and Natasha continue to fight back, they are still at a disadvantage. Soon, two black cars were parallel to the van. Then, click, click. Just like in a movie, the two black cars collided at the same time, forcing the van to slow down. Bang. Wanda only felt the whole car tremble slightly, and then it seemed to be suppressed, and the speed began to slow down. This made Wanda feel bad, as if the FBI was just average and at a disadvantage. But she was powerless now. Finally, she could only pray silently in her heart. God, let the enemy's vehicle break down and not catch up. God, let the enemy's vehicle break down and not catch up. God, let the enemy's vehicle break down and not catch up. While Wanda was praying in her heart, in a level invisible to ordinary people, a large number of silk threads of different colors kept interweaving, moving, galloping, and vast, and boundless. It was like a long river of destiny that never stopped flowing. At this moment, suddenly, a light yellow silk thread trembled slightly. Then, as if a chain reaction had occurred, the nearby silk threads moved slightly one after another. It was still in the process of reality. The black car of Carlson, Wanda and others who were chasing. The internal parts of the engine that was running vigorously seemed to have a problem. Then, click, 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 accompanied by the violent clicks of multiple cars, a burst of black smoke rose. The chasing Hydra warriors had to slow down and then watch the van speeding away. Although they looked unwilling, they were powerless. Carlson, Natasha, and Rumlow were a little puzzled after seeing this scene, but still felt a little happy. After all, being safe is something to be happy about. However, seeing such an abnormal phenomenon, Carlson looked at Wanda with a thoughtful look. He had some guesses, but he was not sure. After feeling safe, Carlson and others exhaled slightly. Then Natasha, drive directly to the temporary backup airport. Let's go back to the United States as soon as possible. Carlson urged directly. Natasha nodded slightly to show that she understood. Wanda didn't say anything after hearing it. In the scene just now, it was obvious that the other party was protecting herself. In addition, her intuition told her that there was no big problem, so she didn't say anything. Soon, the vehicle drove to a remote area in the East District. The surrounding environment became more and more remote, and there were almost no vehicles or pedestrians. After seeing this, Carlson's eyes flashed with joy. As long as they reach the temporary airport and return to the United States, the mission will be completed. This time they brought a target, and it is very likely that it is the person the wizard professor is looking for. At this moment, suddenly, buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, 5 fighter jets were distributed around the van, and the high-speed rotating propellers continued to make fierce buzzing sounds. "Listen, people from SHIELD, you have been surrounded. Stop the car and surrender quickly, otherwise we will start the bombing in 1 minute." Chapter 346, Invisibility Cloak, Hydra's Action. Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Listen, everyone down there. You've been surrounded. Surrender quickly or we'll bomb you." Although the high-speed rotating propellers made a huge humming sound, the warning sound from the sky was still clearly audible. At this moment, Wanda felt a little confused. What merits did her brother and sister have? They were actually captured by fighter jets. Even novels don't dare to write about this. Is she still dreaming? Wanda subconsciously reached out and pinched the tender flesh on her brother's arm. Ah. Pietro heard the familiar low cry of pain. Well, it's reality. Pietro looked at his sister with resentment. The two have lived together for 6 years. Although he is young, he is still very smart. He knows what his sister thinks. "Sister, can we pinch ourselves next time?" Pietro whispered. He knew that his sister was under a lot of pressure in this situation. But there was nothing he could do, so he could only comfort her in a joking way. Wanda didn't reply and looked at Coulson next to her. "Mr. Coulson, what should we do now?" Perhaps she had anticipated the worst scenario, or perhaps she was a little desperate. Wanda's tone was calm. "Wait." Facing Wanda's calm questioning, Coulson's face was a little ugly, but he still comforted her in a deep voice. "Don't worry, we still have support." Hearing this, Wanda looked a little surprised. Then the fighter planes above may have seen that Coulson and others did not move at all, and even continued to move forward, and they were a little impatient and directly fired at the ground nearby. A large number of bullets gushed out and landed on the ground near the vehicle. Along with the sound of shooting, a large amount of dust rose up, like grey fog. The van was forced to stop. "Natasha, how long is the support expected to arrive?" Coulson asked in a deep voice, and Natasha calmly raised a finger to Coulson. "At least an hour." Coulson naturally understood what Natasha meant, and his face was a little bitter. 1 hour is enough for the enemy to shoot them countless times. Looking down at the satellite communication device used by S.H.I.E.L.D., as expected, the signal was cut off by the enemy. Despite this, there was no expression of despair on Coulson's face. On the contrary, a trace of pain flashed across his face. "Natasha, execute Plan C," Coulson said in a deep voice. Then, Coulson comforted Wanda and Pietro. "Wanda, we will get off the car in a while. Don't be surprised. Just do as we say." Hearing this, Wanda looked a little uneasy, but finally nodded to show that she understood. Rumlow heard what Coulson said, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Then, Coulson took out a palm-sized black cloak. Magic item, invisible cloak. In the desperate situation of lack of support and being outnumbered, if you want to avoid being arrested, you can only rely on extraordinary power. As the main contact with the wizard professor, based on the relationship between the two parties, he naturally has some magical items in his hands. However, because he is not a wizard, he cannot use it for a long time, and can only rely on the magic power of the magic items themselves. Later, he could only find Lockhart's student Ian to supplement. Well, with rich experience in making friends, he and Ian have a good relationship. "Stay close to me. It's better to hold my clothes. Don't leave, otherwise it's easy to have an accident," Coulson said softly to Wanda and Pietro on the side. At the same time, he looked at Natasha and Rumlow, as if reminding something. The next moment, Coulson stared at the invisible cloak with full concentration, and kept silently chanting to open it in his mind. Suddenly, he felt as if there was a strange force in his mind that was extracting something, and he felt a little tired. At the same time, the palm-sized cloak began to expand rapidly and cover the surroundings. "Let's go," Coulson whispered, and then opened the door of the van. At this moment, in the helicopter not far above the van, Guy, the captain of the action team, looked at the open door of the van. A smug look flashed in his eyes. He thought that the people below were ready to surrender. But not long after, Guy became impatient. The door was opened, but why didn't the people inside come out? So a A large number of bullets fell around the van like raindrops under Guy's control, and a grey fog composed of a lot of dust filled the air. Listen, people below, surrender is your only way out. Guy raised the horn in the air and shouted loudly. Although he kept shouting, the van did not move at all, which made him very unhappy. It seems that they will not surrender without seeing some blood. Then Guy started a new round of strafing. This time, it was aimed at the front of the van, as if to warn some people. The people the commander wants should be in the back, so it doesn't matter if the drivers in front die. Guy thought silently in his heart, and then did so. However, the van still did not move. This made Guy a little uneasy. I'll go down and take a look. You stay alert. If there is any abnormality, notify me in time. Guy ordered the team members beside him, and then landed on the ground with a simple landing device. Cough. Cough. It seemed that the firing of a large number of bullets made the dust on the ground still float around. Guy, who had just landed on the ground, smelled a lot of dust and choked a little. But after coughing a few times, he didn't care and walked directly to the van. Soon, holding a gun, he stood at the front of the car very vigilantly, observing the situation inside the car. Impossible. Seeing the scene in front of him, Guy exclaimed in his heart and hurried to the door. After seeing it bang, Guy raised his gun and shot directly into the sky, angrily speaking to the headset next to him. The other party has escaped through unknown means, and we will search for him with all our strength. Authorized to use all means. Buzz. After Guy gave the order, the plane flew to the vicinity, and a large number of combatants landed on the plane at the same time. Set up a dragnet around. Whoosh, whoosh. Hurry up, let's go faster. As long as the signal returns to normal, we will be safe. Carlson walked on the desolate Lois Road, gently holding the gauze with his left hand, and gently comforted Wanda and her brother who followed behind. Wanda nodded, and then walked, looking at the black veil from time to time. Although a faint black ray could be seen with the naked eye, it was not completely blocked, and the outside environment could be clearly seen. Sister, is there really magic in this world? Pietro asked in a low voice. He had seen them leave in front of the enemy who was searching for them, and the other party was unaware. Although Carlson had explained it before, he still couldn't stop being excited and shocked. There is magic in this world. Of course there is. Maybe you will come into contact with it in the future. Carlson smiled and answered meaningfully. Although Pietro's voice was small, everyone could hear it clearly. Natasha and Rumlow looked around very vigilantly, fearing that some accidents would occur. However, from their actions of glancing at the thin black veil from time to time, it can be seen that they also felt very novel. Although they knew the magic of magic early on, knowing it was one thing. After all, this was the first time they had experienced it in person. What did you find? No, sir, nothing is unusual. Continue searching the west. Listening to the conversation between two Hydra warriors not far away, Carlson and his team stood still, even holding their breath, worried that they would find anything unusual with the other side. But the effect of the invisible cloak was still very good. Although the other side was very vigilant and rigorous, constantly scanning the surrounding area, they did not find anything. After the people searching left, Carlson continued to evacuate. They had encountered such situations many times, but with the help of magic items, they were all solved smoothly. As time passed by, the group walked farther and farther. Finally, beep, beep. The satellite communication equipment specially made by S.H.I.E.L.D. began to make a beeping sound. This means that they have officially left the other side and artificially created the signal isolation area. It also means that they can call for support. I'm Carlson, codename 04893, now at XXX, requesting support. Received, sir. The rescue team is on their way to your area. Please wait patiently. Okay. Hearing the voice coming from the intercom, Carlson smiled and replied in a brisk tone, then put down the intercom. Although he successfully sent out the rescue message, Carlson still held up his invisible cloak high, covering everyone. The more critical the moment, the more you can't relax. Many times, the closer you are to success, the closer you are to failure. A journey of 100 steps begins halfway. This is his many years of experience. However, as time passed, Wanda felt very uneasy. More than 6 years of experience must not be told to her. This means that danger is approaching. Mr. Coulson, how long will it take for the support to arrive? Wanda asked Coulson softly. I feel like there is danger nearby. Should we be careful? Hearing Wanda's reminder, Coulson immediately looked up. He had seen Wanda's specialness before. Without doing anything, the Takars that attacked them disappeared completely. Therefore, he was not stupid enough to ignore Wanda's words. Natasha, Rumlow, let's go to the nearby area. Thinking about it, Coulson led a group of people to walk forward again. After a moment, Coulson raised his invisible cloak and walked back with a somewhat ugly face. Natasha, Wanda and others also looked unhappy. Just now they explored the surroundings and found that a group of people were blocking the surroundings. They even fired randomly and frantically. This brought great danger to their escape plan. Finally, they had to return to their original position. Coulson, when will the support arrive? Wanda asked again. Coulson took a look at the satellite walkie-talkie whose signal failed again and could only comfort him. Soon. However, in Coulson's heart, he had a bad premonition. This time, the opponent's action can be said to be unprecedentedly huge. It was as if Coulson had killed their boss. Such a big action, and the support team might. Thinking about it, Coulson could only hold the hope for the support team and continue to wait. Sokovia, Hydra Base. Baron Strucker looked at the special tablet in his hand, which displayed all the details of the search plan. Seeing that the suspected area was eliminated and kept shrinking, the corners of his mouth curled up. Extraordinary ability. Interesting. Maybe his super gene warrior plan will make a breakthrough in the bush. For a stronger force, all efforts are worth it. Damn. People from SHIELD, you have been surrounded. We will conduct random shooting. If you don't want casualties, surrender is your only choice. Damn. People from SHIELD, you have been surrounded. We will conduct random shooting. If you don't want casualties, surrender is your only choice. After each bullet shooting like a storm, the enemy's horn prompt sounded continuously. Coulson, Natasha and others who heard it looked extremely unhappy, but they could do nothing. Support has not appeared yet. The enemy has formed an encirclement and is shrinking it, trying to determine their location. It can be said that it is almost at the end of the road. Sister, can we escape? Pietro, who was only 13 or 14 years old, asked in a low voice. Although he was young, he had definitely experienced a lot. What was the situation now? He had a rough idea in his heart. Pietro, don't worry, we will definitely escape. Wanda also felt very powerless, but there was no way. As a sister, she could only try her best to comfort him. As for the shield, mentioned in the voice, not the FBI, after Coulson's explanation and the current environment, Wanda could only express her belief. Now, in addition to trusting the 3 people in front of her, who else could she trust? Trust the enemies who had been chasing them fiercely before. Coulson and Natasha on the side were silent after hearing it. Coulson, why don't we use that thing? Natasha whispered to the side. Rumlow on the side was silent after hearing it. He was looking forward to Natasha's suggestion. After hearing it, Coulson hesitated a little. It was not the time to run out of options. If support arrived in time, then, buzz. High in the sky, the rotating propellers kept making fierce humming sounds, stirring up waves and dust. People from SHIELD, you have been surrounded. We will conduct random shooting. If you don't want to suffer casualties, surrender is your only choice. Coulson, use it. Natasha urged again. Okay. Coulson paused for a moment and said heavily. The next moment, he took out a small crystal ball with starlight from his inner pocket. This was the emergency contact information given to Coulson by Lockhart. Nick Fury seemed to have noticed something and asked Coulson to carry it with him before this mission. Bang! The crystal ball emitting starlight fell to the ground, and with the sound of gunfire, it instantly turned into pieces. At the same time, the loud gunfire attracted the attention of the surrounding Hydra warriors. But what attracted their attention more was a red flame-colored door suddenly appeared from the flat ground, and the door was engraved with dense and very mysterious patterns. As the door opened, the figure of a handsome blonde man emerged. Coulson, it seems that you are in trouble. Chapter 347. controlling the Hydra. Sokovia, remote wilderness. On the ground, a large number of Hydra soldiers wearing black combat uniforms and holding submachine guns were regularly distributed in various areas, forming an encirclement that was constantly shrinking. In the sky, 3 combat helicopters were also distributed around, contrasting with the soldiers below, surrounding the mission targets in the middle area. In the center of the entire encirclement, a red flame-colored gate stood upright, and a blond man wearing a dark green wizard robe walked out of it. Coulson, it seems that you are in trouble. At this moment, Wanda looked at this incredible scene in front of her. Her brain felt a little dizzy, speechless, and very surprised. Professor Lockhart, yes, I have to trouble you again this time. Coulson heard Lockhart, and said with some gratitude. After hearing this, Lockhart glanced at Wanda and Pietro, and smiled. No trouble, this time I still trouble you shield to help me find someone. Hearing this, Coulson smiled bitterly. In fact, such a situation has also been thought of in his and the director's minds. Otherwise, he would not have taken the special crystal for help. Alas, it seems that this time, none of S.H.I.E.L.D's actions escaped Lockhart's expectations. At the same time, the scene of Lockhart opening the portal seemed to stimulate Hydra. Then S.H.I.E.L.D. people, you have been surrounded. If you don't surrender quickly, you can still survive. Our boss said that, as long as you can surrender. Shut up. Lockhart said coldly before the Hydra in the sky finished speaking. The next moment, he waved his wand. The sharp blade was invisible. In an instant, a transparent blade came out of the wand and shot at the plane in the air. Click, 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 like laser cutting. In the eyes of everyone, Lockhart waved the wand above, and the plane was split into 2. With a click, it fell to the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. Then, flames rose up, explosions continued, earth and stone fragments were ejected everywhere, and a wave of air rushed in the face. Seeing this, Lockhart waved his wand again, and in front of everyone's eyes, 4 thick pale golden walls rose around them. The top gradually closed together to form a pale golden protective shield. They saw with their own eyes the fire on the other side of the wall and a lot of earth, rocks, and metal fragments flying over. Are you a magician? Wanda asked curiously, mustering up her courage. After seeing the invisible cloak in Coulson's hand before, she actually had some guesses in her mind. But seeing it for the first time in reality, she was still very surprised. Yes, Wanda. Lockhart nodded gently and replied, don't worry, since I'm here, there will naturally be no danger. Then, he gave Coulson a look. Coulson understood and introduced very tactfully, Wanda, this is Professor Lockhart, a wizard with magical powers. We, S.H.I.E.L.D., were also commissioned by Professor Lockhart to come to Sokovia to find you 2 siblings. Hearing this, Pietro and Wanda showed surprise and joy on their faces and asked Lockhart in disbelief, Professor Lockhart, you are looking for us? Of course, damn. Lockhart was about to continue, but the plane was shot down, and it seemed to have caused Hydra's crazy counterattack. With a large number of bullets constantly shooting at the defense wall like raindrops, Lockhart only felt that the magic power of the wall itself began to be consumed in large quantities. It seemed that it would not be long before the wall would collapse, and they would also enter the enemy's attack range. Then, after making a gesture to Coulson, he waved his wand directly to reinforce the defense shield. Then Lockhart took a heavy step forward, and the golden light flashed. Lockhart walked out of the defense shield and appeared on the battlefield. This shocked Wanda, but Coulson immediately stepped forward and began to comfort her. Or, to be more precise, he was emphasizing Lockhart's ability. Well, their only role now is to flatter him. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the large number of bullets coming towards him and uttered 2 words. Ineffective. The next moment, accompanied by a strange transparent ripple, all the bullets passed directly through Lockhart's body, like an illusion, without causing any damage. Seeing the effect of chaos magic, Lockhart's mouth curled up slightly. Chaos magic is magical. He had to admit that he had been studying it during this period, but he didn't dare to say how much he had achieved. The effect just now, which seemed to be as effective as words, was a skill that Lockhart had figured out. Through words, he could drive his will and pry open rules and concepts. Although the means were a bit crude and could not even defend against slightly stronger magic attacks, ordinary technological weapons basically posed no threat to him. The most important thing was that the consumption was very small and the effect was outstanding. After seeing that the opponent's attack was ineffective against him, Lockhart looked at the Hydra soldiers who were surrounding him nearby again, and his mouth curled up. Flame. Lockhart's voice fell, and in an instant, as Lockhart's sight fell, a scorching flame rose up, constantly burning the nearby Hydra warriors. And it was very spiritual. As Lockhart's sight moved, the flame also moved, covering all the nearby Hydra warriors. Whoosh, whoosh, ah, ah. As the flames burned, many Hydra warriors couldn't stand the burns of the flames, and screamed in pain. Behind this scene, Wanda stared with wide eyes and watched intently. Mr. Coulson, what do you think Professor Lockhart wants us to do? Will he teach us magic? Pietro was shocked when he saw this scene. He swallowed his saliva and asked Coulson in a low voice. Well, after hearing this, Wanda gave Pietro an appreciative look. She also wanted to know the answer to this question. Don't worry, it must be a good thing. It's possible that you can really learn magic. Principal Coulson comforted, with a trace of envy in his eyes. Well, he also wanted to learn magic, but it was a pity that Lockhart said before that his physique was not suitable for practice. Hearing this, Wanda and Pietro's eyes flashed with expectation, and they continued to watch Lockhart's battle intently. Natasha and Rumlow on the side were watching quietly, but from their slightly rapid breathing, they could still see that they were not calm. Tell me, where is your base? Lockhart stood in front of a Hydra warrior who had not yet been completely burned to charcoal. Capture the divine thoughts. Before the other party answered, Lockhart obtained the other party's thoughts at the moment. Almost in the next second, Lockhart obtained the situation of the Hydra base. Immediately, the divine front has no shadow. The divine front has no shadow. Lockhart waved his wand again and attacked the other two planes that were still flying in the air not far away. Boom. The plane flying in the air was pierced by the transparent magic blade, and the plane collapsed and fell to the ground. A large amount of flames rose, and dust was stirred. Breeze. Suppress. Lockhart's voice fell. In an instant, the heat wave turned into a breeze under the power of Lockhart's magic, and a large amount of scattered earth, rocks, and metal fragments were suppressed by a strange force, and fell to the ground without any harm. All this took less than a minute, and the fighter planes in the sky and the nearby combat personnel were all killed or seriously injured, or even fled. Okay, it's safe now. After seeing that the problem was basically solved, Lockhart turned and walked to Coulson and Wanda, removed the protective shield, and said, Professor Lockhart, thank you for your trouble. Coulson said gratefully, if it weren't for you, we would be in danger this time. It's okay, it's all a small matter. Lockhart waved his hand and said, besides, you helped me find Wanda and the others. At this point, without waiting for Coulson to continue to reply, he asked directly, Coulson, are you staying in Sokovia now, or going back to the United States? If you go back to the United States, I can take you back directly. Then go back to the United States. Coulson said hesitantly. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded, then waved his wand, and drew a circle in front of him. In an instant, a portal leading to New York, USA quietly opened. Looking at the familiar environment on the other side of the portal, Coulson, Natasha, and Rumlow looked at each other and stepped in directly. Then they waved to Lockhart, as if to express gratitude or goodbye. Wanda, who was standing aside, was a little overwhelmed and seemed to want to follow him. As Lockhart waved his hand, she stopped. Wanda, Pietro, do you have anything else to deal with in Sokovia? Hearing Lockhart's question, the two thought about it and shook their heads slightly. They really didn't have anything to deal with at the moment. If you don't have anything, Wanda, you can come to my house and sit down and eat some food first. I still have some things to deal with now. Wait a minute, there are some things I need to talk to you about. Sokovia, Hydra underground base. Baron Strucker stood in the central command room of the base, looking at the screen in front of him, his face a little fanatical. The scene displayed on the screen was the scene where Lockhart killed all the Hydra warriors in the plane. Space, fire, invisible attack. Baron Strucker looked at the screen, muttering to himself, his eyes getting hotter. The opponent was unknown except for his close combat ability. The rest was the perfect super soldier in his eyes. Pierce is really good. Such a person actually hides so tightly. Get him. Must get him. Baron Strucker's thoughts kept emerging in his mind, and soon, he put them into action. Strucker took out his mobile phone and dialed a series of unknown numbers. Soon, the call was connected. Pierce, I want someone's information. Pierce is home in New York, USA. Pierce sat in the living room and put down the phone in his hand expressionlessly. No matter who it was, he would never be happy in his heart after being threatened by someone just now, let alone a superior like him. However, when he thought of this, Pierce pulled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Take your life to test the strength of this wizard, Professor. What Nick Fury can think of, he can naturally think of. Sokovia, Hydra underground base. Bright sunlight shone on the desolate grassland. Lockhart floated in the air, looking at the area below. The disguise was very similar, and ordinary people could not find it at all. If it were not for the memory he had obtained from the Hydra soldiers before, it would be easy to ignore it when passing by. Looking at this desolate grassland, Lockhart said lightly, the ground is sinking. The magic power is constantly being consumed. The ground began to tremble constantly. It was visible to the naked eye that a large number of cracks gradually emerged, and pieces of silver-white steel began to come into view. The true appearance of the underground base was gradually revealed. Dap. At some point, the unmanned fighters that came from a distance were distributed in various positions around, surrounding Lockhart, who was in the air. The other party seemed to be very afraid of Lockhart's ability and did not communicate with him. He directly ordered the unmanned fighters to start shooting crazily. Reverse. Looking at the large number of bullets attacking him, Lockhart said lightly. The next moment, bang, 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 the massive amount of bullets that were shooting at Lockhart began to twist under the action of a strange force. To be precise, it was like a space jump. A large number of bullets suddenly disappeared when they were less than 3 meters away from Lockhart. Then they quickly emerged, but this time they were exactly the opposite direction of the bullets. In Lockhart's eyes, with the concept of reversal gently flicked, a large number of bullets shot towards their original starting point. A large number of unmanned fighters exploded and fell to the ground under the attack of a large number of bullets, and they themselves were unscathed. Seeing this, Lockhart slowly landed on the ground. Step, step, step. With each step forward, the ground cracked more and more, and a lot of steel gradually appeared on the surface. Even the steel gradually cracked. Standing on the ground, Lockhart could clearly see a large number of researchers in the base and the imprisoned experimental subjects from the cracks. Levitate. Lockhart used the special nature of his wizard blood to flick the concept of levitation again. A similar effect is to cast a large-scale levitation spell without using a wand. The next moment, what's going on? Let me go, let me go. Save me, save me. From the numerous cracks on the ground, one after another, researchers, combatants, and experimental subjects floated out of the underground base and landed on the ground. Feeling that they were out of control, they shouted loudly in fear. This made Lockhart frown slightly. Too noisy. Silence. In an instant, all the sounds disappeared, leaving only their frightened faces. Lockhart looked at the Hydra personnel he had captured. Capture the divine thoughts. In an instant, through eye contact, a lot of information poured into his mind. Lockhart quickly sorted out the identity and role of each person. As Lockhart walked among the Hydra people imprisoned by him, the identity of each person became clearer and clearer. Who is the combatant? Who is the researcher? Who is the commander? Who is the superior? Etc. All knew clearly. Soon Lockhart stood in front of a man in a black leather jacket, his eyes revealing his thoughts. He just didn't read any thoughts from this person's mind, but from the minds of others. His identity has been locked. It is Baron Strucker of Hydra. Why can't I read his thoughts? Lockhart stretched out his right hand, touched the other's forehead in the face of the other's anger, and carefully sensed it. Hey. It turned out to be a robot substitute. Lockhart sneered in his heart. These Hydra snakeheads are really afraid of death. Pierce has a robot substitute, and so does this Baron Strucker. But it doesn't matter. The people currently captured are enough to control Sokovia if handed over to Carter. At this moment, suddenly, crackling, electric lights flashed around the entire underground base. Lockhart's expression stagnated. He felt that the surrounding space began to become unstable, and it would become difficult to use space means. Then, Lockhart felt creepy and his hair stood up. Following his intuition, and looking into the distance, a black dot emerged. With a thought, he added another amplification magic to his vision. Nuclear Bomb. Chapter 348, Strange Nuclear Bomb, Cursed Strike. Nuclear Bomb. As one of the top weapons in the technological world, Lockhart paid close attention to it at the beginning. There were not many large organizations like SHIELD, the military, Hydra, etc. that could threaten him. But nuclear bombs were definitely among them. Of course, he could escape with magic when the nuclear bomb came. But everyone in this world is not a fool, or rather, everyone is smart. If Lockhart wants to target some important enemies, he must kill them with one blow and completely eradicate them. Whether it is the opponent's attack, defense, escape, etc., he will make as precise plans as possible. This is the case for Lockhart, and the enemies who want to kill Lockhart are also the same. Just as Lockhart just noticed the extremely chaotic space around him, this is to limit his escape through space means. In addition, the equivalent of the nuclear bomb flying to Lockhart's position is not low, which firmly limits Lockhart within the bombing range. If it were him in the past, he would really suffer a great loss. But Lockhart's eyes swept across Baron Strucker's robot substitute and a large number of Tide Hydras opposite. Immediately, he set his sights on the nuclear bomb flying in the sky again. He gently raised the magic wand in the air, drawing an elegant curve. At the same time, the frequency of mental power vibrated at a high frequency according to a strange law. The magic power began to burn, and the spirit seemed to step into an unknown level. The wind was silent, the weeds around were still, and the dust particles falling in the air were clearly visible, as if time had stopped, motionless. As for the nuclear bomb in the distance, it remained in the state of a black dot. At this moment, Lockhart's brown pupils turned into shining gold and beat slowly, like a heartbeat. In the sight, the trees, weeds, sand, and humans that were originally clearly visible began to slowly disappear. It changed into a large amount of fog of different colors. Large areas of dark yellow, dark green, and light blue formed sand and weeds. The colors of the Hydra agents around were more complex and diverse, with purple, red, yellow, gray, black, etc. intertwined. However, the general human figure could be vaguely seen. But the next moment, as the golden light in Lockhart's eyes beat faster and faster, his magic and mental power began to be consumed crazily. The fog began to disappear, and the whole world showed a large number of lines of different colors. There was no scenery, only endless lines of different colors. At this moment, Lockhart, looking at these lines, had a sense of enlightenment in his heart. Space, time, color, movement, energy, a large amount of information began to pour into his mind uncontrollably. In a short period of time, Lockhart always felt that his soul began to twist and assimilate rapidly. At this time, Lockhart tried his best to keep his soul stable, while limiting the influx of information. Then he quickly locked his target, the nuclear bomb. As soon as the thought moved, the heart responded, and a large number of lines began to disappear automatically, leaving only a light gray silk thread in front of his eyes. As Lockhart focused his mental power on this light gray silk thread, in an instant, this silk thread began to expand rapidly. A large number of silk threads of different colors emerged again, red, yellow, gray. Lockhart understood very well that this was the various concepts composed of this missile. Then, he gently touched the yellow thread that symbolized matter. The thread trembled slightly, as if it was assimilated or stained. The yellow quickly turned into red, which symbolized energy. After the short action was completed, Lockhart quickly got out of the current state. The thread in the deep vision turned into mist, and then turned into a specific scene. Everything returned to normal. The wind was blowing gently, and the captured Hydra warriors were constantly struggling. Even the robot stand-in in front of him was opening his mouth, trying to tell something. The nuclear bomb in the distance disappeared silently, or it would be more appropriate to say that it was annihilated. The next moment, Lockhart looked up at the sky, as if he had passed through the atmosphere, and saw the satellite in the universe that was observing him. At the same time, accompanied by a strange wave of magic, the corners of Lockhart's mouth moved a few times, as if he was telling someone. Pierce's home in New York, USA. Warning, warning, the signal has disappeared. Searching for the signal. The D-621 tactical nuclear bomb is suspected to have disappeared. No spatial fluctuations were detected before it disappeared. No magical energy element were detected, and no magic energy element were detected. Pierce looked at the red reminder fonts flashing on the LCD screen, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. The possibility of Lockhart supplying nuclear bombs had long been expected, and all space, magic, etc. were taken into account. This nuclear bomb was specially modified by combining all the information of Lockhart's abilities. Even if Lockhart directly confronted him and tried to activate the nuclear bomb in advance, the nuclear bomb will automatically adjust its position and release the attached macro-tactical nuclear bomb. Even in Dr. Zora's calculations, it does not need to hit Lockhart. As long as it is close to the nearby distance, it will automatically detonate. At the same time, in order to prevent accidents, there will be 5 missiles nearby to bomb continuously in the future. Strive to kill Lockhart in one round. As long as Lockhart dies, they will immediately use the Hydra warriors arranged in advance to use high-powered weapons to invade Lockhart's residence, Wangxiang Book Cafe and other places with all their strength. And now, the strange disappearance of the nuclear bomb has put all plans on hold. Without finding the reason, they couldn't continue blindly, otherwise it would just waste a lot of resources, and might even be caught. Thinking of this, Pierce looked at the satellite surveillance screen on the LCD screen again. His eyes focused, and his pupils shrank. In the surveillance screen, Lockhart's sharp eyes stared at him tightly, as if he had already discovered that he was taking action. Soon, Pierce reacted and excluded this ridiculous idea. A wizard is not a technological genius like Tony Stark. How could someone discover him through a satellite? Then Pierce saw Lockhart open his mouth and seemed to say something. The artificial intelligence automatically lip-synced and translated the words. Next, it's your turn. The voice just appeared, and the next moment, click, 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 bang. The LCD screen that was displaying the surveillance screen cracked and shattered, and finally accompanied by a bang inside, black smoke rose, and the screen was black. Seeing this, Pierce's face changed, and he had a strong bad premonition in his heart. Then, the mobile phone next to him began to vibrate continuously, and red prompt messages appeared one after another. Sir Pierce, I just received news from various bases. Just now, the screens monitoring the wizard professor at the same time all exploded abnormally. Combined with historical, mythological and other information, we can make a comprehensive judgment. It is very similar to the curse in the legend. According to data analysis, your location and the location of each base have a high probability of being exposed. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Hearing Dr. Zora's mechanical voice, Pierce's face looked a little ugly, even a little frightened. How is it possible? No matter how magical magic is, it should also pay attention to the basic law of energy. Let's go to safe house number 649. Pierce said faster. Notify all major bases to prepare for evacuation. At this point, Pierce paused. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and immediately added, change the order. Members above level A are ready to evacuate, and the rest remain unchanged. Sokovia, the ruins of the Hydra base. At this moment, Lockhart, after a small punishment on the Hydra that was monitoring him at the moment, he stood in front of Baron Strucker's robot substitute. Looking at the other person's expression, he seemed to have a smug expression on his face, and kept opening his mouth, as if he wanted to tell something. A strange look flashed in Lockhart's eyes, and he waved his hand gently, removing the previous silencing method. Wizard Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, you didn't catch me this time, but I will remember you. From now on, I will be your eternal nightmare. Your ability, your knowledge, your body, everything about you will eventually fall into my hands. You just destroyed a small base of mine, the future. Hearing the arrogant and even threatening words of Baron Strucker's robot substitute, Lockhart's eyes flashed with a light golden light, and he said softly, In that case, let's meet and talk. There is another chapter later. Chapter 349, The Thread of Cause and Effect, Hunting for Hydra. Hydra, unknown underground base. The real Baron Strucker stood in a base that was unknown how many meters deep underground. He stared at the huge screen in front of him. The screen showed every picture that his robot substitutes around the world saw. Robot substitute technology is a relatively mature technology among Hydra. The major Hydra snakeheads have similar technical reserves, some of which are robots and some of which are biological humans. In short, in terms of saving lives, none of these snakeheads dare to ignore it. Even if others catch the substitutes, they cannot get the real core information, nor can they catch their original bodies. In the eyes of snakeheads like Baron Strucker, as long as they are not dead, Hydra will never die. At this moment, in the center of the screen, the picture that appeared was the picture of the robot substitute threatening Lockhart. Baron Strucker was not surprised to see this. Although these robot substitutes are usually the same as them, in fact, they have set various restrictions. For example, their personalities have been adjusted, and they will self-destruct once they are discovered. These will be set in advance according to the needs at the time. The robot standing captured by Lockhart had a somewhat extreme and stubborn personality. It was originally a personality specially set up to supervise the completion of the task. It was not surprising that he said such words after being captured. Now, the most important thing for him was to analyze Lockhart's behavior just now. Pierce had already told him in advance about the nuclear attack. The stand-in naturally didn't know, but he knew it early and made corresponding arrangements. But the nuclear bomb didn't work, which was beyond Strucker's expectations. The distance between the wizard professor and the nuclear bomb was nearly 20 kilometers. What kind of magic could directly wipe out a missile of nearly 20 kilometers? This was simply a joke, completely beyond Strucker's imagination. Can magic not follow the basic law? No energy consumption, no material medium, etc. Baron Strucker, who has decades of experience in scientific research, said that he couldn't understand it at all. If Lockhart was really that powerful, he might as well just go to bed. While Strucker was thinking, the picture changed, and he found that Lockhart's eyes seemed to gradually turn light gold. Then I heard, in that case, let's meet and talk. Hearing this, Baron Strucker felt a sense of horror in his heart and immediately ordered, close all surveillance screens. Start energy blockade. Start space jamming. As Baron Strucker issued orders one after another, the entire underground base began to operate rapidly. However, Baron Strucker's inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lockhart's eyes glowed with golden light again. The wizard's talent was activated again. This time, looking at the robot substitute in front of him, under Lockhart's conscious control. Some lines appeared around the robot and connected with it. The lines were awfully colorful, some thick, some thin, some visible to the naked eye, and some very dim, even about to disappear. The line of sight swept over, the heart responded, and the information poured into the heart. These lines represent the parts that have a relationship with this robot substitute. These are the maker, the Tashaya, the submissive, and the owner. If we use the Eastern metaphysics of Lockhart's previous life to analyze these lines, it is more appropriate to call them cause and effect. All contacts must have cause and effect. In less than 3 seconds, Lockhart determined his target, Baron Strucker. Hydra has already deployed nuclear bombs and used spatial restrictions. It has killed people and also killed people. Then he will no longer keep it. What is destroying the plot? What is reducing losses? What is taking over everything? As long as it affects your own safety and your own goals, it is all false. Now, he wants to pull out all the snakeheads one by one and completely destroy all traces of Hydra. After locking the target, although Lockhart also noticed that there were a lot of interference methods at the destination. But, distort space, space replacement. Lockhart's figure loomed and seemed to disappear in an instant. At the same time, step, step, step. With the sound of hurried footsteps, Baron Strucker walked quickly in the escape passage that was all silver and full of technology. This is his top escape method. Once you enter the escape pod, it only takes 5 seconds to start up, 1 second to leave Sokovia, 10 seconds to reach the Pacific Ocean, and 30 seconds to reach the United States. Baron Track had already walked through most of the passage, and his inner uneasiness became stronger. He was heard to be preparing to speed up again and jog to the escape pod. Suddenly, in front of Baron Strucker, a figure flashed quickly, then condensed and materialized. Wizard Professor. Bang, bang, bang. Baron Strucker just reacted. Horror appeared in his eyes, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Then he quickly pulled out his gun and started shooting fiercely. The next moment, in front of Lockhart, a light blue screen appeared, and all the bullets were blocked outside, leaving only shells falling to the ground. Strucker, I said, I came to see you. Lockhart said lightly. Now, what else do you want to say? Hearing this, Baron Strucker showed a bitter smile on his face, and seemed to say weakly, I can say. What the robot substitute said, is not what I want to say. As soon as the voice fell, Baron Strucker quickly came to Lockhart's feet and threw a black round ball. Then he ran back quickly. According to SHIELD, this item belongs to 084 items, unknown, mysterious, but with extremely strong power. It is very likely to be left by ancient civilizations or aliens. Then invalid. Bang. Lockhart spit out 2 words lightly, and the black ball fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and then it was motionless and had no effect. Looking at the escaping Baron Strucker, Lockhart stretched out his right hand and gently pulled back. The next moment, the floor began to slide backwards quickly. Baron Strucker fled, like he was on a treadmill, but he said that the distance he ran did not increase at all, and even kept shrinking. Soon, the floor slid back, and Baron Strucker, who was running, returned to Lockhart again. Seeing this, Baron Strucker's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, as if he knew that he would not be able to escape today. Strucker, is there anything else you want to say? Lockhart mocked in a joking tone. I'll give you a word of advice for Hydra. Don't commit suicide. You won't die. Now, you can't die. Lockhart finished speaking, and without waiting for Baron Strucker to reply, he took out his wand and lightly tapped his forehead under the other's horrified gaze. The next moment, a golden dragon magic mark emerged, sank into the forehead, and penetrated into the soul. It began to work automatically, changing Baron Strucker's will and ideas, and at the same time leaving a mark on the soul level. Soon, Baron Strucker opened his eyes, a ray of golden light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. Then, he knelt on one knee, and said solemnly but enthusiastically, Master, your loyal servant Wolfgang von Strack. Chapter 350 Dormammu and Hydra. Wanda's Curiosity. USA New York, rooftop airfield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The high-speed rotating propellers whirred with strong winds, and a helicopter slowly landed on the roof. Alexander Pierce, former director of SHIELD, blocked the strong wind with his right hand, and hurried to the helicopter. 2 Hydra warriors in black combat uniforms followed closely behind him, with vigilant expressions, as if guarding against an enemy who might come out at any time. Soon, Alexander Pierce entered the helicopter and waved gently. The Hydra warriors beside him quickly entered, and then the helicopter door closed, and took off quickly. Report the current situation, Dr. Zora. Pierce said to the phone with a serious expression. Sir Pierce, there is good news, and bad news now. Which one do you want to hear? A slightly mechanical voice came from the built-in speaker of the helicopter. Hearing this, Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. Zora could still make such a joke, which meant that the most extreme situation had not yet occurred. He now felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have looked for the wizard professor now, or his greed was at work. However, the next moment, Pierce's face darkened. Sir Pierce, according to the previous agreement within Hydra, I have obtained the key information before Strucker's will was distorted. Zora's voice was full of the taste of watching a good show. He and Strucker had a very bad relationship, and this was because the other party had always wanted to study him, and even didn't want to let go of his body. It was just that Pierce was in the front, or the others didn't want to see Strucker's human mechanization plan succeed, and finally didn't let the other party succeed. Seeing his enemy fall to such a point, Zora was naturally happy in his heart. Zora, explain the situation. Pierce ordered in a cold voice. Then, as if knowing Zora's inner thoughts, he reminded, don't let me activate the highest authority. Zora was his subordinate. As an artificial intelligence, he naturally had relevant clamping means. Otherwise, just based on the other party's repeated claims that he finally got Hydra, how could he believe it? Even if there were no clamping means, he would not have awakened Zora and helped him become a ghost in the network. Hearing this, Zora's tone stagnated, as if he knew what a cruel result would be once the highest authority was activated. So the voice turned back to the original mechanized one and began to report word by word. According to the agreement signed by the head of Hydra, combined with the means planted in Baron Strucker's base before, when Strucker was enslaved by the wizard professor, I have obtained the whole process of the other parties will being distorted. According to the analysis of existing factors, Lockhart has a very high treatment. He found Strucker himself and the location of the underground base through a robot substitute. Then in a very short time, he controlled Strucker. Combined with relevant history, wizard mythology and other materials, it is very likely to be the enslavement of the soul. And now there is not enough sample analysis, and it is impossible to obtain relevant rescue data. Pierce listened to Zora's report word by word, and his face became more gloomy. The so-called internal agreement is actually a cooperation model they discussed before. If either party encounters danger, they will send out relevant information about their own danger. It is operated by artificial intelligence and makes judgments. After receiving the information, they will naturally choose to win over, suppress, or eliminate it. Such an agreement is beneficial to everyone, and even further coordinates and consolidates the relationship between the forces of all parties. However, Zora, are you sure that Strucker has been enslaved, and has he revealed our intelligence? Pierce asked again. This time, Zora's voice fluctuated a little, as if he was frightened. Just now, I said that the means I planted in Strucker's base before observed that our intelligence had been leaked, and our surveillance methods seem to have been discovered by the wizard professor, and now we can't get any information from the base. At this moment, Zora felt the long-lost pain, although weak, but according to a lot of data analysis and statistics, the wizard professor has a very high probability of killing him. This is the first life threat he has faced since he became a ghost in the cyber world. Even if Pierce had the highest authority in his hands before, he could only keep him in the dormant data world and would not really die. After hearing this, Alexander Pierce's face became more serious. He remained silent, thinking constantly in his mind, as if he was deducing a series of changes that would be brought about by Strucker's betrayal. Hydra will definitely be exposed, and his identity, including his identity at other times, is also likely to be leaked. Alas, Hydra is really in trouble this time. If you are not careful, everyone will be in trouble. Fortunately, Baron Strucker knows less about the middle and senior management, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Zora, what is the good news you mentioned before? Pierce asked again, as if he recalled what Zora said at the beginning. Zora paused, as if he was organizing his words. Sir Pierce, my good news is that according to the information collected so far, the wizard professor does not seem to have locked your location. But your robot substitute will be at extremely high risk, and may even be reduced to a medium for search. Hearing this, Pierce looked a little hesitant. He already knew how Strucker was captured, and he knew it clearly. If he really wanted to take back all the robot substitutes, his losses would probably be very large. Even the Inside project that he had been asking Nick Fury to promote would probably have to be stopped. Thinking of this, Pierce gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep voice, take back all the robot substitutes and place them in a safe house nearby. If an accident occurs, automatically start the self-destruct program. Hearing the unreasonable and magical methods of the wizard professor, it was time to make a heroic move. Now Pierce is ready for his identity to be leaked to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he must not let Lockhart have an easy time now that he has fallen into such a situation. As his thoughts turned, Zora's mechanical voice came to his ears. Sir Pierce, the other snakeheads have held a meeting to discuss the matter of Strucker intercepting the enslaved. Then, Zora said with some surprise, Pierce, I don't know if the interest rate increase you just received is true or false. It seems that Madam Hydra has a chance to contact a wizard. It's said that it's Dormammu. It seems that the other party knows something about Lockhart and even has a grudge against Lockhart. Sokovia, underground base. The silver white walls of the base, with a large number of sophisticated equipment everywhere, have a sense of science fiction. At this moment, Lockhart walked inside the base, looking at his own base with admiration. Baron Strucker next to him kept introducing it. Master, this is the medium-sized weapons room, which contains weapons for 100 people. Master, this is the research room, where the Super Gene Warrior project is being carried out. Master, this is the lounge. Every time he walked into a room or an area, Strucker would introduce it, his tone full of enthusiasm. With his soul transformed, he was full of enthusiasm for Lockhart, as if a fanatic had seen a god. Hearing Strucker's introduction, Lockhart showed a satisfied look on his face. It is worthy of being an underground base built with nearly 10 billion funds. It is comprehensive and advanced. However, the most important thing now is to subdue the forces under Baron Strucker, and not let other snakeheads get ahead. He has just learned about the internal affairs of Hydra. How to say? Don't let him have the opportunity to capture any of them, especially Alexander Pierce. As for the mastermind behind this action, Strucker naturally told Lockhart, Master, artificial intelligence means that the relevant data has been backed up, and the authority can be transferred at any time. Strucker said respectfully, it only takes a simple face recognition and authorization. Lockhart interrupted after hearing this and said, take the things in the base first. I have some tasks to give you. As he spoke, Lockhart took out a piece of parchment with dozens of items listed on it, including herbs, metals, and slowly moving pictures next to them. You can collect these materials around the world, and notify me if you have any news. Okay, Master. Baron Strucker bowed his head and said respectfully, Lockhart, he is a wizard and a mage. Naturally, he has a certain curiosity about technological items, but not much. He is now focusing on chaos magic. In today's battle, chaos magic can be said to be shining. Whether it is ultra long range strikes, remote curses, or causal searches, they are all applications of chaos magic. Ordinary magic is not impossible to do, but the consumption will undoubtedly be very large. Although the threshold of chaos magic is high, once you enter it, you will find that it is closer to the essence of the world and can achieve the effect of top magic with less consumption. Afterwards, Lockhart followed Baron Strucker to tour the entire underground base, the interior space of the magic suitcase. Wanda and Pietro sat on the chair and bed in the room respectively. Sister, the bed here is really soft. Pietro sat on the bed and shook it vigorously, as if he felt the softness of the big bed. Pietro, be obedient and don't move around. Professor Lockhart may not come back for sure, Wanda said seriously. After hearing this, Pietro seemed disappointed, but he stopped obediently, but looked around curiously. Wanda on the side did the same. After the battle, Coulson and others returned to New York, USA, and Professor Lockhart took her and her brother to the interior space of the magic suitcase. Wanda was looking forward to Lockhart's actions. She had heard the communication between Coulson and Lockhart before, and the previous movie-like pursuit plot was rooted in the two of them. To be precise, Lockhart wanted to find them for something. Seeing all this, Wanda was very much looking forward to her and her brother mastering magic. Not only to protect herself, but more importantly, the magic has been deeply imprinted in her mind. Soon Wanda stood up and walked to the door, seeming to observe the surrounding environment. On the lawn in the distance, there are a large number of creatures. Only a few like leopards and snakes can be recognized by her, but most of them look very strange, and she can't name them at all. There are strange blue birds, flapping their wings and flashing constantly. There are also creatures whose whole bodies swell like balloons and slowly float in the air, and so on, which opened Wanda's eyes. Suddenly Miss Wanda, Mr. Pietro, what do you want to eat? A short and strange creature with big ears flapping asked. It was the house elf Goldcoin. Who are you? Pietro, who was only 13 or 14 years old, seemed to be a little frightened when he suddenly saw Goldcoin. Everything was normal just now, but in just a moment, this strange creature landed in front of them and even spoke. Normal people would be frightened, Pietro comforted himself. I'm the house elf of the great master, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. I'm Goldcoin, and I take care of all the chores of the master. Facing Pietro's question, Goldcoin puffed out his chest and said proudly, as if it was something worth showing off. After hearing this, Wanda's eyes flashed with a trace of thought. Immediately, she opened her mouth and said tentatively, "Mr. Goldcoin, Professor Lockhart sent us here and said he would come over in a while. Do you know what Professor Lockhart wants us to do?" Hearing this, Goldcoin shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing, and then continued to ask, "Are you hungry? Is there anything I need to prepare for you to eat?" Hearing this, Wanda was a little disappointed, but still replied, "Mr. Goldcoin, just give me some food to fill my stomach." Hearing this, Goldcoin's eyes lit up and nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. He has received very professional training. As a house elf, how can you make your master proud? Delicious food is very important. Soon, the Goldcoin placed 7 or 8 kinds of exquisite dishes on the table in the room, and each dish was delicious. There were chicken legs, fish, vegetables, etc. For a moment, the whole room was filled with the aroma of food. It made Pietro and Wanda drool. After seeing this, the Goldcoin showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Miss Wanda, Mr. Pietro, you can start enjoying your lunch." Hearing what the Goldcoin said, the two of them didn't hesitate and started eating with big mouthfuls. They fled everywhere before dawn today, and they didn't even have time to eat a bite of food in the middle. They were chased and ran away. Now they can have a peaceful meal, not to mention such a big meal. Seeing the two people wolfing down, the Goldcoin seemed to be a little disgusted with their rude behavior, but didn't say much, and turned around and left. Wanda and the others didn't say much either. The world is big, but not having a meal is the biggest. This is their survival experience in the past 6 years of wandering outside. Then, gulp, gulp, Gugu, who was playing outside, seemed to smell the fragrance coming from the room. He flapped his wings and entered the hut with a flash of blue light. Seeing the two people eating voraciously and the large plate of delicious food on the table, it seemed that his appetite was stimulated. He flapped his wings, and a magical power emerged. A piece of braised fish on the table flew up and slowly floated in front of Gugu. Wanda and Pietro, who had just reacted, looked at this blue bowl bad with a pair of small blue wings on both sides with surprise. Gugu, Gugu, Gugu was not afraid when he saw the two people staring at him, and he waved his wings and called out. It seemed to say, "Don't look at me, eat yours." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.